Chapter 1401 Minor Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation. When Ensheng arrived at Zhou Wen's yard, he saw Jade Rabbit and Banana Fairy in the yard, but he didn't see Zhou Wen.
Is young master around?
Ensheng knocked on the door and attracted Banana Fairy's attention before saying. Banana Fairy nodded before shaking her head. This action was very confusing, but Ensheng understood what she meant. Zhou Wen was around, but he couldn't see him.
What's young master doing? He hasn't come out for days.
Ensheng was somewhat curious, but it wasn't convenient for him to disturb Zhou Wen, so he had no choice but to leave. After walking for a short distance, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the yard. He couldn't help but stop and turn around to leap up. He landed on the wall and looked into the yard. Upon seeing the situation inside, Ensheng was alarmed. He saw that the room Zhou Wen was in was spinning crazily like a huge top.
Young master, are you all right?
Ensheng immediately jumped into the yard and shouted in the direction of the house. No one answered him. The room continued spinning faster and faster. Ensheng gritted his teeth as his body shimmered with a strange glow. He held a golden battle god gun in each hand and timed it before making a charge. Ensheng's grasp of timing was really impressive. Under such a rapid spin, he grabbed the moment when the door flashed past him and slammed it open, entering the spinning room.
What's going on?
Ensheng landed in the room and realized that everything was still. It was completely different from the situation outside. However, the strange thing was that the originally squarish room had bent into an arc. Furthermore, standing in the room, he could only see less than half the room's space. Then, as though it was isolated by a mysterious force, he couldn't see anything. He clearly felt that there was something there, but he just couldn't see it.
Young master!
Ensheng called out a few more times, but there was still no response. He walked to the side of the curved room, hoping to find something. The room wasn't big, but after Ensheng walked for a while, he realized that he seemed to be walking in circles. He was still near the door. Spatial power? Ensheng immediately rushed towards the door, hoping to rush out of the room. However, when he rushed out of the door, he realized that he wasn't in the yard. In front of him was still the room from before. Ensheng's expression changed immediately, as he turned his head to take a look. Indeed, the door was behind him. He gritted his teeth and rushed out of the door again, only to see the same room again. Ensheng tried several times, but the outcome was the same. No matter where he rushed out from, even if he broke through the wall, he found himself still in the room. The entire room was like a sealed spatial cage, trapping him inside forever. Boom! Ensheng's expression changed constantly. Just as he was thinking about a way to escape, he heard a boom. Then, the curved room returned to normal. He could now see the room that he couldn't see previously. Zhou Wen was sitting at his desk gaming on his phone.
Young master, what happened?
Ensheng was pleasantly surprised as he hurriedly asked.
What do you mean what happened? I've been gaming and didn't notice anything,
Zhou Wen said as he put away his phone.
This room just now.
Ensheng didn't know how to describe it.
Oh, perhaps I was too engrossed in the game and was a little excited. I accidentally exerted some strength and affected the room a little. Don't worry, it's not an enemy invasion,
Zhou Wen said. Ensheng looked at Zhou Wen with an odd expression, momentarily at a loss for words.
Ah Sheng, why are you here?
Zhou Wen asked.
Madam said that if you have the time, go over and have a meal with her. Overseer isn't at home, and Miss Jing has been cultivating hard. Uncle Zhou is also out. Madam is home alone, so she can't help but worry. Young master, if you have the time, spend more time with her,
Ensheng said.
Then let's go,
Zhou Wen said as he stood up. He was in a good mood because he had finally successfully created a new skill, not just a skill combination. Although he hadn't experimented with it, Zhou Wen was already certain that his skill could trap the Calamity Grade bullet. As he walked, Zhou Wen glanced at his phone's information. Indeed, a new skill had appeared in the skill column. Minor Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation, Calamity Rank 10. Calamity Grade? Zhou Wen wasn't surprised. He had experimented countless times in game, and knew that the effects of this skill had indeed exceeded the Terror grade. The only flaw of the Minor Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation was that it required a certain amount of time to gather strength. Although it wasn't a long time, it was very difficult to use it in actual combat. It had to be released ahead of time. However, this was enough for Zhou Wen. Releasing the Minor Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation ahead of time was enough to clear the Venusian Instance dungeon. This was his best weapon for clearing the dungeon. However, it lacked adaptability in the face of an emergency. When the Venusian Instance dungeon refreshed, Zhou Wen would experiment again. If he succeeded, he could directly challenge the cube's ranking in reality. While having a meal with Ouyang Lan complained to Zhou Wen about Tianzhua and company. Zhou Wen knew very well that it was a manifestation of her worries. In this era, there were no guarantees that even a powerhouse like Tianzhua wouldn't die. Zhou Wen wasn't good at consoling others, so he could only sit and listen. After the meal, he returned to his room. Zhou Wen attempted to sink his consciousness into the chaos bead to see if the soul mirror's evolution was completed. This time, Zhou Wen was prepared. He made his consciousness stay far away from the soul mirror. The space in the chaos bead was huge, almost infinite. It was impossible for the rainbow beams emitted by the soul mirror to illuminate everything. Indeed, Zhou Wen's consciousness wasn't injured by the soul mirror. However, he could see from afar that an area was enveloped by rainbow beams. He couldn't see anything in that area. From the looks of it, it hasn't completed its evolution. Zhou Wen checked the things in the chaos space. Thankfully, he had already deliberately placed the soul mirror in a relatively distant space, so it didn't cause any damage to the other things in the chaos bead. Zhou Wen roughly did a scan, and was taken aback when he saw Explosive Fiend Man. Explosive Fiend Man had previously been interested in metal, so Zhou Wen placed him and metals into the chaos space together. Now, Explosive Fiend Man looked like a metal robot. It was completely enveloped by a metal carapace, with only 2 transparent crystal jars on its back. One could see a strange purple liquid in the jar. The purple liquid was bubbling like boiling water, giving off the feeling that it would explode at any moment. Chapter 1402 Spacetime Fiend Man. When did this fellow evolve? Zhou Wen didn't see the metal parts. When he sensed Explosive Fiend Man's aura, he realized that it had already reached the Terror grade. After unsummoning Explosive Fiend Man, he used his phone to look at his information. Explosive Fiend Man, Terror, Evolvable. Life Providence, Unlawful. Life Soul, Destroyer. Wheel of Destiny, Annihilation. Terror Form, Spacetime Fiend Man. Strength, 82. Speed, 82. Constitution, 82. Essence Energy, 82. Talent Skill, Death List Time Blast. Companion Form, Self-Detonation Device. Zhou Wen carefully studied his stats. The power of the Wheel of Destiny augmented his explosive power, greatly enhancing his destructive forces. As for the Terror Transformation ability of Spacetime Fiend Man, it was probably tied to the metal parts. After Zhou Wen carefully studied the notes of Spacetime Fiend Man, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this was the most terrifying ability of Explosive Fiend Man. Spacetime Fiend Man was actually an ability similar to Resurrection, but it wasn't true resurrection. Perhaps calling it a replica would be more accurate, but it wasn't completely accurate. To put it simply, after Explosive Fiend Man used the self-detonation device, he could revive again. Or rather, Explosive Fiend Man from another spacetime would come to this spacetime and replace the previous Explosive Fiend Man. Unfortunately, in the same spacetime, only one Explosive Fiend Man could exist. Therefore, it was equivalent to a resurrection skill. With such a Terror Transformation ability, Explosive Fiend Man is equivalent to a big boss who can self-destruct infinitely. If I don't like anyone, I can just send him charging forward and self-destruct. Zhou Wen knew how terrifying Explosive Fiend Man's self-destruction was. It was a one-time release of all his energy. It was very difficult for creatures of the same level to withstand such self-destruction. Zhou Wen entered the game excitedly, hoping to see how powerful Explosive Fiend Man was. The Venusian Instance Dungeon's cooldown hadn't ended, so Zhou Wen took Explosive Fiend Man to Yang City, planning on using the Blood Spirits for testing. When the Blood Spirits appeared, Explosive Fiend Man charged forward under Zhou Wen's orders. Zhou Wen realized that his actions seemed to have some spatial compression or temporal acceleration effect. He became very fast. Explosive Fiend Man rushed past a Blood Spirit and reached out to press it down, installing a time bomb. When he pulled away, the time bomb immediately exploded, shattering the Blood Spirit into pieces. This fellow was like a punctual time bomb installer. Anything touched by his hands would turn into a bomb and detonate its energy. Zhou Wen also noticed that when Explosive Fiend Man's fingers touched something, a purple liquid would drill out. It was likely the liquid in the bottles behind him. The liquid turned whatever he touched into a bomb. This fellow is a little strong. Zhou Wen was delighted. Unless one was faster than Explosive Fiend Man and could avoid contact with him, or had a stronger defense, preventing the purple liquid from being effective, anyone he touched would die. Let's try the self-detonation device. Zhou Wen got Explosive Fiend Man to charge at a Blood Spirit. As Explosive Fiend Man hugged a Blood Spirit, his body turned into a self-detonation device that enveloped the Blood Spirit's body. In the next second, there was a boom. A purple sun rose in Yang City and devoured a large area. Wherever the power of self-destruction passed, everything was reduced to ashes. Holy sh*T, it's so powerful. The power of this self-destruction is almost at the calamity grade. Zhou Wen was so overjoyed that he could hardly close his mouth. However, he was somewhat depressed. Although the Spacetime Fiend Man had shown its effects, Explosive Fiend Man couldn't be revived immediately. He had to wait 24 hours. Forget it. 24 hours is good as long as he can be revived. Otherwise, the self-detonation device would be a useless skill. I wouldn't dare use it in reality. I don't have so many qualms now. Zhou Wen was very satisfied. When the Venusian Instance dungeon refreshed, Zhou Wen entered it again and activated the minor Heavenly Cycle killing formation. When the Calamity Grade bullets shot in front of Zhou Wen, they immediately circled around his body. The first 6 bullets didn't affect Zhou Wen at all. Instead, Zhou Wen absorbed their energies, and they quickly fell to the ground. The Sure Kill 7th bullet similarly failed to penetrate the minor Heavenly Cycle killing formation. It kept spinning in the formation, its power absorbed by the minor Heavenly Cycle killing formation that was transferred to Zhou Wen. As its strength was rapidly drained, the seemingly perpetual 7th Sure Kill bullet ultimately fell. I've finally succeeded. Zhou Wen quickly instant transmitted into the tunnel, hoping to find the Calamity Grade creature. Now that the bullet could no longer injure him, as long as he could find the Calamity Grade creature, there was a high chance of killing him. According to Zhou Wen's guess, the Calamity Grade creature's body definitely wasn't strong. Perhaps he didn't need a powerful weapon to kill him. However, Zhou Wen failed to find the Calamity Grade creature despite constantly instant transmitting in the tunnel. He found nothing every time he rushed in the direction of where the bullet came from. Zhou Wen suffered countless Calamity Grade bullets, but he still failed to find the Calamity creature. He came up with all kinds of solutions. Zhou Wen pushed Truth Listener's abilities to their limits, but he still couldn't find his location. This Calamity Grade's body definitely isn't strong. As long as I can find him, killing him shouldn't be difficult. Zhou Wen was increasingly certain that his previous guess was right. Unfortunately, he couldn't find him. It was useless even if he knew that he could kill him. Although I can't find him, the minor Heavenly Cycle killing formation should be enough to clear the dungeon. I wonder what rank I'll get. Zhou Wen wasn't sure what rank he would receive. From a practical point of view, his method of level clearing was actually in the same vein as using the Heavenly Robe to clear the level. Both prevented the bullets from hitting him. Therefore, in theory, if he couldn't kill the Calamity creature, it was very likely that he could only obtain a 3-star grading like before. No, I have to think of a way to kill him no matter what. If I don't get first place, what's the point of getting on the rankings? After some thought, Zhou Wen felt that getting a 3-star was meaningless. He had to get first if he wanted to be on the rankings.
Young master, someone has offered a high price for the Heavenly Robe. Unfortunately, he's not from the League of Guardians.
Ensheng called.
Is the price very high?
Zhou Wen had previously told Ensheng that he wanted to sell the Heavenly Robe to the League of Guardians. Yet, Ensheng had even informed him under such circumstances, indicating that the price offered was probably extraordinary.
Very high.
Ensheng enunciated each word clearly.
Who's buying? What's the price?
Zhou Wen asked again.
The Cape family. The starting price is enough for us to use the accelerator again. We can discuss the exact price later,
Ensheng said.
All right, let's meet and talk.
Zhou Wen was originally determined to sell it to the League of Guardians, but he didn't feel strongly about it anymore. It didn't matter who he sold it to. As for the Cape family, they had always been at odds with Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen didn't mind letting them bleed. Chapter 1403 Negotiation. The Cape family also knew that they had a deep grudge with Zhou Wen, so they planned on paying a high price to obtain the Heavenly Robe. Zhou Wen went to the meeting room and saw the Cape family's negotiator. The person's name was Wood. He wasn't a direct descendant of the Cape family. Ensheng had heard that the Wood family's ancestor was the head butler of the Cape family, and he slowly became a part of the Cape family.
What a promising young man you are, Mr. Zhou. I've always wanted to meet you, and my wishes have come true today.
When Wood saw Zhou Wen and Ensheng stand up, he immediately stood up and walked over to shake Zhou Wen's hand.
Mr. Wood, thank you for the compliments. Let's get down to business.
Zhou Wen shook Wood's hand before walking to the main seat and sitting down. Ensheng and another officer sat on both sides of Zhou Wen.
All right, I'll get straight to the point. Mr. Zhou, can you name a price for your Heavenly Robe? It will also let us know if we have the capital to obtain it. If we have the funds, we can continue negotiating. If we don't have the funds, no one needs to waste time. Don't you think so?
Said Wood.
8,000 tons of essence crystals. That's my bottom line. Not 1 gram less.
Zhou Wen had already discussed it with Ensheng before coming. He had originally thought that Wood and the other representatives would bargain. After all, 1,000 tons of essence crystals was just too much. Even Zhou Wen felt that it was impossible to sell it at such a price. However, to his surprise, Wood didn't haggle and agreed immediately.
Sure, we are willing to exchange 1,000 tons of essence crystals for Heavenly Robe. That's good. When's the deal?
Zhou Wen and Ensheng exchanged looks. They felt that things weren't that simple. Indeed, Wood said,
However, Mr. Zhou, Adjutant, you should know that 1,000 tons of essence crystals is a staggering amount. Ignoring our Cape family, even if the 6 families combine their resources, it's a question if they can gather that many essence crystals. Then what did you mean? Are you messing with me?
Zhou deliberately said with a heavy expression.
How dare I mess with you, Mr. Zhou? We do have 1,000 tons of essence crystals, and we are willing to use 1,000 tons to buy heavenly robe. However, Mr. Zhou, you'll need to dig up these 1,000 tons himself, said Wood. What do you mean?
Zhou frowned.
So here's the problem. It's true that we can't take out 1,000 tons of essence crystals immediately, but we do have a high-quality essence crystal mine. Furthermore, the reserves of essence crystals definitely won't be less than 1,000 tons. It might even be 2,000 or 3,000 tons.
Wood's tone was very provocative.
You mean to say that you want to exchange the essence crystal mine for my heavenly robe? Do you think we have the ability to dig essence crystal ores in the West District?
Zhou frowned.
Mr. Zhou, don't worry. The essence crystal mine I'm talking about isn't in the West District. It's in the East District. However, other than our Cape family, no one knows its location. However, we've already specially explored it. The essence crystal mine there definitely has more than 1,000 tons. If you don't believe me, you can send professionals to explore the essence crystal mine during the transaction. After confirming the reserves, you can give us the heavenly robe, said Wood. Mr. Wood, that's not what we agreed upon. We've been talking about physical item exchanges,
Sheng said.
Of course. If we had 1,000 tons of essence crystals, we would definitely want to buy the heavenly robe. However, in fact, the essence crystals we can offer now amount to only about 800 tons. We really can't afford to pay such a huge sum. If possible, we can use money or companion beasts to cover the rest,
Wood said with a sincere expression.
How about this? We didn't know about your suggestion before. We need to hold another meeting to study the feasibility. How about we continue tomorrow?
Sheng said.
Of course. We sincerely hope that we can complete this deal.
Wood and company left the meeting room.
The Cape family sure is scheming. They want to use our East District's essence crystal mine to exchange for the heavenly robe. This is equivalent to them doing a business without any capital. They definitely won't be able to mine the essence crystal mine on a large scale. Over time, it will definitely be discovered by others. Sooner or later, they would lose its ownership.
Sheng said with a cold snort after they left.
You mean you don't plan on doing the exchange?
Zhou said to Sheng.
No, if you agree, young Master One, it's best we continue the trade. Although the mine is in our East District, we don't know where it is. We can't guarantee that our people will discover it first in the future, so we have to do the exchange if possible. However, before that, we have to ensure that the mine can be safely mined and the goods transported back safely.
Sheng answered straightforwardly. Zhou understood what Sheng meant. Most of the essence crystal ores were in dimensional zones. If that dimensional zone was too dangerous and humans couldn't stay in there for long, it was useless no matter how many essence crystals there were. Furthermore, if the essence crystal mine was too far from Luoyang and was in an area that Luoyang's power couldn't reach, even if it was mined, it would be easily snatched away by others midway.
In that case, I'll leave the negotiation to you.
Zhou wasn't willing to waste time on such matters. He still had many things to do. Now that he had advanced to the Terror grade, he needed a plan on how to advance to the Calamity grade. His stats definitely had to increase first, but if he only increased his stats, he definitely wouldn't be able to advance to the Calamity grade even if he reached the limits of the Terror grade. Zhou had already seen a few Calamity grade advancements. Tsukuyami had relied on the power of a dimensional zone to advance to the Calamity grade. When she advanced to the Calamity grade, the dimensional zone had nearly collapsed due to excessive expenditure. There was also Jiang Yan's Sky Mortal and Fairy Burial's advancement to the Calamity grade with the help of Perfect Sword Immortal. Then there was Zhou Soul Mirror. He had clearly sensed powerful energy infused into it, allowing it to advance to the Calamity grade. Zhou summarized that advancing to the Calamity grade required immense energy. Furthermore, this energy wasn't ordinary essence energy. No matter how much essence energy ordinary people had, it was impossible for them to advance to the Calamity grade. Now, Zhou hoped that a Calamity grade dimensional zone would appear. When the time came, he could observe how dimensional creatures used the dimensional zones to advance to the Calamity grade. Zhou vaguely felt that he could use their method to use the dimensional zone's powers to advance to the Calamity grade. Dimensional zones. Calamity zones. No matter how I think about it, these two are related. Perhaps dimensional zones are the key to my advancement to the Calamity grade, Zhou thought to himself. But as he hadn't heard of any Calamity creatures appearing recently, he didn't have the chance to observe it even if he wanted to. In the next few days, Sheng kept negotiating with Wood and company, but Wood and company weren't willing to compromise on some key issues. There was no progress in the negotiations. Finally, Wood raised a condition for Zhou Wen to attempt the Venusian Dimensional Zone again. He was not to use any other companion beasts, and could only use Heavenly Robe. If Zhou Wen could clear it, they were willing to compromise. Chapter 14 for the Unbelievable Heavenly Robe.
It looks like the Kate family has been suspicious of the Heavenly Robe's effects from the beginning. They have long planned to make this request, and to do it now. If we don't agree to this condition that seems to be beneficial to us at this step in the negotiations, it's equivalent to telling them that there's a problem with the Heavenly Robe. When the time comes, I'm afraid no one will buy our Heavenly Robe. But if we agree...
And Sheng paused for a moment, to which Zhou Wen replied,
Then agree to it.
And Sheng was taken aback.
Young master, didn't you say that only companion beasts with high luck can bring out the effects of the Heavenly Robe? Now, the Kate family wants you to only use the Heavenly Robe. How are you going to clear it? That's not a problem. If they want to see the Heavenly Robe, let them. I can now achieve the same effect even without the Heavenly Robe,
Zhou Wen said.
I see. That's great. In that case, I need to work harder.
And Sheng's eyes revealed a cold glint. Zhou Wen knew that it wouldn't be wrong to leave such matters to Sheng. He wouldn't suffer any losses, so all he needed to do was prepare to clear the dungeon. After a day, Sheng had already finished negotiating with Wood and company. Zhou Wen could do the attempt, but other than the essence crystal mine, the Kate family needed to provide an additional 100 tons of essence crystals. This 100 tons of essence crystals was equivalent to a deposit. After Zhou Wen completed the test, they would hand over the essence crystal mine. Under Sheng's arrangements, Zhou Wen signed a contract with the Kate family's representative. If Zhou Wen couldn't rely on Heavenly Robe to clear the Venusian Dimensional Zone and enter the rankings, he would have to pay an additional 100 tons of essence crystals for the breach of contract. The moment the contract was signed, the Kate family released the contract's content through their official channels. If Zhou Wen couldn't do it and refused to refund the deposit, the entire Federation would know of this matter. Even if the Yin family did refund the essence crystals, it would deal a huge blow to Zhou Wen and Luoyang's and family's reputation. It would still spell quite a loss and setback. Regardless, Zhou Wen had to clear it.
Zhou Wen actually agreed to the Kate family's request.
Xiao Luchuan wore a look of surprise after reading the press release. Anyone would find it unbelievable that a terror-grade companion beast, Heavenly Robe, could perfectly withstand a calamity-grade attack. There had to be other supplementary means and companion beast abilities augmenting it to reach that level. Many people had the same thoughts as Xiao Luchuan. After Zhang Chuanqiu finished reading, he revealed a pensive expression. Clearly, he didn't believe that a terror-grade Heavenly Robe could clear the Venusian Dimensional Zone. However, Zhou Wen had agreed to such a request. This left Zhang Chuanqiu somewhat puzzled. With the same question in mind, many people focused on the cube, hoping to see how Zhou Wen would handle it. Zhou Wen didn't make them wait too long. Soon, the cube lit up and a projection of the Venusian Dimensional Zone's external platform appeared. Zhou Wen, who was wearing the Heavenly Robe, stood on the platform. He was only wearing the Heavenly Robe. Apart from that, he didn't have anything else on him. He didn't even have accessories like rings. He looked extremely clean and tidy. Here it comes. Could it be that the Heavenly Robe is really that effective against the calamity creature in Venus? Xiao Luchuan found it unbelievable when he saw Zhou Wen's attire. He clearly didn't plan on using other companion beasts. The Kate family paid more attention to this battle. If Heavenly Robe could really perfectly dodge the calamity-grade attack, they naturally wanted to obtain it. Ignoring the value of being on the rankings, just dodging a calamity-grade attack made it priceless. However, they were also very suspicious. If it really had such powerful abilities, why did Zhou Wen want to sell it? Although the reason given by the Yin family made sense, they were still somewhat suspicious. Zhou Wen dripped his blood to activate the Venusian Dimensional Zone as everyone watched him enter. Upon seeing the metal guard, Zhou Wen summoned Sword Pill and killed it with one strike. Large numbers of metal guards rushed out and were wiped out by Zhou Wen in the blink of an eye. Their bullets couldn't injure him at all. After a golden battle god rushed out, the bullets that shot out could only circle around Zhou Wen without touching him. Zhou Wen charged forward and killed it with one strike. He didn't even dodge the bullet. The 6 golden battle gods were killed by Zhou Wen, and a companion egg dropped. It made one envious and jealous. Zhou Wen put away the companion egg and charged into the tunnel. Zhang Yuji and company, who were watching the cube's live broadcast, couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, it was still doubtful if the Terror-grade Heavenly Robe could single-handedly block a Calamity-grade bullet. Bang! After the gunshot, a Calamity-grade bullet appeared around Zhou Wen. It spun around him like a bolt of lightning. It looked very similar to Zhou Wen's previous attempts at clearing the level, perhaps even stronger. Previously, It was only the sure kill bullet that had spun around Zhou, but now, even the bullets at the beginning were spinning around him. Zhou ignored the bullets as he quickly traversed the tunnel and headed for the Golden Palace. Bang! Bang! Gunshots sounded as bullets appeared around Zhou one after another, but they could only circle around him and failed to injure him, nor could they stop him from advancing. Zhou was very fast. Before the sure kill 7th bullet shot out, he had already arrived in front of the Golden Palace. But Zhou stopped in front of the stairs just like Immortal. He didn't ascend the Golden Palace, but waited for the 7th bullet to arrive. Bang! The sure kill 7th shot finally sounded as a bullet with lightning sparks appeared around Zhou. It was more dazzling than the halo formed by the other 6 bullets. Zhou stood there without moving, allowing the 7 bullets to circle around him. That heavenly robe can actually perfectly restrain the calamity-grade bullets. It wasn't just the Cape family. Many people who had been very interested in the heavenly robe widened their eyes. This wasn't the end. Zhou, who had already proven his heavenly robe's abilities, still hadn't left. The calamity-grade bullets kept firing over, but none of them could injure Zhou. When the second round of sure kill bullets circled around Zhou, the Overseer Manor's phone and Insheng's phones nearly exploded from all the ringing. Zhou didn't use any other companion beasts, nor did he use any offensive or defensive means. This undoubtedly meant that the heavenly robe was the best of the best. It had unbelievable dodging abilities. Obtaining it not only allowed one to enter the rankings, but it also greatly ensured their safety. How could anyone who had the means to acquire it not want it? Instantly, the Overseer Manor's phone was busier than a particular brand's after-sales service call. At that moment, Zhou finally walked up the stairs and arrived in front of the Golden Palace. The scene that happened next drove people crazy. Zhou's name appeared on the rankings, but it wasn't a 3-star. Behind his name were 5 shiny golden stars. Furthermore, he was ranked first, squeezing out Immortal, who had only been in first place for a few days. Thankfully, only one phone connection could be established at any one time. Otherwise, the Overseer Manor would definitely be flooded with calls. Chapter 1405 Essence Crystal Mine.
Adjutant, when is it convenient for Mr. Zhou? Let's trade the heavenly robe as soon as possible.
Wood and the other representatives of the Cape family couldn't sit still any longer. They took the initiative to look for Insheng.
Sorry, something happened here.
Insheng wore a difficult expression.
What's wrong?
Wood asked patiently, but he was already burning with anxiety. After watching Zhou's performance, everyone believed that the heavenly robe was an excellent grade companion beast. The master of the Cape family had already ordered them to bring it back as soon as possible.
Well, someone offered a higher price than your family. As you know, my young master is already a little impatient with your many requests. Furthermore, others are handing over the physical goods directly.
Insheng stammered.
Adjutant, we do have a contract. With the in-family status, you wouldn't go so far as to violate the contract for such trivial gains, right?
Wood immediately reeled in anxiety. He also knew that the display of Heavenly Robe's abilities was shocking. Furthermore, the cube had given a 5-star evaluation, allowing Zhou to reach first place. Who in the Federation didn't want the Heavenly Robe? The headlines of the various media outlets were all reporting about Zhou and Heavenly Robe. Anyone with the means was probably eyeing the Heavenly Robe now.
We don't want to break the contract either, but you know the abilities of the League of Guardians. Now that they want the Heavenly Robe, do we dare not give it to them?
Insheng sighed.
So what if it's the League of Guardians? Even if Immortal himself comes, he has to be reasonable, right? Why don't we do this? Adjutant, get Mr. Zhou to complete the handover as soon as possible. If the League of Guardians wants to force it, get them to cause trouble for our Cape family,
Wood said.
The risk we take is too great.
Insheng looked conflicted.
Adjutant, help us settle this matter. The Cape family definitely won't treat you unfairly. This is a token from our Cape family.
Wood stuffed something into Insheng's hands.
No. This isn't appropriate, right?
Insheng said, but he turned sideways and unzipped a pocket on his jacket with one hand. Wood had already requested permission several times. Now, it wasn't just Wood. The upper echelons of the Cape family were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have just bought the Heavenly Robe back then without all the fuss. However, by making a fuss, the price they had to pay now was 10% higher than before. Even so, the Cape family was willing to pay. They were now afraid that Zhou wouldn't sell the Heavenly Robe to them. From their point of view, it was only because the family needed a large number of essence crystals for the accelerator. Otherwise, no faction would exchange such a companion beast for essence crystals. Finally, they reached a new agreement. Even an important member of the Cape family, Woods, rushed over overnight and prepared to personally receive the Heavenly Robe.
As long as we can bring the Heavenly Robe back, it will all be worth it. We have to be fast and not delay any further. Otherwise, the problem with the Essence Crystal Mine will be exposed. When the time comes, it won't be that easy to exchange for the heavenly robe again.
When Woods arrived, the family head's exhortations were still ringing in his ears. Woods knew that this matter couldn't be delayed. After rushing to Luoyang, he immediately contacted Sheng and Zhou went to head to the Essence Crystal Mine with him to carry out the transaction. The location of the Essence Crystal Mine wasn't very far from Luoyang. Coincidentally, it was near Guide City. The Dimensional Zone was originally under Guide City's jurisdiction, but it was no longer inhabited. There were dimensional zones everywhere. I never expected there to be an Essence Crystal Mine here. Zhou wasn't unfamiliar with this place. His grandfather had brought him here a few times when he was young. Back then, this was a mausoleum. It had turned into a valley at some point in time. Flowers bloomed everywhere in the valley, as butterflies fluttered in the air. As there were many dimensional zones nearby, there were many breakout creatures everywhere. The nearby humans had long moved away and headed for relatively large human cities. The vicinity was uninhabited. Woods led Zhou and company into the valley. It was unknown when the valley had become a dimensional zone. Strangely, there were only ordinary butterflies in the valley. There wasn't a single dimensional creature.
The reserves of essence crystals here are plenty. Furthermore, the essence crystal mine is very close to the surface, and the purity is high.
As Woods led the way, he explained. Soon, everyone saw exposed essence crystal ores on the nearby mountain wall. And Sheng hurriedly got the experts to investigate. The preliminary conclusion was better than what the Cape family had said. The reserves here were probably far more than a few thousand tons. Although Woods looked calm on the surface, he felt uneasy. He knew that this place looked good, but at a certain time, it wouldn't be as beautiful and peaceful as it was now. He was now hoping that Sheng and company would quickly finish the inspection and complete the handover so that they wouldn't notice anything. Zhou had only taken a casual look and didn't discover any problems, but the emotional fluctuations in Woods' heart were too intense. It triggered Truth Listener's inner thoughts. Soon, Zhou knew that the Cape family didn't have any good intentions. This place wasn't as peaceful as it looked. It's no wonder the Cape family doesn't mind it themselves. So there's actually something odd about it. Zhou wasn't angry. After all, he and Sheng didn't have any good intentions either. The heavenly robe wasn't as perfect as it looked. Zhou remained unperturbed as he circled the valley. After weighing the pros and cons, he planned on pretending not to know anything and continue completing the deal. Woods' heart was in his throat while Zhou wandered around, but he pretended to not care and didn't rush Zhou and Sheng. It had to be said that Woods was indeed a wily old fox. He was extremely worried, but his expression remained stoic. If not for Truth Listener's ability, Zhou wouldn't have been able to tell that there was anything wrong. After all, even Sheng couldn't tell what was wrong, much less someone as inexperienced as Zhou.
Mr. Zhou, Adjutant, are there any problems?
Woods said when Zhou and Sheng returned. And Sheng looked at Zhou. Clearly, he hadn't discovered any problems. He was very satisfied with the reserves and purity of the essence crystals here, nor did he discover any potential danger factors in the dimensional zone.
Mr. Woods, you should know that I'm from Guide City, right?
Zhou said with a faint smile. Woods' heart skipped a beat, but his expression didn't change at all. He said with a smile,
I've heard that Guide City is indeed an illustrious place. To be able to produce someone like Mr. Zhou and such an essence crystal mine means that this place is extraordinary. Unfortunately, our Cape family's base is in the West District. Otherwise, we would have come here to develop.
Chapter 1406 Completing the Transaction.
Since you know that I'm from Guide City, do you think I'm unaware that this place was originally Master Zhuang's mausoleum?
Zhou said coldly.
Is there a problem with this being Master Zhuang's mausoleum?
Woods asked in puzzlement.
As one of the representatives of Taoism, will such a dimensional zone be as safe as it looks? I'm just afraid that we might end up dying here before we get to mine the essence crystal ores here.
Zhou left some leeway, as he still wanted to close the deal. Woods turned somewhat nervous when he heard Zhou say that. If Zhou really noticed something amiss, it would be impossible for him to return with the heavenly robe.
Mr. Zhou, you can't have your subjective thoughts color the issue. It's been quite a while since our discovery of the essence crystal ores. As you can see, there's no problem here. If you don't believe me, you can stay another 2 days, or even attempt to mine the essence crystals. Our Cape family will definitely not lie and do something that's at odds with the contract.
Woods said solemnly.
Then we'll do as you say. We'll stay here for a few more days. If there's really no problem, I'll transfer the heavenly robe to you immediately.
Zhou said indifferently. Woods cried inwardly. He only wanted to dispel Zhou's doubts verbally, but he never expected Zhou to really choose to stay for a few days. If that happened, something would probably happen.
Of course.
Although Woods said that, he was burning with anxiety. He was thinking about how he could get Zhou Wen to hand over the heavenly robe as soon as possible.
Ah Sheng, make some preparations. Find a good place to set up camp and entertain Mr. Woods and the rest. They are guests from afar. We can't slight them,
Zhou Wen said to Sheng. And Sheng understood what Zhou Wen was getting at, and got someone to find a place to set up camp. He even got someone to return to transport supplies over, as though they wanted to stay here permanently. Woods was anxious, but there was nothing he could do.
Mr. Zhou, you can stay here and watch for as many days as you want, but we can't keep delaying this deal, right? We know that you aren't the kind of person who abides by contracts, but you have to give us a deadline, right? The family head is still waiting. We have to return and answer to him.
Woods patiently beat around the bush.
Then let's give it 5 days. As long as nothing happens in these 5 days, I'll immediately transfer the heavenly robe to you and complete our deal,
Zhou Wen said. Woods knew that they couldn't wait 5 days. In another 4 days, this dimensional zone would undergo an anomaly. When that happened, everything would be for naught. However, Woods couldn't think of any way to get Zhou Wen to immediately transfer the heavenly robe to him. Just as Woods' brain was about to steam from an overdrive, an officer suddenly rushed over on a companion beast. He looked extremely disheveled and had several injuries. He looked like he had just been in a massive battle.
Young Master One, Adjutant, and bad news. A large number of breakout creatures have appeared in Dragon Gate Grotto. Governor Qin is leading the Sunset Army to mount a full defense. There are heavy casualties. Please return immediately to provide support.
The officer jumped off his companion beast and rushed to Zhou Wen as he stumbled and shouted.
What?
Zhou Wen and Sheng were alarmed as they got up to return.
Mr. Zhou, you can't leave. According to our agreement, we have already led you to the Essence Crystal Mine. Before you hand over the heavenly robe companion beast, you mustn't leave this place.
Woods and company immediately stopped Zhou Wen. At that moment, Woods was overjoyed. Heaven is really helping me.
Young Master One, why don't you stay here? I'll lead the others back to provide support.
And Sheng said anxiously.
Adjutant, that won't do. Governor Qin said that a calamity creature might appear. Young Master One has to return. Otherwise, I'm afraid Luoyang won't hold. Young Master One, quickly return. It will be too late if you delay any further.
The officer was about to cry.
Young Master One.
And Sheng looked at Zhou Wen anxiously. Zhou Wen was still hesitant.
This was Master Zhuang's mausoleum in the past. I have a nagging feeling that things aren't that simple here. Sigh, Mr. Zhou, you are really overthinking things. Why don't we do this? Now that Luoyang is in trouble, we will give you a hand. We still have a portion of the essence crystals left, so we can give them to you. There are also some companion eggs here. Take them back with you as a token of our appreciation. We hope to help Luoyang tide through this crisis.
Woods pointed into the valley and said,
This place is only so big. You can see everything at a glance. If there's anything amiss, you would have long seen it. Even if you can't see it, with so many people walking around, something would have already happened if there was danger. If you are still worried, you can circle around the area a few more times and confirm that there's no problem. After the deal is completed, we will go to Luoyang with you to help you resist the breakout creatures. We can also stay in Luoyang for a few days. If there's really a problem, it won't be too late for you to come back to us.
Now, all Woods wanted to do was get the heavenly robe in his hands as soon as possible. He would leave the rest to later.
Young Master One, the bigger picture is more important.
And Sheng urged anxiously when he saw Zhou Wen still hesitating.
All right, let's do as Mr. Woods says.
Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and walked to him. He held Woods' hand and said, seemingly touched,
I'll cut the niceties, but thank you for your help. Mr. Woods, you're really a nice guy.
Without waiting for Woods to say a word, Zhou Wen released his grip and said to Sheng,
Ah Sheng, quickly move everything back. We'll head back immediately to provide support. Mr. Zhou, about the heavenly robe.
Woods was a little anxious.
I'll get them to move the things. I'll transfer it to you now,
Zhou Wen said as he began circulating his essence energy. His face flushed red, as though he was using a forbidden ability. Seeing that Zhou Wen was about to transfer the heavenly robe, Woods didn't think it was right to stop Sheng and company from moving things. All he could do was stand in front of Zhou Wen and wait for him to transfer the heavenly robe. As transferring a companion beast required one to pay a considerable price, Woods felt that even if Zhou Wen had any special abilities, it was impossible for him to do so without paying a price. It was normal for Zhou Wen to look like this. Zhou Wen constantly circulated his essence energy, but he had no intention of doing the deed. When they finished moving most of the things, Woods couldn't help but ask only for Zhou Wen to suddenly reach out and press his hand on his chest. Here it comes. Woods immediately swallowed the words he was about to say and waited to receive the companion beast. However, after waiting for a while, He saw Zhou Wen's face turn redder and redder. However, Woods didn't sense any companion beast transfer. As for the things there, and Sheng and company had almost finished moving them. Woods felt that something was amiss. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Zhou Wen roar. Go! Woods immediately felt a force enter his body, as the energy of a companion beast surged into his body. He was immediately overjoyed. Soon, the companion beast was transferred to Woods. Zhou Wen said with a pale face. Mr. Woods, take a look. Is it the companion beast we were talking about? Don't make a mistake. There's nothing wrong about it. Perfect. It's a Terror-grade Deva companion beast. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Are you all right? Woods repeatedly made confirmation. The skill was the same as what was written in the contract. He was still worried, so he summoned it, and wore the robe transformed from the Deva. Seeing that it was identical to what Zhou Wen wore, he felt relieved. Since we have closed the deal, I'll head back to provide support. Let's do business again, if there's a chance in the future. Zhou Wen completed the handover and signed off the contract with Woods before leaving with Sheng. Chapter 1407, with Heavenly Robe in hand. Ouch. Woods was overjoyed. Although he had paid more in the end, as long as he could obtain the Heavenly Robe, everything was worth it. Mr. Woods, something seems amiss. Why did Zhou Wen and company leave so quickly without getting us to join them in Luoyang? Woods said suspiciously. However, Woods seemed to be overly excited. The Heavenly Robe is real. There won't be any problems. Besides, if we were to go to Luoyang, would they dare to really allow us to join them? When the time comes, not only will they not get help, but they will also have to get someone to watch us. Cut the chatter. Quick, let's test the Heavenly Robe's abilities. Woods stroked the Heavenly Robe on his body with an eager expression. Woods summoned a bow and aimed it at Woods, but he didn't dare to aim at his vital spots. All he did was shoot at his arm. With a whoosh, the arrow tore through the air and arrived in front of Woods. Woods didn't dodge. When the arrow arrived in front of him, the Heavenly Robe moved autonomously, pulling his body to dodge the arrow. Ha ha, as expected of the Heavenly Robe. With this robe in hand, it will be easy for our Cape family to enter the rankings. In the future, even if a calamity-grade expert wants to make things difficult for our Cape family, with this robe around, we might still have the strength to put up a fight. Come, shoot a few more arrows at me. Let me experience the magical power of the Heavenly Robe, said Woods excitedly. When Woods saw that the Heavenly Robe was indeed magical, he was overjoyed. He immediately drew his bow and strafed a few arrows without any worries. As he had confirmed that the Heavenly Robe was indeed useful, Woods didn't target any special spots. He just randomly shot them at Woods. Woods stood there without any intention of dodging. He believed that since the Heavenly Robe had allowed him to dodge the first arrow, and the subsequent arrows had the same strength as the first arrow, it would be impossible for him not to dodge them. However, how could he know that the Heavenly Robe had a dodge chance? He was lucky to trigger the Heavenly Robe's lucky dodge for the first arrow, but without the augmentation of lucky equipment, the Heavenly Robe's dodge chance wasn't high. Everyone was in a festive mood as they waited for the Heavenly Robe to showcase its magical powers. However, they suddenly heard Woods scream. Out of the 8 arrows that Woods shot out, 5 of them hit Woods, of which 4 hit the Heavenly Robe. Being Terror-grade equipment, the Heavenly Robe's defense was pretty good, allowing it to block 4 arrows. However, 1 arrow hit Woods' face. There was nothing obstructing it. It shot right into his nose, causing him to fall to the ground and roll around in pain. How can this be? Wood and company were dumbfounded. After they reacted, they hurriedly ran to Woods and pulled out the arrow to treat his injuries. Woods, is this Heavenly Robe fake? Did you check it properly? Woods' expression changed as he looked at the bloody hole in Woods' nose. It's not fake. The information transmitted by the Heavenly Robe isn't wrong. It's a Terror-grade Heavenly Robe. It does have the ability to dodge. As you saw just now, the first arrow was dodged by the Heavenly Robe. But how did the subsequent arrows? Woods was alarmed and unsure. He repeatedly confirmed the information transmitted by the Heavenly Robe. All the skills and abilities were identical to the one Zhou Wen had written in the contract. Their levels weren't bad either. Try sensing the detailed information of those skills again. See if there's any problem based on whatever you can sense, Woods said. Woods hurriedly sensed the information. After a while, his expression turned ugly as his body began to tremble. This dodging skill has a certain chance. Not all attacks can be dodged. We've been scammed. Woods was trembling in anger. How did this happen? How did Zhou Wen use it to dodge all the calamity-grade attacks? Wood asked in a daze. He now understood that they had been fooled. There were probably no breakout creatures in Luoyang. Zhou Wen and company were deliberately scamming them. How would I know? Woods was beyond tears. He suddenly struggled to get up and took out his phone to call Sheng. As he called, he said hatefully.
No, this matter isn't over between us and the Yin family. We have to make them give us an explanation.
After the phone rang a few times, and Sheng's voice sounded.
Mr. Woods, do you have any business to offer us? And Sheng, that heavenly robe can't dodge attacks 100%. You guys were pulling off a scam,
said Woods angrily. Although he knew that being angry was useless, he couldn't hold it in. They originally thought that they had exchanged an unminable mine for a huge bargain, but they never expected that the thing they had exchanged for was equally useless. They had even lost nearly 200 tons of essence crystals. He originally only needed to pay an additional 100 tons, but with the bribe he had given Sheng and Zhou Wen's subsequent scam, it was almost worth an additional 100 tons. And Sheng said calmly,
Mr. Woods, please don't say that. Our Yin family has always been trustworthy. It's impossible for us to sell you fake goods. Is the level and ability of the heavenly robe identical to what's written in the contract? If there's no discrepancy, how can it be a fake companion beast? But this heavenly robe only has a chance of dodging. Even a mythical attack can't be completely dodged, much less a calamity-grade attack,
said Woods in exasperation.
Oh, you're talking about that. Of course. The dodging ability of the heavenly robe requires the augmentation of the luck stat. The higher the luck stat, the higher the success rate of dodging. If you need it, we also have luck companion beasts for sale,
and Sheng said. Woods, Wood, and company were taken aback when they heard that. Wood said in disbelief.
It still needs the augmentation of the luck stat? Didn't Zhou Wen only use heavenly robe previously? How did he dodge all of them? Mr. Woods, you can't make such a comparison. My young master is a lucky person blessed by the heavens. He received the favor and care of the heavens, and was born with abundant luck. No matter how low the chances are, it's 100% chance when it comes to my young master. However, it's different for ordinary people. They still need some lucky equipment to achieve the ideal effect of the heavenly robe.
And Sheng's words were clearly saying,
How can you unlucky fools compare to my young master? Don't you know what kind of trash you are? Adjutant, are you sure that lucky equipment can increase the dodge chance? What kind of lucky equipment can achieve a 100% dodge chance?
Wood suppressed the urge to curse Sheng and asked softly.
Of course I'm sure. If you don't believe me, you can experiment with lucky equipment. As for how many luck stat augmentations are needed, I know that too well. Previously, my young master had bought quite a lot of lucky equipment. It was thanks to that equipment that he was able to reach a 100% dodge chance. Now that the heavenly robe has been sold to you, those lucky companion beasts are useless. If you want them, I can persuade my young master to transfer them to you. I'll definitely give you a discount on the price. After all, you are old customers.
And Sheng said,
I'll give it a try first. We'll talk about the luck companion beast later.
Woods hung up and braced himself to contact the head of the Cape family to tell him the entire story.
Come back and try using the luck companion beasts first before we discuss the necessary countermeasures.
The Cape's family head knew that it was pointless saying anything now. All he could do was let them return first. If they could achieve a 100% dodge chance with the augmentation of the luck stat, it wasn't unacceptable. Chapter 1408 It's really nothing. After the heavenly robe was brought back to the Cape family by Woods, they quickly experimented. After using luck companion beasts to augment it, its dodge chance increased, but it was still far from 100%. However, they confirmed that the luck stat had an augmentation effect on the heavenly robe's dodge chance. And Sheng wasn't lying. However, as there were very few lucky companion beasts to begin with, the typical person would hatch them upon obtaining one. Therefore, the Cape family didn't have any luck companion eggs available. They could only buy them on the market. However, when they wanted to buy luck companion eggs, they realized that they couldn't buy any on the market with luck stat and skills. There were only a few luck companion eggs on sale. Even those at the legendary and epic stage were sold at astronomical prices.
Damn it! It must be those bastards from the Yin family.
Woods cursed hatefully.
We should have known this long ago. Since the heavenly robe has such a requirement, Zhou Wen must have already plundered all the luck companion eggs on the market. It's normal for the price of luck companion beasts to increase.
The Cape family head thought for a moment and said,
However, as long as we can gather enough luck equipment and make the heavenly robe dodge chances 100%, everything will be worth it. Let's talk to the Yin family and see if we can buy luck companion beasts from them. We have to try our best to buy the luck companion beasts from other places as well. I reckon the Yin family won't sell all their luck companion beasts to us.
At this point, the Cape family head could only continue. Otherwise, the heavenly robe he had spent a large sum of money to buy would be useless. It could even be said to be trash. The heavenly robe's defense was much weaker than armor of the same level. Its dodge chance wasn't 100%, so it was unknown when one would be hit if they wore it. Who dared to use their lives to test their luck? It was equivalent to being useless. Now, they still believed that the heavenly robe could achieve a 100% dodge chance. After all, Zhou had relied on the heavenly robe on clearing the dungeon. There was unlikely to be anything wrong with that assumption. They were right, but unfortunately, they didn't know that the augmentation of ordinary lucky equipment could only increase the dodge chance to a very high percentage, but it wouldn't ever reach 100%. One needed Wang Lu's invincible lucky star to obtain a 100% dodge chance. The Cape family contacted Ensheng again and proposed to buy some luck companion beasts. However, the price Ensheng offered nearly made them curse.
Adjutant, the heavenly robe was bought from you. Luck companion beasts should be considered accessories. It's not appropriate for you to demand such a high price, right? If this matter were to spread, would anyone dare to do business with the Yin family in the future?
Wood, who was in charge of this matter, said as he suppressed his anger. As for Woods, he had been temporarily abandoned by the Cape family due to his previous mistake. Wood was fully in charge of buying luck companion beasts.
We strictly followed the contract and completed the transaction. We didn't do anything against our conscience. There's nothing we can't let others know. Besides, there are countless people vying for a good item like the heavenly robe. You shouldn't go against your conscience and smear it, right?
Ensheng said with a chuckle. Wood was first taken aback before he understood what Ensheng meant. He immediately felt choked. Ensheng's meaning was very clear. Now that the heavenly robe was in the hands of the Cape family, if they revealed the problem with the heavenly robe, its value would crash. It would also let others know the weakness of the heavenly robe. The Cape family would end up being on the losing end. If the Cape family didn't tell others, others would still be afraid of the heavenly robe. Perhaps there would be a chance to sell it in the future. Wood had no choice but to suppress his anger and negotiate with Ensheng. This was because there were too few luck companion beasts that could be bought on the market. No matter how angry he was, he could only buy them from the Yin family. Otherwise, the heavenly robe would only be a piece of terror-grade equipment with ordinary effects.
Has the heavenly robe been sold to the Cape family?
As Zhou was grinding dungeons, Wang Lu called.
The companion eggs have been sold? How much did you get?
Zhou immediately knew that the Cape family had definitely bought a luck companion egg from Wang Lu.
Only a few dozen times more expensive than the purchase price.
Wang Lu answered easily. After knowing that Zhou was selling the heavenly robe, she began acquiring all the luck companion eggs on the market. Most of them were in her hands.
Now that you've earned so much, the debt I owe you should be written off, right?
Zhou said with a smile.
Those are two separate matters. Furthermore, I earned it with my own abilities. Why should I count it as payment?
Wang Lu curled her lips.
You've earned so much, yet you're still so greedy?
Zhou was helpless.
You're already first on the rankings, but aren't you still working hard to advance?
Wang Lu paused and asked.
How's little Chan? She's still on the moon. Don't worry. I just went to visit her 2 days ago, and she's learning from Lady Supreme Yin. Lady Supreme Yin is an impressive existence. If little Chan learns from her, there's a high chance that she will become an impressive figure in the future.
Zhou had indeed visited Wang Chan, but her situation wasn't as optimistic as he had said. Wang Chan had suffered quite a bit under Lady Supreme Yin. She cried and shouted about returning with Zhou. It wasn't easy for Zhou to get her to continue staying there.
That's good. I don't really have extravagant hopes that she will become an impressive figure. As long as she won't be troubled by misfortune in the future and can live happily, that's enough.
Wang Lu also knew that Wang Chan definitely wouldn't have it easy. Success didn't come easy in this world. To be able to follow a powerhouse at the level of Lady Supreme Yin was indeed an opportunity for Wang Chan. If Wang Chan could control her abilities in the future, be it for Wang Chan herself or the entire Wang family, it would be an excellent outcome.
By the way, when are you going to repay the debt you owe me? Don't just give me lip service every time, all right?
Wang Lu said.
Have you had dinner?
Zhou asked after some thought.
Not yet. Why? Do you want to treat me to dinner? You are still in Luoyang, so you won't make it in time, right?
As Wang Lu spoke, she suddenly heard a knock on the door.
Didn't I say not to call me over for dinner?
Wang Lu said in puzzlement. There was no answer from the door. The person outside continued knocking.
I already said not today.
As Wang Lu spoke, she opened the door. Before she could finish her sentence, she was stunned. The person standing outside the door was Zhou.
It shouldn't be too late to treat you to dinner, right?
Zhou asked with a smile. After advancing to the terror grade, the teleportation accuracy of Singularity Universe was much higher with the activation of the disqualified. Typically, teleportation only had a deviation of 20 to 30 kilometers. Zhou's luck was pretty good this time. He landed only a few kilometers away from Wang Lu's house, so he quickly rushed over with instant transmission.
That depends on what you are treating me to. I'm very picky, Wan Lu said with a smile. I'll do the cooking. It should be alright,
Zhou Wen said as he took out utensils and ingredients from the chaos bead. He set up a stove in the yard and quickly made a few dishes. He even took out the sake wine that Ensheng had prepared for him and decorated the dining table beautifully. Seeing Wan Lu walk over, Zhou Wen hurriedly went over and pulled out a chair for her. Wan Lu sat down and looked at the spread that Zhou Wen had meticulously prepared. She curled her lips and said,
Speak. What's the matter? How can there be anything the matter? I'm just treating you to a meal,
Zhou Wen said.
If you don't want to say it now, don't say it today. I don't like to hear nonsense while eating.
Wan Lu rolled her eyes at him.
Ahem. Actually, it's really nothing serious. I just haven't been very lucky recently. I keep failing at fusion when I'm gaming. I want to rub off some good luck from you,
Zhou Wen said with a light cough. Chapter 1409 Am Not Your Tool.
Dream on,
Wan Lu said through gritted teeth.
Just pretend I didn't say anything. Hurry up and eat.
Zhou Wen had no choice but to give up. Over the past 2 days, Zhou Wen had finally obtained a mutated Overlord Snake Companion egg. Ensheng had also helped him collect some relatively suitable companion eggs. However, considering the low success rate from before, it was very difficult to fuse Ever Victorious and Unstoppable with just one mutated Overlord Snake. If he had Wan Lu's luck, the success rate would be much higher. However, if Wan Lu wasn't willing, Zhou Wen wouldn't force her. He would try fusing again when he returned.
How's the Wang family's situation now? If you need help, just inform me.
Zhou Wen sat down opposite Wan Lu and uncapped the wine. He poured a glass for Wan Lu and one for himself.
It's not a problem to survive, but the Wang family hasn't found a path that we can call our own. Standing at a fork in the road, we don't know how to proceed.
Wan Lu smiled and raised her wine glass, clinking it gently with Zhou Wen's.
Cut the crap. How did you get on the rankings? Don't tell me you relied on Heavenly Robe. I've mastered a spatial circulation skill. The effects are similar to Heavenly Robe. It can prevent the calamity-grade bullets from injuring me.
Zhou Wen answered truthfully.
It's no wonder you don't need my invincible lucky star,
said Wan Lu.
It's not that I don't need it. After all, it's yours. How can I keep hoarding it? Besides, you have to keep safe. With the invincible lucky star and Heavenly Robe, at least you won't be injured so easily in the future,
Zhou Wen said.
Has the sun risen in the west? You are actually worried about me?
Wan Lu looked at Zhou Wen with a faint smile.
Of course. If anything happens to you, who can lend me their luck?
Zhou Wen said. If looks could kill, Zhou Wen would probably have been diced by Wan Lu's gaze.
Go to hell. Don't come looking for me again. I'm not your tool,
Wan Lu said through gritted teeth as she stood up angrily. Zhou Wen hurriedly went over to press down on her shoulders and made her sit down again.
Don't be angry. I didn't mean that. Even if you don't have luck, I don't wish for you to be injured. Luck and whatnot are just a bonus. If you don't like it, you don't have to lend it to me,
Zhou Wen hurriedly explained.
Humph, that's more like it.
Only then did Wan Lu sit down and continue eating. The two of them chatted about what had happened during their school days, and recalled their beautiful youth. Zhou Wen didn't mention using Wan Lu's luck again. He wasn't someone who liked to force things.
Do you still have records of the debt?
Zhou Wen asked Wan Lu after the meal.
It's all in my notebook. Don't even think about reneging on it.
Wan Lu took out a small notebook from her pocket and patted it smugly.
Alright, let's strike off one using today's meal, and I'll slowly repay the rest in the future. I have to return now.
Zhou Wen packed his things and prepared to return to Luoyang. He couldn't leave Luoyang for too long during Tianzuo's absence.
Hey!
Just as Zhou Wen was about to leave, Wan Lu stopped him.
What?
Zhou Wen turned to look at Wan Lu.
Don't you find it cloying to eat so much meat? Eat an apple to detox your stomach.
Wan Lu threw a clean apple at Zhou Wen.
I don't like apples.
Zhou Wen really didn't like apples.
Eat it.
Wan Lu glared.
Why are you glaring at me? I'll eat it, alright?
Zhou Wen took a bite. It was rather sweet. Zhou Wen waved his hand as he ate the apple.
I'm returning. I'll pay you back your meals another time. I'll be waiting.
Wan Lu smiled. Zhou Wen teleported back to Luoyang, but his luck wasn't good. He landed more than 15 kilometers away. Thankfully, this distance was nothing to Zhou Wen. He quickly returned to Luoyang. Since I can't borrow Wan Lu's luck, I can only fuse them myself. However, I can't have too much hope. I just need to fuse Ever Victorious or Unstoppable. I don't have any extravagant hopes of having both skills. Now, Tyrant Behemoth had 4 skills: Penetration, Tearing, Armor Breaker, and Poison Fang. Apart from Poison Fang, the other 3 skills were good skills that could increase its destructive power. Let's see if I can fuse Unstoppable. Zhou placed the companion egg on it. As he had 2 unstoppable companion eggs thanks to Insheng, he could try twice. If he failed to fuse Unstoppable, he could try Ever Victorious next. Although he knew that the chances of both skills succeeding were very low, Zhou still wanted to give it a try. He couldn't bring himself to give up. However, even if he failed this time, it would likely leave behind one of the skills. If he didn't fuse it with other companion eggs, he wouldn't have both skills wiped out. As the Unstoppable companion egg had 3 skills, Zhou didn't dare guarantee that he could fuse Unstoppable on the first try. All he could do was try his luck. After tapping on fusion, Tyrant Behemoth and the companion egg lit up and fused together, leaving only Tyrant Behemoth. Zhou hurriedly looked at Tyrant Behemoth's skills, and was immediately delighted. Tyrant Behemoth's skill had an additional Unstoppable. The other skills didn't change. The Armor Breaker, Penetration, and Ripping that Zhou needed hadn't been wiped out. I succeeded in 1 try. From the looks of it, my luck isn't bad. I have to strike while the iron is hot. Zhou placed the mutated Overlord Snake on it, and clicked on the fusion. Zhou felt a little uneasy. It probably wasn't easy to retain both skills. Furthermore, this mutated Overlord Snake had 2 skills. Apart from Ever Victorious, it also had a Bite skill. It felt like a useless skill. In theory, Bite might replace other skills, so there was still quite a risk. However, since he had the goods, Zhou couldn't feel at ease if he didn't give it a try. As the light lit up, Zhou's heart hung higher and higher, almost jumping out of his throat. When the light dissipated, Tyrant Behemoth appeared again. From its appearance, it was no different from before. Zhou hurriedly looked at its information, and his mouth gaped open. Armor Breaker, Penetration, Ripping, Poison Tooth, Biting, Ever Victorious, Unstoppable. Zhou counted several times. There was no mistake about it. There were a total of 7 skills. Both Ever Victorious and Unstoppable were present. It actually succeeded. There are even 7 skills. Great. Zhou nearly jumped up in joy as though he had eaten a ginseng fruit. He felt refreshed and indescribably comfortable. He hadn't succeeded despite all the fusions in the past. Now, not only had he succeeded, but he had also ended up with 7 skills. Although Poison Fang and Bite didn't seem to be of much use, they were better than nothing. Should I try fusing a bloodline again? With everything going so smoothly today, Zhou was eyeing the bloodline function again. If he succeeded, he could allow Tyrant Behemoth to have 2 life providences. Chapter 14:10 The Great Tyrant Behemoth. Tyrant Behemoth's life providence gave it immense strength, augmenting it greatly. It was very compatible with Tyrant Behemoth, who had absolute strength. Zhou was wondering what life providence he should add to Tyrant Behemoth if he could make it have dual life providences. He wondered whether to add an offensive life providence, a defensive life providence, or a support type life providence. If it was a defensive type, life providences like Undying Body and Unbreakable were very useful. If one could be obtained, it would be of great help to Tyrant Behemoth's survivability. However, the owners of these 2 life providences were Zhou's main companion beasts. Zhou couldn't bear to use them as bloodline materials for Tyrant Behemoth. It was fine if he succeeded, but if he failed, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, Zhou could only choose low-level companion beasts as fodder. Life providences of low-level companion beasts weren't necessarily bad. In fact, many low-level companion beasts had very powerful life providences. It was only because their levels were too low that they couldn't showcase their true might. For example, the mutated Overlord Snake's Born Overlord was a very powerful life providence. It augmented one's physique, especially their strength. Tyrant Behemoth was a strength-type companion beast. If it had the life providence of Born Overlord, its strength would probably be off the charts. There was also the Yin Yang Purple Air Bell's Mountain River Absorption. Coupled with a glutton like Tyrant Behemoth, it would be rather impressive. However, during the fusion process, Zhou had wiped out Tyrant Behemoth's default mountain-consuming skill. Otherwise, it would be a pretty good choice. Apart from that, there was Primordial Spore's Eternal Immortality, and the Great Might Vidra Bull's Extreme Might, Extreme Strength Life Providence, both extremely powerful life providences. However, Zhou really couldn't bear to use these rare companion beasts as supplementary material. They were unique existences that would probably be difficult to find after fusing them. I should check all of my low-level companion beasts. Zhou looked through all the low-level companion beasts he had obtained and saw quite a number of powerful life providences, but there weren't many that were compatible with Tyrant Behemoth. After some choosing, Zhou still felt that Born Overlord or Mountain River Absorption were most suitable. However, Zhou had used all the mutated Overlord Snake companion beasts for skill fusion. He didn't have any on hand. Instead, he had the Yin Yang Purple Air Bell. As its level was relatively low, it was useless now. I'll try using the Yin Yang Purple Air Bell. After all, the success rate of the bloodline function is very low.
If I fail, I'll farm mutated overlord snakes in the future. Zhou found the Yin-Yang purple air bell and placed it in the bloodline fusion column as a material before clicking on fuse. The Yin-Yang purple air bell immediately transformed into a ball of light that flew towards Tyrant Behemoth and fused into its body. Zhou didn't have much hope because he had previously attempted the bloodline function many times to no avail. Today, he was just taking advantage of his good luck and was happy to give it a try. System notice. Tyrant Behemoth has successfully fused a bloodline. Obtain Life Providence, Mountain River Devouring. Activated Tyrant Behemoth Bloodline. Obtain Talent Skill, Mountain Devouring. Obtain Talent Skill, Rampage. Obtain Talent Skill, Behemoth. Zhou was dumbfounded. After a while, he reacted and hurriedly opened Tyrant Behemoth's information. Tyrant Behemoth, Terror, Evolvable. Life Providence, Extreme Strength, Mountain River Absorption. Life Soul, Violent Crown. Wheel of Destiny, Absolute Strength. Terror Form, Tyrant. Strength, 82. Speed, 82. Constitution, 82. Essence Energy, 82. Talent Skill, Mountain Consuming, Rampage, Behemoth, Armor Breaker, Penetration, Ripping, Poison Fang, Bite, Ever Victorious, Unstoppable. Companion Form, Boxing Glove. This is way too strong. Zhou was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. With 10 skills and 2 life providences, Tyrant Behemoth was now a unique excellent grade companion beast. It was almost impossible for it to exist in reality. Zhou couldn't wait to know how powerful Tyrant Behemoth was. After opening the Yang City dungeon and entering the game, Zhou didn't let Tyrant Behemoth turn into a glove, and instead had it appear in its original form. 100-meter-long snake blood spirit rushed out of a blood-bone temple. Tyrant Behemoth took a step forward, and its body instantly became as huge as a mountain. Its claws extended out like lightning and grabbed the snake's neck. The originally gigantic snake body was like a loach in Tyrant Behemoth's claw. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape. The snake's body wrapped around Tyrant Behemoth's arm. Tyrant Behemoth used all its strength to snap the snake's bones, separating the snake's head from its body. Way too violent. With a thought from Zhou, sword beam shot out and struck many blood-bone temples like a storm. Immediately, hundreds of terror-grade blood spirits roared and charged out. Among the blood spirits were many primordial behemoths. They were huge, but in front of Tyrant Behemoth in its behemoth form, they didn't seem big at all. It was as though some ordinary behemoths were attacking a behemoth king. Tyrant Behemoth looked like a super boss, no matter how one looked at it. Zhou watched as Tyrant Behemoth tore the blood spirits into pieces with a swipe of its claws. It swallowed several blood spirits with a single mouthful. Such a boss-like demeanor made him have the urge to fight the boss and loot whatever drops he had. Despite both being at the terror grade, Tyrant Behemoth's suppression of the blood spirits was like a calamity grade suppression of a terror grade creature. It looked like a creature on a completely different level. This fellow is too powerful. My luck is so good today. I should try it again. Zhou got Tyrant Behemoth to kill the blood spirit while he activated the bloodline function. He wanted to see if he could fuse Prison Dragon's life providence. Prison Dragon had the unbreakable life providence. If he gave it a life providence like Vidra body, its defense would definitely rise to a whole new level. Zhou used the Vidra Mullah as material, and used the bloodline function on Prison Dragon. Bloodline fusion failed. Bloodline fusion failed. Bloodline fusion failed. Zhou tried several times, and used up all the Vidra Mullah companion beasts he had, but he failed to succeed. Why is my luck gone just like that? Zhou was somewhat depressed. Tyrant Behemoth was surrounded by hordes of blood spirits. As it was too large, it couldn't deal with every angle. Many blood spirits pounced on it and bit it. Zhou was just about to help Tyrant Behemoth when he suddenly saw a sanguine glow emit from Tyrant Behemoth's body. A blood-colored crown appeared on its head as it opened its mouth and sucked at its surroundings. The surrounding blood spirits were sucked into its bottomless mouth. Without even chewing, it swallowed them. Sick. Despite being at the same terror grade, Zhou felt that Tyrant Behemoth's destructive power was more powerful than his. Chapter 14:11 Drop Galore. Finally, Tyrant Behemoth's killing alarmed the Kuei in the stone temple. The stone temple's door opened as the Kuei lay inside and opened its mouth to roar at Tyrant Behemoth. Rumble. Tyrant Behemoth opened its mouth and wanted to rush forward to devour the Kuei, but unfortunately, before it could reach it, its body was struck by the thunderclap-like roar. Blood gushed out as all the bones in its body constantly shattered. Just as it reached the front of the stone temple, Tyrant Behemoth's body exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. It ultimately failed to withstand the Kuei's sonar wave attack. After all, it's still a terror grade body. Compared to a true calamity grade,
Its physical strength and defense are much weaker. However, Tyrant Behemoth's offensive strength should be infinitely close to the Calamity grade. In its boxing glove form, it should have a chance of killing the Kuei. Zhou wasn't depressed about Tyrant Behemoth not being Kuei's match. He directly used a drop of blood to respawn and revive Tyrant Behemoth in-game before entering Yang City again. This time, Zhou made Tyrant Behemoth turn into the boxing glove. A black boxing glove wrapped around Zhou palm. To his surprise, Tyrant Behemoth's boxing glove form had changed. It was somewhat different from before. In the past, there were 2 ox horn-like spikes at the front of the fist, but now, there were 4 spikes. However, they had become much smaller and extended out from the joints like 4 tusks. When Zhou punched, the 4 tusks would stab into the enemy's body first. Furthermore, the tusks were black-red in color and looked like they contained poison. It was likely caused by the Poison Fang skill. Zhou stormed all the way in and stirred the Kuei again. It roared from the stone temple, but unfortunately, it couldn't injure Zhou. With the minor heavenly cycle killing formation protecting him, even the terrifying sonar wave attack was trapped in the looping space, preventing it from reaching Zhou. After the Kuei came out of the stone temple, Zhou took the opportunity to instant transmit onto its back while it roared, striking at its neck with the Tyrant boxing glove. Typical creatures had harder skulls, but their necks were relatively weak. With Zhou's punch, the 4 tusks at the front of the Tyrant's boxing glove tore through the Kuei's hide and stabbed into its flesh. Roar! Kuei let out a painful cry as it unleashed a sonic attack. Zhou had already instant transmitted into the distance. After the Kuei's sound wave passed, he teleported behind it and threw another punch at its neck. Bang! Bang! Zhou's figure flashed as he constantly vanished and appeared around the Kuei. The fist wrapped in the Tyrant boxing glove struck the Kuei's neck again and again. Although the Kuei constantly released sound waves, it couldn't injure Zhou with a minor heavenly cycle killing formation around. All it could do was passively take a beating. In a certain sense, the minor heavenly cycle killing formation was far better than the heavenly robe's dodging. The heavenly robe could only dodge single target attacks, but the minor heavenly cycle killing formation could even block area of effect attacks. However, if the strength exceeded the limits of the minor heavenly cycle killing formation, then it wouldn't be as effective as heavenly robe's 100% dodging. There were pros and cons. The Tyrant boxing glove's offensive strength could indeed injure the Kuei, but it wasn't easy to kill it with a few punches. Zhou originally imagined that with the Kuei's self-healing ability, it would take more time to kill it, but he soon realized that the wound caused by the tusks constantly bled black blood. The Kuei's self-healing ability seemed to have been greatly reduced. Its self-healing speed couldn't keep up with the injuries Zhou caused. The Kuei's neck was riddled with holes. Many of its bones had already fractured. In its rage, it roared at the sky, sending sound waves through the entire Yang City dimensional zone. It was still unable to break through Zhou's minor heavenly cycle killing formation. After it roared, Zhou instant transmitted behind it and punched the back of its mangled neck. Crack! The Kuei's neck, which had already fractured in many places, couldn't withstand it any longer. Its head drooped down. Even so, the Kuei wasn't dead. It jumped up with its single leg in a rage, wanting to slam into Zhou with its body. Unfortunately, it couldn't even touch Zhou when it was perfectly fine, much less with its neck broken. It couldn't even make a sound. Zhou constantly instant transmitted and attacked. After more than half an hour, the Kuei's body finally collapsed. Then, there was a tinkling sound as several crystals dropped. Holy *T. Drop galore. Zhou was immediately overjoyed. Zhou roughly scanned the area and saw essence energy crystals, constitution crystals, and strength crystals. Furthermore, their values exceeded 100. One of the crystals with the Kuei shadow was the most eye-catching. Unfortunately, no companion egg dropped. Zhou picked up the Kuei's skill crystal, but he didn't pick it up himself. Instead, he got Tyrant Behemoth to take form and absorb the stat crystals. Tyrant Behemoth's stats were 82. After absorbing one essence energy, constitution, and strength crystal, its stats reached 99. Only its speed stat was not maxed out. With Tyrant Behemoth's stats increased, its offensive strength would increase. It would be beneficial for Zhou when killing calamity creatures in the future. There was only one essence energy crystal left on the ground. After Zhou absorbed it, his strength stat reached 99. Like Tyrant Behemoth, he was unable to break 3 digits. Zhou originally wanted to study the Kuei's skill crystal, but he realized that there was something else on the ground. It was a black and white stone. It wasn't eye-catching and there were words on it, Samsara Stone. The Samsara Stone has finally appeared. Only then did Zhou recall that there was another Samsara function in game. However, as he hadn't obtained a Samsara Stone, he didn't know what it was for. After studying the information on the Samsara Stone, Zhou Wen's expression turned odd. The Samsara Stone can only send companion beasts back to their companion egg form. But what's the point? It wasn't easy for me to nurture a companion beast. If I were to return it to its companion egg form, wouldn't I have to nurture it again? It would be a complete waste of time and energy. Zhou Wen looked at the Samsara Stone in his hand and was momentarily at a loss. Since he couldn't take out the items in-game, and refreshing the instance dungeon would wipe out the item, the Samsara Stone would probably disappear if he didn't use it now. It wasn't easy for a Samsara Stone to drop. I have to give it a try. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and planned on trying with an unimportant companion beast. Apart from turning a companion beast back into a companion egg state, what other uses did the Samsara Stone have? Zhou Wen looked at his companion beasts, and chose one to have the Samsara Stone. After the companion beast ate the Samsara Stone, its body immediately emitted a black and white glow. Like a distorted vortex, it sucked in the companion beast's body, and quickly shrank into a companion egg. Chapter 14:12 Tripod Cauldron. Zhou Wen originally had plans of trying it out with a random companion beast, but considering how difficult it was to receive the Samsara Stone as a drop, it didn't seem right for it to be used on trash. After some thought, he found a relatively useful companion beast, Great Mighty Vajra Bull, to experiment with. After the Great Mighty Vajra Bull turned into a companion egg, Zhou Wen looked at its stats. Great Vajra Bull, Mortal, Evolvable. Strength 11. Speed 11. Constitution 11. Essence Energy 11. Talent Skill, Great Might Divine Horns, Fury of Thunder, Infallible Vajra, Buddha Flames. Companion Form, Mount. Although the Great Might Vajra Bull was at the mythical stage, it didn't have any evolvable attributes. Now that it has an evolvable attribute, it has a chance of breaking through to the mythical stage in the future. So this is the effect of the Samsara Stone. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and felt that this might not only be the sole effect of the Samsara Stone. Perhaps there were other effects that weren't apparent to him yet. After all, the Great Might Vajra Bull had been reduced to the mortal stage. There were still plenty of unknowns. However, a mortal companion beast with 4 skills was considered one of the best at the mortal stage. After hatching the Great Might Vajra Bull again, Zhou Wen began studying the Kuei Skill Crystal. Kuei Crystal requires Music-type Terror Transformation ability, Essence Energy 99, Constitution 99. This wasn't a high requirement, but Zhou Wen didn't have any Music-type Terror Transformation ability. He remembered that Music-type skills in the past required spatial abilities. Why did the Kuei only require Music-type abilities? This made him lose the possibility of absorbing it. Although he couldn't bear to part with the skill crystal, Zhou Wen had no choice but to throw it away, since he couldn't absorb it. In any case, he already had the ability to kill the Kuei. He still had a chance of getting it in the future, so he didn't feel the pinch. After packing up, Zhou Wen walked towards the stone temple. With Yang City being so strange, it was definitely not an ordinary dimensional zone. Perhaps there was some peerless treasure. If there was really any treasure, it was probably in the stone temple. The other places were all blood bone temples. When he arrived in front of the stone temple, the minor heavenly cycle killing formation around Zhou Wen activated. He stood at the door and looked inside. The decorations in the ancient temple were very simple: stone platforms and stone tables. The accessories and objects inside were basically all stone. However, there was a bronze tripod cauldron on the stone platform that looked out of place with the surrounding stone tools. Zhou Wen carefully observed the bronze tripod cauldron, and saw that there were patterns of mountains and beasts engraved on it. The mountains and beasts looked familiar, as though he had seen them somewhere before. Could this thing be a 9-province tripod? Zhou Wen thought of the legend regarding Yu the Great. After Yu the Great controlled the waters, he established the first hereditary dynasty in the history of the East District, Xia, so Yu the Great was also known as King Yu of the Xia dynasty. All the vassals fought to present their gifts, and gathered all the bronze in the world, bringing them to Yang City. Yu the Great melted all the bronze in the world into one furnace, and forged the 9-province tripods, completing an unprecedented achievement. This was Yang City. There was another bronze tripod cauldron in the stone temple. Furthermore, according to what Zhou Wen knew, every 9-province tripod had the famous mountains and rivers of the state engraved on it. They were mutated beasts and birds. The symbols on the bronze tripod cauldron looked rather familiar. It was likely famous landscapes and beasts. However, due to the abstract carvings, Zhou Wen was momentarily unable to put his finger on them. However, there were 9 9-province tripods. Zhou Wen searched the stone temple a few times, but there was only one tripod cauldron. He didn't find any of the other 8. If it's really the 9-province tripod, it should be a huge treasure. Zhou Wen carefully walked into the ancient temple with the minor, heavenly cycle killing formation activated. Truth Listener constantly scanned the stone temple, but it didn't discover anything abnormal. Zhou encircled the temple with a minor heavenly cycle killing formation, but he didn't trigger any danger. Strange. Is there only one Calamity Grade QA in Yang City? Zhou was very suspicious. Although the Calamity Grade QA was very strong, Yu the Great had once killed many monsters from the classic of mountains and seas. There were so many blood spirits, and this was his lair. There shouldn't be only one Calamity Grade creature guarding it. I remember now. It said that King Xia of the Yu dynasty moved the capital out of Yang City. Could it be that the other 8 tripod cauldrons were also moved away? Only this tripod cauldron and a guarding QA were left behind? Zhou guessed as he reached out to touch the bronze tripod cauldron. Regardless of whether the bronze tripod was a 9-province tripod, it was definitely extraordinary for it to appear in such a place and be consecrated in the stone temple. Zhou carefully touched the bronze tripod cauldron, but when his fingertip reached it, he didn't touch anything. His fingertip went through it. Zhou was first taken aback before he realized what was happening. He extended his hand and touched the bronze tripod cauldron a few more times, but the bronze tripod cauldron was like a phantom. He swept his arm randomly, but he couldn't touch it at all. This bronze tripod cauldron is likely the same as the fire god platform stone saber. Only in reality can I touch it. Zhou looked at the bronze tripod cauldron with a complicated expression. Zhou had seen a few similar things before. They were all extraordinary things. Even though the arch wanted the stone saber on fire god platform. Unfortunately, no one could pull it out. Zhou could only pull out the stone saber after cultivating the Human Sovereign Sutra. Without cultivating the Human Sovereign Sutra, no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to pull it out. Although I know that these things are treasures, they should be things that hold down a dimensional zone. If I really take them away, I'm afraid it will immediately cause chaos, Zhou thought. He even wondered that if he really took away the bronze tripod cauldron, would the blood-bone temples in Yang City result in the revival of real classic of mountains and seas creatures? If that was the case, anyone would die upon contact. Ignoring Luoyang, the entire federation would be doomed. A real classic of mountains and seas creature was definitely not something those blood spirits could compare with. Forget it. It's best I don't cause trouble. Zhou gave up on the idea of heading to Yang City in real life to retrieve the tripod cauldron. He circled the stone temple a few more times and didn't find anything good. All he could do was leave Yang City and continue grinding other dungeons. In a hall in the Holy Land, many saints knelt on the ground. On the throne in the hall sat a figure wearing holy armor. Holy light surrounded him, making him look like a holy god. However, the helmet and visor covered his face, preventing anyone from seeing his face. They could only sense his holiness and strength, making them involuntarily prostrate themselves in worship.
The Venusian companion beast must belong to the Holy Land. Who is willing to bring it back?
The holy powerhouse swept his gaze at the saints and said indifferently,
"We are willing to go."
All the saints looked up and requested to be deployed. Only one saint remained kneeling there with his head lowered without a word.
"Xiao, are you unwilling?"
Holy God's gaze landed on the saint as he asked with interest.
"It's not that I'm unwilling, but I'm unable to do so."
Xiao had his head lowered, but his tone was neither obsequious nor supercilious.
"If I say you can, you can."
Holy God got up and walked down the jade platform. He came in front of Xiao and extended his right palm. He placed it in front of Xiao and said,
"Do you believe me?" "I believe you."
Xiao looked up with a firm gaze. He extended his right hand and placed it on Holy God's palm. A strange light rose between their palms. Chapter 14:13 Tai Sui God. Zhou held a metal ball in his hand and was taking pictures with his phone. This metal ball was a reward that flew out of the Golden Palace after he cleared the Venusian dimensional zone. It was said to be a companion egg. However, when Zhou attempted to hatch it, there was no reaction at all. He used his phone to snap a picture, but there was no reaction. He couldn't store it in-game, nor could he see its information. Is this thing really a companion egg? Zhou was somewhat suspicious. However, it was said that every creature that cleared the dungeon obtained a metal ball. Only the metal ball obtained by the final victor was the Venusian companion beast. Although the other metal balls would also hatch companion beasts, there was no guarantee of their levels and qualities. They might have decent levels, but they might also be very low-level companion beasts. If this is really a companion egg, it's impossible for the mysterious phone to not react to it. Furthermore, it was obtained from getting first place. It's just the difference in order. It should be difficult for Venus to tell who will get first in the end. It so happens that I can give him the Venusian companion egg. After some thought, Zhou felt that the metal ball was likely not a companion egg but a carrier. Only when it determined who was first would Venus inject the true strongest companion beast into one of the metal balls. Of course, this was only Zhou's guess. After putting away the metal ball, Zhou Wen was about to grind when he suddenly felt a strange heat coming from his body. After carefully sensing it, he realized that the heat was from Tai Sui. Tai Sui has advanced? Zhou Wen was delighted. On careful look, it had indeed completed its evolution. Using his phone to look at Tai Sui's information, it had advanced to the Terror grade. Tai Sui, Terror, Evolvable. Life Providence, Clashing Tai Sui. Life Soul, 12 Tai Sui Gods. Wheel of Destiny, Longevity Seed. Terror Form, Tai Sui God. Strength, 82. Speed, 82. Constitution, 82. Essence Energy, 82. Talent Skill, Earth Escape. Companion Form, Mimicry. Apart from another Terror transformation, there didn't seem to be much of a change. When he summoned Tai Sui, it was still white and tender. It was like a white rubber ball as it rolled around on the ground and bounced around. People who didn't know better would think that it was a toy ball for children. They would never expect it to be a Terror-grade companion beast. Tai Sui's defense isn't bad, and its self-healing ability is excellent, but its offensive strength is too weak. Apart from having a strong restraining effect on microorganisms, it doesn't have much lethality against slightly bigger creatures. Could this Tai Sui God skill be targeted at microorganisms? Zhou Wen ordered Tai Sui to use its Terror transformation ability. Just as Zhou Wen was wondering what was different about the Terror form Tai Sui, he saw its body emit a golden glow. How blinding. Even Zhou Wen had no choice but to cover his eyes with his hand. The light was just too blinding. Zhou Wen thought to himself, from the looks of it, Tai Sui will undergo a huge change after it transforms into its Terror form. Don't tell me it will directly take human form? What will it look like if it transforms into a human form? From its original appearance, it should look fair and chubby when it transforms into a human. Perhaps it's a fatty. That's not right. Its Terror transformation is Tai Sui God. To be called a god, it should be an extremely mighty existence, right? From the golden light, it might be a handsome god in golden armor. As Zhou Wen thought about it, the golden light over Tai Sui's body gradually dimmed. Soon, it completely vanished, revealing Tai Sui's true body. Zhou Wen took a careful look and nearly vomited blood. Tai Sui was still as white and fat as before. Ignoring the fact that it hadn't transformed into a human, its size hadn't changed at all. Zhou Wen circled Tai Sui a few times before finally discovering a golden symbol on its body. Zhou Wen didn't recognize the symbol. It felt like a musical note, but it wasn't completely the same. Attack. Although its appearance hadn't changed much, it might have become very powerful internally. The golden symbol might be able to shoot out terrifying lasers, or something. Upon receiving Zhou Wen's order, Tai Sui immediately jumped up with all its might and charged at the group of fake immortals in Dear Terrace Pavilion. Bam! 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 Tai Sui bounced off the fake immortals one by one with great might. Its speed was really fast. It bounced several times on each fake immortal like it was a billiard ball. Zhou Wen watched Tai Sui bounce back as the fake immortals stood there motionless. He thought to himself, could it be that Tai Sui has gained a strange offensive power after advancing? It can kill others in bizarre ways. They will be killed as long as they touch it. In that case, I've made a killing. As he was in thought, the fake immortals suddenly moved. They weren't dead at all. Not only did they not die, but they also became even more ferocious. They cried out as though they had gone berserk and charged at Tai Sui. Bam! One of the fake immortals kicked Tai Sui away. Holy *T. What the hell? Not only has it not become stronger. Why do I feel like it has become weaker? Those fake immortals are only fox demons or chicken spirits. They are at most at the mythical stage. Zhou Wen nearly blew a gasket. He originally hoped that Tai Sui could undergo a qualitative transformation after advancing to the Terror grade and become an important combat force for him, but to his surprise, this fellow became weaker after the evolution. He couldn't even defeat some ordinary lesser demons. Great. Zhou Wen killed the fake immortals in Dear Terrace Pavilion. However, Zhou Wen still discovered some problems. The combat strength of these fake immortals seemed to be much stronger than before. This was new. Could it be that Tai Sui's Terror transformation has the effect of augmenting one's combat strength? But why would this effect augment the enemy? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Thankfully, although Tai Sui's offensive strength wasn't very good, its body was indeed top-notch at the Terror grade. It wasn't injured at all after being kicked out. It quickly bounced back. Zhou Wen got the blood-colored avatar to touch Tai Sui, hoping to see if it really had the ability to enhance one's combat strength. If it could enhance one's combat strength, it would make for very good support. When the blood-colored avatar touched Tai Sui, it immediately felt a strange force augment its body. The feeling was indescribable, as though a god had possessed it. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to charge into Dear Terrace Pavilion, and casually killed the group of fake immortals, Nine-Headed Pheasant Spirit, and Lute Spirit. He felt that his speed, strength, and other aspects had been greatly augmented. Even his skills had become ferocious, making him twice as strong as usual. Tai Sui's ability actually augments every aspect. That's very powerful. Zhou Wen went from sadness to joy as he couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 14:14 Tai Sui Symbol. Tai Sui's ability can enhance skills, and even terror transformation abilities. Even companion beast equipment on me has been augmented. Under such circumstances, my speed and strength are comparable to a calamity grade. Can I use Tai Sui's strength to kill the Venusian calamity? Zhou Wen felt that he was really about to take off and soar. With Tai Sui's powerful augmentation ability, he could fight a calamity grade creature head-on. He might not be at a disadvantage. With the augmentation of Tai Sui and the disqualified, Zhou Wen could even instant transmit seamlessly. The chances of finding the calamity creature in the Venusian instance dungeon were much higher. The so-called seamless instant transmission was actually a skill that had virtually zero casting time. By continuously instant transmitting, he could almost constantly be in a state of instant transmission. It was impossible for others to attack Zhou Wen as they couldn't lock onto his location or even see him. If the calamity creature couldn't see him, and he could quickly instant transmit to find the target, there was a high chance of finding the calamity creature. Unfortunately, Zhou Wen had just grinded the Venusian instance dungeon and ended up dying. All he could do was wait for the Venusian instance dungeon to respawn tomorrow.
My dear Tai Sui, you're really outstanding.
Zhou Wen raised the fair and fat Tai Sui and felt blissful. With Tai Sui by his side, he really didn't think much of ordinary calamity grade creatures. To be safe, Zhou Wen led Tai Sui into Deer Terrace Pavilion again. He wanted to try a few more times to prevent any miscalculations. Tai Sui's ability was really impressive. Zhou Wen killed all the way. The terror grade creature that he needed to expend some effort to kill was instantly killed. The thrill left Zhou Wen somewhat mesmerized. However, when he came to the 4 generals of the Mo family and activated them, even with Tai Sui's augmentation, the blood-colored avatar was quickly killed. Although he had the minor heavenly cycle killing formation protecting him, after the 4 statues were activated, thousands of pearl beads shot out from the umbrella. The demonized general opened like a vortex, filling the entire space. The minor heavenly cycle killing formation was actually affected and couldn't circulate normally. Then, Zhou Wen was ganked and killed. These 4 fellows were all calamity grade existences, and they were top-notch ones. Any one of them had very special abilities that made Zhou Wen envious. He wished he could kill them all and have companion eggs drop. It's no wonder that the arch got me to steal the pearl instead. These 4 fellows are indeed ferocious. Zhou Wen had previously stolen the beads from the umbrella. Back then, he didn't know that they were so ferocious. He couldn't defeat the 4 generals of the Mo family for the time being, but Zhou Wen didn't have any intention of targeting them. He still focused on killing the calamity creature on Venus. As long as he could kill the calamity creature, a calamity companion beast would drop sooner or later. When the time came, with the sure kill 7th bullet, he could sneak an attack on the 4 Mo family generals from afar. As long as I obtain the companion beast on Venus, it will be much easier to kill a calamity creature. Although Zhou Wen also had his sights on the Kui, nothing dropped. After respawning, Zhou Wen grinded other dungeons before sleeping. When he woke up, the Venusian instance dungeon had already refreshed. After killing me so many times, it's time for me to kill him. Zhou Wen led Tai Sui into the Venusian instance dungeon and made it undergo terror transformation. As a golden light flashed, Tai Sui entered a terror state as the golden symbol appeared on its body. Filled with confidence, Zhou Wen wiped out the metal guards with a wave of his hand. He wasn't in a rush to use the minor heavenly cycle killing formation. After all, with Tai Sui's augmentation, he could set it up almost instantly. There was no need to prepare in advance. This was what Zhou Wen was most satisfied with. When the golden battle god appeared, Zhou Wen wanted to kill it with a wave of his hand, but he suddenly felt that something was amiss. Zhou Wen hadn't paid much attention due to his excitement. Now that he had summoned Sword Pill to kill the golden battle god, he realized that his summoning speed was much slower. Bang! The golden battle god's bullet shot out. Zhou Wen wanted to dodge, but his actions were much slower. He failed to dodge, and was hit by the bullet. What was even more unbelievable was that with his physique, it was fine even if he took a shot head-on. It was impossible for the freezing bullet to freeze his body. However, when the freezing bullet struck the blood-colored avatar, it froze his body, preventing him from moving. Boom! 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 The golden battle god continued firing as freezing bullets struck the blood-colored avatar's body. Finally, the blood-colored avatar's body shattered into pieces as the game screen went black. What's going on? Zhou Wen widened his eyes, as he felt extremely humiliated. He could kill the golden battle god even before he advanced to the terror grade. Now that he had advanced to the terror grade, He had been killed by the Golden Battle God. It was a great humiliation. Tai Sui is problematic. Zhou Wen dripped his blood to revive. He launched the game again and carefully looked at Tai Sui. Soon, Zhou Wen realized that after Tai Sui transformed into its terror form, the golden symbol on its body was different from yesterday's. It looked very similar, but it was indeed different. Zhou Wen tried a few more times and indeed, he realized that the problem was with Tai Sui. After touching it, not only was he not augmented, but his body was greatly weakened. In a head-on clash, he couldn't even defeat ordinary terror-grade creatures. He got Tai Sui to exit its terror form before using it again. This time, there was no golden light, and it was the same symbol. Zhou Wen studied it for a long time before finally discovering that the symbol on Tai Sui wasn't fixed. After 24 hours, the symbol on Tai Sui changed when it used the terror transformation ability again. The symbol that appeared this time was different from the previous 2 times. After Zhou Wen touched them, he wasn't augmented or weakened. However, no matter what dimensional creature he killed, none of them dropped dimensional crystals, much less companion eggs.
Bro, are you kidding me? Tell me honestly. How many of those crappy symbols do you have? Quickly give me the first one.
Zhou Wen threatened Tai Sui. Tai Sui continued bouncing around, unable to understand Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was exasperated. Before figuring out how many symbols Tai Sui had, and what effects came with each symbol, he didn't dare touch them. As Zhou Wen was studying Tai Sui, the cube lit up again. The scene of Venus appeared as someone challenged the Venusian dimensional zone. This time, it was really a person. Zhou Wen immediately recognized the person when he saw him. It was Saint Xiao, but the present Xiao seemed to be different from the Xiao he had seen previously. Xiao emitted a holy aura, as though he was a saint who had just had his soul cleansed. Chapter 14-15 Unique. Xiao is the representative of the Holy Land. Since he's appearing in the Venusian dimensional zone, he will definitely be able to clear it. However, I wonder what method he will use. Zhou Wen guessed how Xiao would clear the Venusian dimensional zone. In theory, Xiao was only at the terror grade. Only by using some special techniques could he clear the level. However, the Holy Land was not to be trifled with. It was the only place on Earth that wasn't bound by Earth's rules. The powerhouses of the dimension could freely control their powers there. Although they didn't dare leave the Holy Land, the help they could give the saints was beyond what the typical person could imagine. In fact, it wasn't just Zhou Wen. The various factions were also paying attention to every move the Holy Land made. After all, the Holy Land was the first faction to rule Earth. Although the 6 families' overt opposition and open strife made the Holy Land lose absolute control of Earth, no one dared to underestimate the Holy Land's influence on Earth. The 6 families that had gradually escaped the Holy Land's control still didn't dare to openly say that they had betrayed the Holy Land. From this, one could tell how terrifying the Holy Land was. Now, everyone wanted to know how much strength and influence the Holy Land had on Earth without the support of the 6 families. Under the attention of everyone, Xiao entered the Venusian dimensional zone. The metal guard that appeared in the beginning was naturally nothing to a powerhouse at Xiao's level. No one believed that the metal guard could deal any damage to Xiao. What people really wanted to see was how Xiao could fend off the calamity-grade bullet. However, what happened next surprised many people. The metal guard didn't attack Xiao. It seemed to stand there in a daze. Xiao watched as the metal guard did nothing, but the metal guard suddenly aimed its gun at itself. Duh! 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 The metal guard riddled its body with holes.
Body control or mind control?
Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised.
The metal guard's body didn't look like it was under control. It's more likely to be a mind control technique.
And Sheng said.
Are you sure?
Zhou Wen asked and Sheng.
No.
And Sheng shook his head with a bitter smile.
Let's watch and see. Perhaps we can find some clues.
Zhang Chuanqiu and Zhang Yuji from the Zhang family were also discussing this problem, but they didn't have an answer. In fact, the various factions were also studying and analyzing the situation, but they had no results. Hordes of metal guards rushed out, but they only rushed out without shooting at Xiao. Following that, the metal guards raised their guns and aimed them at themselves. Soon, they succeeded in killing themselves and dropped metal fragments on the ground. After the Golden Battle gods rushed out, Zhou Wen originally imagined that Xiao wouldn't clear them so easily, but the Golden Battle gods raised their guns and committed suicide once again. The entire Federation was in an uproar.
Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? He's just too powerful. This is sick. His opponent committed suicide without him even moving his hand. Is he a god? From the looks of it, he seems to be stronger than Immortal, Tsukuyomi, and Zhou Wen. It's still too early to say that he's strong. It's nothing to make the Golden Battle God commit suicide. It will be truly impressive if he can make that calamity-grade creature commit suicide.
Everyone discussed spiritedly. The typical citizen only knew that Xiao showed a strong performance, but no one could tell how strong he was. However, when the various factions saw the Golden Battle Gods commit suicide, they jumped in fright. Their expressions turned nasty. Those who were truly knowledgeable were alarmed at the strength that could make terror-grade Golden Battle Gods commit suicide. One had to realize that other than immortal, the strongest combat strength among humans now was at the terror grade. If terror grade creatures would commit suicide when they saw Xiao, Xiao alone could probably destroy all the factions.
He can't be that strong, right? There must be a limit,
Xia Xianyu said as she looked at the cube screen in surprise.
He doesn't seem to have any restrictions.
Xiao Luchuan also frowned. Now, the Holy Land's control over the various families was weakening. It wasn't just the Xia family. The 6 families were deliberately or unintentionally trying to completely escape the Holy Land's control over them. However, after seeing Xiao's performance today, the fear in their hearts deepened. Like the metal guards from before, all 6 Golden Battle Gods committed suicide. None of the Golden Battle Gods shot at Xiao. Their bullets were aimed at themselves. The alarms on the 6 doors sounded at the same time, snapping the bewildered people back to their senses. They stared at Xiao, wondering if Xiao's power was effective against the calamity-grade creature. Xiao walked towards the door leading to the tunnel, as though he hadn't heard the alarms. He didn't walk quickly, as though he was taking a stroll. He ignored the ear-piercing alarm. Everyone's hearts pounded with his footsteps. Soon, they were alarmed to discover that Xiao had already walked into the tunnel, but they didn't hear any gunshots. No way. Even a calamity-grade creature can be affected. Zhou Wen's expression changed. He didn't know how Xiao had done it, but from the looks of it, Xiao was really terrifying. And he was undoubtedly Zhao's enemy. If Xiao came knocking on his door, that very moment, Zhou Wen didn't know if he could withstand Xiao's power. If he couldn't withstand it, he would commit suicide like the Golden Battle Gods. When that happened, that was it. Zhang Chuanqiu's expression turned abnormally solemn. Xiao Luchuan stood up and stared at the cube screen without saying a word. However, his brows were furrowed. Xiao was still walking in the direction of the Golden Palace. Every step he took made everyone's hearts beat as though they were silently keeping pace with his steps. Many people were looking forward to the gunshot, but they didn't hear any even when Xiao reached the Golden Palace's entrance. The Golden Palace's door opened as a metal ball flew out and landed in Zhao's hand. The cube screen returned to the rankings. The word Saint Xiao appeared at the top of the rankings, outranking Zhou Wen, who had only been first for a short period of time.
Ah! I thought that the maximum would only be 5 stars. Why are there 6 stars?
People were surprised to discover that behind the words
Saint Xiao,
there were 6 golden stars. Regardless of whether it was Tsukuyumi, Zhou Wen, the Fallen, or Immortal, the most they received was 5 stars via using all sorts of methods to clear the level. Therefore, people felt that the maximum was 5 stars. However, the 6 golden stars behind Saint Xiao clearly told everyone that 5 stars wasn't the limit, and he was the only existence with such an achievement. Everyone's expression, including Zhou Wen's, turned solemn as they looked at Xiao's name on the rankings. Chapter 14:16 Doing Something for All Life. 6 stars. I wonder if that calamity-grade gunman is dead. I didn't hear any gunshots. He probably isn't dead. If I kill the calamity-grade gunman, I should have a chance of exceeding 6 stars, right? Zhou Wen thought to himself. If other humans had obtained first place, Zhou Wen wouldn't put in so much effort. However, it was intolerable for someone from the Holy Land to obtain first place. Now, Zhou Wen was more vexed about how to find the calamity-grade gunman. Killing him was unlikely to be difficult. The difficult part was finding him. Zhou Wen had tried many times and tried all sorts of methods, but he failed to find him. That calamity-grade gunman might very well have an invisibility ability like the invisibility cloak. Furthermore, it's high-level invisibility. Otherwise, it shouldn't be able to escape truth listeners' notice, or perhaps it's some concealment ability. After some thought, Zhou Wen couldn't think of a way to find the calamity-grade gunman. In the Federation, people were discussing Zhao's domineering ascension to the apex. After all, he was the only 6 star. It rekindled their curiosity and anticipation for the Holy Land.
These people are really easily incited. Yesterday, they swore that they would learn from you and raise companion beasts, but today, they are all thinking of joining the Holy Land.
Li Xian came to Zhou Wen and sat on his couch as he gloated. And Shun said,
Isn't that what humans are? It's very easy to abandon things like faith, bottom lines, and morals that don't benefit them. Brother Sheng, don't tar everyone with the same brush. I'm a person with morals and a bottom line. I'm different from ordinary people.
Li Xian immediately retorted.
That's only because you haven't received enough benefits. It's hard to say how you would choose if I gave you enough benefits.
And Sheng said,
Brother Sheng, you are doubting my character. Nothing can shake my bottom line.
Li Xian said righteously.
Is that so? Then if your brother is severely injured and will definitely die, but you realize that killing someone who has some grudge with you despite not deserving death will allow your brother to completely recover, will you kill him?
And Sheng asked.
About that,
Li Xian was somewhat hesitant.
Another example is the instance where everyone in your Li family has fallen into the hands of a serial killer. If you don't help him steal something, he will kill your entire family. Will you carry out the theft?
And Sheng asked again.
I say, Brother Sheng, can you not curse me? Can't you think of something better?
Li Xian said gloomily.
I can come up with positive ones, but your enemy won't. The so-called beliefs and morals of a human are relative. Therefore, if you want to have a moral bottom line, you have to do and think more than others. Don't give yourself the chance to cross your moral bottom line. What's that saying again? If you want to be a clean official, you have to be more sinister than a corrupted official.
And Sheng paused before continuing.
Of course, there are also people who can maintain their beliefs and bottom lines under any circumstances, but I think there are very few saints. It's best if we ordinary people don't let ourselves fall into such a situation, nor do we test the bottom lines of others. That makes sense. Brother Sheng, let me toast you.
Li Xian seemed to agree with Sheng as he poured him a cup and clinked it with his.
What are the two of you up to?
Zhou Wen looked at the two of them and asked with a frown. The two of them had been sitting at his place for a long time and were mentioning things that seemed to imply something. He didn't know what they were up to.
Nothing. Isn't this just a casual chat?
Li Xian smiled and continued asking.
Old Zhou, do you have plans on getting first place again? The reason that the two of you have been talking all this while is so that I'll challenge the level again?
Zhou Wen seemed to understand. And Sheng sighed and said,
Humans are selfish creatures. Previously, there was a mortal from the League of Guardians, and now there's Shao from the Holy Land. If this continues, I'm afraid everyone will want to join the Holy Land to contract guardians in the future. Who will take the difficult path? At this moment, someone has to step forward and attract them back. I don't have what it takes. Find someone else,
Zhou Wen said as he spread out his hands. He really had no solution. If he couldn't find the Calamity Gunner, he would at most obtain 5 stars like the last time. It was impossible for him to obtain 6 stars.
You might not be able to do so, but Human Sovereign definitely can.
And Sheng said with a wink.
Even Human Sovereign won't be able to do it this time.
Immortal Culling Sword was indeed very strong, but without finding the Calamity Great Gunman, it was useless no matter how strong it was. Zhou Wen suddenly sized up Li Xian and said,
That's strange. I can understand why Ah Sheng wants me to get first. Why do you want me to get first? Hey, what kind of person do you think I am? I'm also a nice guy. I also want to do something for all life in the world.
Li Xian said stubbornly.
That's not right. This isn't like you. There's definitely something going on here.
Zhou Wen stared at Li Xian, giving him the creeps.
Stop staring at me like that. It's terrifying. I really want to do something good for all life in the world. However, I also want to earn some pocket money.
Unable to withstand Zhou Wen's questioning gaze, Li Xian revealed his intentions.
Pocket money? What do you mean?
Zhou Wen asked. Realizing that he couldn't hide it, Li Xian could only say,
Actually, it's nothing. Someone made a bet on who will take first on the cube. I placed a heavy bet on you. No, on Human Sovereign. You want me to risk my life just for that bit of money? Are you even human?
Zhou Wen cursed.
This isn't just a bit of money. After Xiao's recent appearance, the odds for others have increased significantly, especially those who haven't been on the rankings. Human Sovereign is one of them. If Human Sovereign takes first place in the end, I'll be able to obtain a large sum of resources. Take note, it's resources, not money. They are paying with resources, paying whatever is bet.
Li Xian said.
You dare buy into such a bet? Aren't you afraid that they will abscond with the money?
Zhou Wen frowned.
They won't run. The family clan of gods is the bookmaker.
Li Xian was very certain.
You bought in too?
Zhou Wen looked at Sheng.
I bought a little.
And Sheng said shyly.
How much is a little?
Zhou Wen pressed.
500 tons of essence crystals.
And Sheng answered.
You call that a little?
Zhou Wen was rendered speechless. 500 tons of essence crystals was probably the total amount of essence crystals Luoyang had on hand. Although the Butterfly Valley where Master Zhuang's tomb was located had essence crystal ores, there was no way to mine them. People could only enter at specific times. Therefore, they had yet to obtain any essence crystals from there.
I really have no means of getting first place now. Good luck to both of you,
Zhou Wen said.
It doesn't matter if you don't have the means. We do,
Li Xian suddenly said. Chapter 14:17, He Who Must Not Be Named.
What means do you have?
Zhou Wen looked at Li Xian and Sheng in puzzlement. Clearly, the two of them had discussed it beforehand. Li Xian said,
Actually, our family has been researching ways to clear the level. We have come up with a few solutions, but the requirements are too high. No one in our family can meet such high requirements, but it would be different if it were you. What solution?
Zhou Wen couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush with Li Xian. Li Xian finally said straightforwardly,
You can fend off the Calamity Bullet and have enough strength to kill the Calamity creature. Based on our family's judgment, the Calamity Gunner's flesh shouldn't be too strong, so you already have the basic conditions to kill him. Although Xiao is very strong, he failed to kill the Calamity Gunner after all. You can, so you have a chance to surpass him and obtain first place. The family you are talking about is your brother, Li Mabai, right? He sure is scheming. He wants me to risk my life while he benefits in the comforts of his home.
Zhou Wen glared at Li Xian and said,
Go back and tell your brother not to fantasize. If I could kill that Calamity Gunner, I would have done so a long time ago. Would he even be able to take advantage of me? Listen to me. It's true that you are capable, but you can't find the Calamity Gunner, right? Li Mabai has a solution that you can use to find it.
Li Xian hurriedly said.
He has a solution? What solution does he have? He hasn't even been to the Venusian Dimensional Zone and knows how to find that Calamity Gunner? Don't tell me he's trying to scam me.
Zhou Wen refused to believe it. He had been grinding the Venusian domain for so long, but he hadn't been able to find the Calamity Gunner. He really didn't believe that Li Mabai, who didn't even dare enter the Venusian Dimensional Zone, could tell where it was.
You also know that my relationship with Li Mabai isn't good. How can I help him scam you? This time, he really has a way to get you to find the Calamity Gunner. Trust me. Go meet him and hear what he has to say. If you think it's infeasible, it won't be too late to reject him when the time comes.
Li Xian seemed very confident in Li Mabai's method.
You also believe in Li Mabai?
Zhou Wen asked Sheng. Sheng shook his head and said,
I don't believe Li Mabai. I only believe in Overseer. Overseer sent a message asking me to cooperate with Li Mabai. Are you sure it's news from Tianzhua?
Zhou Wen was somewhat suspicious.
There's no mistake about it.
Sheng was very certain. The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He seemed to realize something, but he couldn't connect the dots. Although Li Mabai recultivated after the problem with his body, it will definitely take a lot of time. He won't be able to catch up so quickly. With his eyesight, it's hard to say if he can see the Calamity Grade figure. Furthermore, finding a Calamity Grade that's good at hiding definitely isn't something he can do. Besides, why would Tianzhua want to cooperate with Li Mabai? Tianzhua should be in the Holy Land now. Why would he be in contact with Li Mabai? Zhou Wen combed through his thoughts for a while, before his heart suddenly stirred. I get it. If all of these things are valid, there's definitely a missing link. This link might be something or a person. If Tianzhua discovers the location of the Calamity Gunner, he should have directly informed Sheng without needing to cooperate with Li Mabai. In that case, it's very likely that the Li family discovered the location of the Calamity Gunner, but it's unlikely that Li Mabai has such eyesight, nor can he be in contact with Tianzhua while he's inside the Holy Land. The remaining possibility is that the Li family has someone in the Holy Land. Zhou Wen looked at Li Xian and Sheng thoughtfully. He didn't believe that Li Xian and Sheng hadn't thought of this. They had figured it out, but they kept mum. This could only mean that this person's identity was very important. They were afraid that the Holy Land would catch wind of him, so they couldn't even say it out loud. They could only use this hint to let Zhou Wen know of his existence. Zhou Wen exchanged looks with Sheng before saying, In that case, let me meet Li Mabai first. He's already waiting outside the manor. I'll invite him in. Li Xian ran out.
Young master, safety first. These were the last words Overseer sent back.
Sheng whispered to Zhou Wen.
It must be very difficult to send a message from the Holy Land, right?
Zhou Wen said. Sheng said.
Every saint has a special power. Their every word and action, even if it's something related to them, or even just mentioning them might be sensed by the terrifying existences in the Holy Land. However, the further away they are from the Holy Land, the less effective this power is.
Zhou Wen knew that his guess was right. He probably couldn't even say the person's name, so it was best not to mention it. That meant that he was likely one of the saints. Furthermore, he was the real deal, not an imposter like Tianzhua.
If there really is such a power, wouldn't Tianzhua be easily discovered?
Zhou Wen frowned.
Young master, don't worry. Overseer has used a special method to successfully infiltrate the Holy Land. There's no danger for the time being.
Sheng was about to say something when a voice sounded from outside. It was Li Xian and Li Mabai.
Even if Overseer says that the Li family can be trusted, young master, you have to make your own judgment. You have to make the decision on what can and cannot be done. Don't be influenced by anyone. As long as you think there's a problem, don't listen to anyone, no matter who says it, including me. Stay true to yourself.
And Sheng whispered the last sentence. Zhou Wen nodded. Li Xian had already led Li Maobai in.
Can I have a private chat with Zhou Wen?
After Li Maobai entered, his gaze didn't land on Zhou Wen but on Sheng.
Of course.
And Sheng led Li Xian out and closed the door. He also activated the room's defense system.
I never expected to meet you again in such a place,
Li Maobai said with a smile, as he sat down on the sofa without standing on ceremony.
Just get straight to the point.
Zhou Wen wasn't interested in chatting with Li Maobai. Li Maobai didn't mind, but his body gradually changed. His eyes turned whiter and whiter as his black pupils shrank before completely disappearing. At that moment, Li Maobai's eyes were white, ghastly white, even more terrifying than a blind person's eyes. Mythical serum? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Li Maobai's aura was a little strange. It seemed to be the result of advancing through the use of mythical serum, but it also seemed different.
Mythical serum made from the calamity-grade creature, Ghost Eyes, in the South District,
Li Maobai said.
You have the ability to kill a calamity-grade creature?
Zhou Wen frowned.
It was slain during its advancement to the calamity grade. When it was made into mythical serum, it could and could not be considered a calamity-grade creature. I still haven't been able to completely unleash the power of the Ghost Eyes mythical serum. I'm only at the mythical stage now,
Li Maobai answered. Li Maobai didn't claim to be the one killing Ghost Eyes. Zhou Wen could roughly guess that it was likely done by the undercover saint.
My Ghost Eyes can help you find the Calamity Gunner,
Li Maobai continued.
You want to clear the level with me?
Zhou Wen said to Li Maobai.
No, from what I've reckoned, if two creatures were to challenge the level together, their ratings would be lower than if it was done by one. If you want to surpass Xiao, you can only clear the level alone.
Li Maobai's answer exceeded Zhou Wen's expectations.
Then how can you help me find that Calamity Gunner? Communication with the outside world is impossible after entering the Venusian dimensional zone,
Zhou Wen said.
Therefore, you have to take my eyes with you,
Li Maobai said as he extended his finger and stabbed it into his eyes. Blood immediately gushed out like a blooming flower. Chapter 14:18 Final Countdown. Zhou Wen watched helplessly as Li Maobai dug out his eyes and held the crystalline snow-white eyeballs in his palm. His hand was covered in blood, and there were only bloody holes in his eye sockets. However, Li Maobai's expression was as calm as ever. It was as though what he had dug out wasn't his eyes, but something unimportant.
I haven't agreed to it, right? Can your eyes be restored?
Zhou Wen said in surprise.
No, they can't,
Li Maobai said indifferently.
You will go not because of the eyes in my hand, but because you were going anyway. Is it worth it?
Zhou Wen fell silent for a moment before asking Li Maobai. Li Maobai was right. He had originally wanted to go, but he hadn't gone because he couldn't find the Calamity Gunner.
Whether it's worth it depends on how you look at it. From my point of view, it's very worth it.
Li Maobai extended his palm that was holding the two eyeballs in front of Zhou Wen.
It hasn't been long since I consumed the Ghost God Eyes mythical serum. I absorbed very little of its energy, and most of the power of the Ghost God Eyes is stored in these eyes. Pure white is the Ghost Eye, and a speck of red is the God Eye. When the Ghost God Eyes touch, it will be difficult for any creatures in a radius of 5 kilometers to hide. They will definitely be discovered. When the time comes, the Ghost God Eyes will naturally guide you. However, remember that the Ghost God Eyes can only be used once. After using them, the power will erupt wantonly. If you can't keep it under control, destroy it. Why are you doing this?
Zhou Wen didn't understand why Li Maobai was doing this. Even if Xiao obtained first place, it wouldn't affect their Li family. Why was there a need to go all out?
Because I don't wish to be forced to cross my bottom line one day. I'm only doing things ahead of time.
Li Maobai got up and left. His words were clearly what Li Xian and Sheng had said previously. The blood in Li Maobai's eyes had already coagulated and stopped bleeding. However, the lost eyes couldn't regrow.
I'll walk you out.
Zhou Wen held the Ghost Eye and wanted to help Li Maobai guide the way.
There's no need. I just don't have eyes,
Li Maobai said indifferently as he walked out of the room.
Your eyes. What's going on?
Li Xian's expression changed when he saw Li Maobai come out and discovered his bloody eye sockets. He pointed at Li Maobai's eye sockets and spoke incoherently.
I gave them to Zhou Wen.
Li Maobai answered as he walked, seemingly unfazed.
That's not what you said before. You said that you would challenge the level with old Zhou,
Li Xian exclaimed in agitation.
You're still so naive. Isn't it obvious? I lied.
Li Maobai walked towards the door of Overseer Manor without looking back. Losing his eyes didn't seem to affect his mobility much, but looking at his straight back, there was a tinge of sadness.
He. F***CKU.
Li Xian was filled with hatred as his face contorted. He wanted to curse, but he didn't know who to curse. Finally, he slapped himself in the face. His face swelled, but his physique instantly healed his face.
It's not your fault. Even without you, a person like him will ultimately do what he wants. No one can stop him.
And Sheng understood Li Xian's inner struggle as he patted him on the shoulder to console him.
I'm heading back.
Li Xian shook his head and left Overseer Manor dejectedly. When Sheng returned to his room, Zhou Wen was holding the pair of ghost god eyes.
Is Li Mabai a friend or foe?
Zhou Wen looked at Sheng and asked with an ambivalent expression.
I don't know.
Sheng shook his head and smiled bitterly.
I can't read Li Mabai either. Even Overseer doesn't dare underestimate him. Young master, you have to be careful.
Zhou Wen nodded and put away the pair of ghost god eyes. He had the ability to protect himself, so he could try to see if it was of any use. Even if it was useless, he was more than capable of protecting himself. However, Zhou Wen didn't plan on making the trip immediately. He still wanted to wait until the Soul Mirror advanced to the Calamity grade before challenging the level. Furthermore, Li Mabai had also said that Ghost God Eyes could only be used once, but he didn't need to use it immediately. Zhou Wen needed to choose a suitable opportunity himself. What is Li Mabai up to? Zhou Wen was extremely puzzled, but he couldn't figure out the crux of the matter. According to Zhou Wen's recent observations, the rainbow beam emitted by the Soul Mirror was converging. It was likely about to advance to the Calamity grade. It would definitely advance in a few days at most. Zhou Wen originally wanted to wait a few days, but after more than a day, he couldn't wait any longer. That night, the cube suddenly lit up. People imagined that someone had entered the Venusian dimensional zone, but when they saw the scene on the cube, they realized that it wasn't the case. There were no other creatures on the cube's screen. All it showed was a countdown, a 72-hour countdown. Beside it was the rankings. Anyone could tell that this spelled the last 72 hours. The Venusian companion beast would choose its owner in 72 hours. And its owner was naturally the person first on the cube's rankings. 72 hours. Will the Soul Mirror make it in time? Zhou Wen wasn't sure. All he could do was wait. If he really couldn't wait, he could only try his luck with the Ghost God Eyes. As Zhou Wen was thinking, he saw the scene on the cube change. It returned to the outside of the Venusian dimensional zone, and a figure was already standing at the entrance. It was none other than the Fallen, who had cleared the level and obtained a ranking previously. The Fallen attempted again. This time, not only did he flip open the black leather-bound book, but the pair of mixed feathered angel wings on his back also emitted a terrifying glow, making him look like a devil that had descended to the world. Everything that touched the brilliance instantly turned to dust. Even the golden battle gods were no exception. When the Calamity grade bullet was still in the air, it had already turned to dust. The Fallen reduced the 7th sure kill bullet to dust as he walked into the Golden Palace in an indomitable manner. However, he only obtained 5 stars. Although there was an additional star than the last time, and he was ranked 2nd, pushing Zhou Wen, Immortal, and Tsukuyumi down, he ultimately failed to obtain 6 stars.
Such terrifying power can't even obtain 6 stars? From the looks of it, Zhao is way too formidable to receive 6 stars. This time, the Venusian companion beast will most likely fall into Zhao's hands. After all, he comes from the Holy Land. The Holy Land is still strong. I'm afraid no one can produce another 6-star result.
Everyone discussed spiritedly. Even such a powerful Calamity grade creature couldn't surpass Zhao's ranking. From the looks of it, Zhao's first place was secured. No one from the humans attempted. Even Immortal didn't appear. He probably knew that it was very difficult to obtain 6 stars, and it was useless to make the attempt, so he gave up. Half a day passed. At noon, the cube finally stirred again. Tsukuyumi's figure appeared in the Venusian dimensional zone again. Chapter 14:19 No. Zhou Wen carefully sized up Tsukuyumi, and saw that her aura had become more tranquil and mysterious. It was hazy like moonlight partially veiled by clouds. Although he couldn't see her clearly, he couldn't help but be attracted to her. He almost couldn't move his eyes away from her. The more he couldn't see her clearly, the more he wanted to. Tsukuyumi seems to have become stronger. Zhou Wen's present eyesight wasn't what it used to be. With the augmentation of the disqualified and the sensual enhancement from Great Brahma, the things he could sense were much stronger than the typical terror grade. It wasn't much weaker than some Calamity grade creatures. Although Tsukuyumi hadn't used her strength, just the change in her aura made Zhou Wen feel that she had definitely improved significantly. Strange, how did she improve? What is out there in the universe that allows her to improve? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Up to now, Zhou Wen knew too little about the universe. Apart from guessing that every planet might be a companion egg, the universe was still a mysterious unknown to Zhou Wen. Why did the Calamity creatures on Earth head out into the universe the moment they were born? Why was it that a powerful calamity creature like Tsukuyomi was reverent towards the universe and might even die? Up to now, Zhou still hadn't figured out the answer to the questions. Tsukuyomi had already entered the Venusian dimensional zone. Before the metal guard could shoot at her, its head was suddenly bitten off by a white monster that appeared out of thin air. The monster's front half looked like a white dog, but its body behind its forelimbs was coiled like a snake's. It looked very strange. After it bit off the metal guard's head, it swallowed the metal guard's energy core and vanished. All of this only took a moment. That's an Agami from the Ghost Parade, right? Zhou had previously studied the legends of Tsukuyomi and the Ghost Parade, so he knew a lot about the Ghost Parade in Tsukuyomi's pantheon. He recognized it at a glance. The 6 doors opened as hordes of metal guards rushed out. However, before they could fire, an Agami's figure appeared again and bit off the head of a metal guard. This time, it wasn't just an Agami who appeared. There was also Hashiheim, who Zhou had seen before. She appeared along with a wooden bridge that connected to the door. After the metal guards that appeared from the door walked onto the wooden bridge, they seemed to lose their minds. They didn't shoot as though they were in a daze as they walked towards Hashiheim. Hashiheim stood on the bridge, wearing a floral kimono and holding a paper umbrella. Although her face couldn't be seen due to the umbrella, her beautiful figure was enough to make one fantasize. When the metal guard walked in front of Hashiheim, she finally turned her head. The moment she turned her head, the paper umbrella in her hand flew up. Her face was like a ghost's. She had sharp teeth, blood-red eyes, and sharp claws. Her face was as white as powder, and there were streaks of blood tears around the corners of her eyes. In the next moment, the ferocious Hashiheim's body was like a ghost. Wherever her sharp claws and ghastly hands went, she dug out the metal guard's energy sources and crushed them to pieces. Ghosts appeared and disappeared as hordes of metal guards were slaughtered. Tsukuyomi didn't need to do it herself. After the golden battle god appeared, he couldn't withstand the attacks of the ghosts. He wanted to shoot, but a phantom-like ghost appeared over him as though it had possessed him. It made the golden battle god lose control of his body, and he couldn't pull the trigger. Bang! A ghost with a huge hammer smashed down, cracking the golden battle god's body. The energy source was also shattered. The 6 golden battle gods were like 6 helpless orphans amidst the ghosts that appeared and disappeared from time to time. They were quickly wiped out. Tsukuyomi walked towards the tunnel as ghosts constantly appeared around her, like guards escorting a princess. Everyone watched with relish. They originally wanted to see how Tsukuyomi would deal with the calamity-grade bullets. They were not certain that the ghosts could withstand them. However, to everyone's surprise, Tsukuyomi, who was escorted by the 100 ghosts, wasn't attacked by the calamity-grade bullets. Even when she came in front of the Golden Palace, not a single bullet appeared.
Goddess Tsukuyomi is too powerful. Even the Calamity Gunner is frightened and doesn't dare fire. In that case, I wonder if the cube will give a high or low evaluation. If one doesn't undergo the test of the calamity-grade bullets, their score won't be too high, right? Boolsh ***, Goddess Tsukuyomi is invincible. Even the Calamity Gunner doesn't dare fire. How can her score not be high? I think it's definitely going to be 6 stars. Furthermore, it will be higher than Zhao's ranking.
Everyone discussed spiritedly, but this time, the Golden Palace's door didn't open, nor did a metal ball fly out. However, when the cube screen switched back to the rankings, the golden stars behind Tsukuyomi's name changed from 5 to 6. However, her ranking still failed to surpass Zhao's. She was only ranked 2nd. Such powerful strength still isn't enough to surpass Zhao? Zhou was somewhat alarmed. He could clearly tell that Tsukuyomi's ability had increased significantly. Under such circumstances, her failure to surpass Zhao's ranking meant that Zhao's strength was even more terrifying than Zhou imagined. With a thought, Zhou used Singularity Universe's interstellar teleportation ability to arrive on Venus. As his teleportation precision was much higher than before, Zhou appeared not far from the Venusian dimensional zone and saw Tsukuyomi, who was about to leave. Tsukuyomi also sensed that someone had appeared and turned her head. After discovering that it was Zhou, she stood there and smiled at him. The white-robed Tsukuyomi appeared especially beautiful and ethereal, with the dark universe in the background. Her entire body seemed to emit an intoxicating halo.
Tsukuyomi, can we have a chat?
Zhou went forward and asked.
No.
Tsukuyomi's lips curled up slightly as a crafty look appeared in her eyes. Zhou was feeling somewhat depressed when he saw Tsukuyomi walk in front of him. She said with a smile.
It's boring to just have a chat. Why don't we do something else?
With that said, Tsukuyomi extended her slender and fair fingers and pressed them on Zhou's forehead. Instantly, she vanished with him. Zhou originally imagined that his spatial powers were already impressive, but he realized that Tsukuyomi's spatial powers were even better. During the spatial teleportation, Joe almost didn't sense the fluctuations and vibrations brought about by spatial teleportation. Chapter 1420 Cruel Universe. When Joe landed on the ground, he felt softness beneath his feet, as though he had stepped on something extremely soft. He hurriedly flew up and stabilized himself. Only then did he look down and see that it was a large asteroid. The shape of the asteroid looked like a bowl held up diagonally. And in the crater, there was a soft bed. At that moment, Tsukuyomi was already lying on the bed. She was lying diagonally with one hand supporting her cheek as she looked at Joe with a faint smile.
Is this where you live?
Joe looked around curiously and saw that it was an asteroid belt. There were strange asteroids everywhere. Apart from Tsukuyomi and this bed, there were no signs of life.
That's right. What do you think?
Tsukuyomi said.
The environment's a little lacking. Why don't you find a better place?
Just as Joe said that, Tsukuyomi suddenly flicked her sleeve. The sleeve transformed into a white ribbon that wrapped around Joe-win's body and pulled him down. Joe fell onto the bed as his expression changed slightly. He wanted to ask Tsukuyomi what she was doing, but before he could say a word, she leaned against him and covered his mouth with her hand.
Don't speak.
Tsukuyomi's pink lips were almost by Joe-win's ear. Her voice was so soft that even Joe could hardly hear her. Her breath made Joe-win's ears itch. Joe didn't sense Tsukuyomi using strength, so he didn't retaliate. He lay there quietly and used Truth Listener to probe his surroundings. Soon, Joe discovered a problem. Not far from the asteroid belt was a huge alien beast patrolling the area. The alien beast's body was like a stingray, but it was many times bigger than the stingrays on Earth. Furthermore, its entire body was transparent like crystal. There were thin threads that emitted blue light in its body, like a human's vascular network. Joe felt a terrifying aura from the strange creature and immediately held his breath. Joe didn't dare mess around with something that even Tsukuyomi was afraid of. The alien beast swam through the asteroid belt. There were a few times when it was less than 1,000 meters away from the asteroid they were on. Tsukuyomi remained motionless as though she had been petrified. Joe could only mimic her. After a while, the alien beast slowly left and vanished into the distant asteroid belt.
What's that?
Joe could only sense that it was a dimensional creature, but he didn't know what kind it was.
A calamity-grade creature whose level is much higher than mine. If it discovers us, we might become food.
Tsukuyomi lay diagonally beside Joe with one hand supporting her cheek. Her other hand was still pressing down on Joe-win's chest as though she had no intention of letting him get up.
Level?
Joe-win was somewhat puzzled.
Although we are both at the calamity grade, there's still a difference in strength. There's a huge difference in strength between levels. The strength of one's domain will experience a qualitative leap likewise,
Tsukuyomi said.
What levels are they?
Joe-win hurriedly pressed. He knew too little about the calamity grade, and he could take this opportunity to understand more. Perhaps he could find a way to advance to the calamity grade.
Human realm, hell, and heaven correspond to 3 different domains. I'm still at the level of the human realm,
Tsukuyomi answered.
There aren't any calamity grade experts among us humans, right? Why would calamity grade levels be named after humans?
Joe-win was puzzled. According to what he knew, there didn't seem to be any pure calamity grade humans. Ignoring that, he had never heard of pure mythical humans either.
How would I know? This is the division of the calamity grade according to ancient legends. If you want to know, you can return to countless years ago and find the answer yourself.
Tsukuyomi continued with a smile.
A calamity creature like me that was just born on Earth doesn't even count as the human realm, a pure calamity rookie. I'm only at the human realm now, but there are calamity creatures at the hell and heaven levels in the universe. The difference is huge. Why are there so many powerful calamity creatures in the universe?
Joe-win couldn't help but frown.
Some of them came from Earth, while others came from other planets,
Tsukuyomi said.
Just like the dimensional creatures on Venus? However, the dimensional creatures on Venus don't leave Venus. That so-called Venusian companion beast needs to reach a contract with other creatures to leave Venus.
Joe-win found it unbelievable that so many calamity-grade creatures had reached a contract.
It's not wrong to say that they need to reach a contract, but there are also situations where there's no need to reach a contract. For example, when a planet's lifespan reaches its end, which means that the companion beasts inside have already grown to their limits. Even if they don't need to contract with others, they will automatically be released because of the planet's destruction. That way, the companion beasts that appear will become ownerless companion beasts. Typically speaking, due to the long period of growth, these companion beasts are very powerful. Most of them are at the heaven level when they are liberated. Of course, there are also planets that are accidentally destroyed before they reach the end of their lifespans. Then, the companion beasts produced will be weaker.
After a pause, Tsukuyomi continued.
Of course, A portion of them are able to come out via reaching contracts. However, only creatures from Earth can contract with companion beasts. If those fellows from the dimension want to contract with companion beasts in the universe, they need to do it through the bodies of Earthlings. Wait, in other words, that powerful calamity creature was actually a companion beast.
Zhou suddenly came to a realization.
That's right.
Tsukuyomi nodded slightly.
Then I should be able to contract it, right?
Zhou asked with widened eyes. If he could contract a calamity-grade companion beast, he would really make a killing.
Of course. However, such an ownerless companion beast is equivalent to a feral beast. It's different from cats and dogs reared at home. It doesn't like to be restrained. As long as you aren't afraid of being killed, you can give it a try.
Tsukuyomi's finger slid to Zhou's cheek and pinched his face with her fingers. With a smile, she continued.
You are so thick-skinned. Perhaps those powerful wild companion beasts will be moved by your shamelessness. They might really contract with you. Even so, the universe is an excellent place for a calamity creature born from Earth like you. As long as you can contract a few companion beasts, your strength will greatly increase. Why are you so afraid?
Zhou was still somewhat puzzled. Even if there were many calamity-grade creatures in the universe, they wouldn't hunt other calamity-grade creatures for no reason, right?
Do you know how calamity creatures grow?
Tsukuyomi asked instead of answering.
I haven't advanced to the calamity grade, so I'm not sure.
Zhou shook his head.
Ignoring growth, just maintaining one's existence requires a large amount of energy. The higher one's level is, the more energy one needs. And the best way to obtain energy is to devour other calamity creatures.
Tsukuyomi's words immediately made Zhou understand the cruelty of the universe. The competition for survival was even crueler than Earth's. Chapter 1421 Human Sovereign attempts the level. Zhou chatted with Tsukuyomi for a while, and gained a deeper understanding of the dangers of the universe. Apart from being food for other calamity creatures, there was the constant danger of essence energy expenditure. One needed to constantly replenish their essence energy to maintain their combat strength. If one expended too much energy, it wouldn't only be a problem of a decline in combat strength. One might even starve to death. Apart from hunting other calamity creatures, one could also obtain essence energy from dimensional zones on different planets. There was also an important source of essence energy, companion beasts born on those planets. Only then did Zhou understand that calamity creatures, like Tsukuyomi, and the Fallen wanted the Venusian companion beast to increase their strength, but also use it as food. An existence like the dragon turtle had risked entry into the dimensional zone because it was starving. Typical essence energy couldn't satisfy its survival requirements.
Are you hungry?
Zhou looked at Tsukuyomi with an odd expression. Tsukuyomi stared at Zhou and suddenly licked her lips. This action gave Zhou a fright as he nearly jumped out of bed.
Don't be afraid. I still don't plan on eating you. You're too thin. I should be fattening you up before I eat you.
Tsukuyomi burst out laughing. Zhou smiled awkwardly. He also knew that if Tsukuyomi wanted to eat him, she would have done so long ago. There was no need to wait until now to tell him this.
If you have the need, I can provide you with some essence energy crystals,
Zhou said. Tsukuyomi looked at Zhou and said,
typical essence energy crystals aren't of much use to calamity-grade creatures. It doesn't matter if we eat them or not. I need calamity-grade essence energy crystals. Do you have them?
No. Zhou suddenly thought of something as he looked at Tsukuyomi and said,
you entered the Venusian dimensional zone for the second time and tried your best to obtain a ranking because you wanted to obtain the Venusian companion beast as food, right? In that case, you should have reached the point of needing to replenish your essence energy, yes? I do need to replenish my essence energy, but it looks like it won't work this time. That Zhao's strength should be at the human realm, but his attributes are very strange. I'm afraid it's difficult to surpass him,
Tsukuyomi said.
Apart from the Venusian companion beast, is there no other place to replenish essence energy?
Zhou frowned.
You can hunt other dimensional creatures or companion beasts. Not all creatures are that strong. There are still some weaker fellows. There are still opportunities,
Tsukuyomi said indifferently.
Can you go to the moon? If there's anything you need my help with, go to the moon to find Lady Supremine,
Zhou said after some thought.
There shouldn't be such a need,
Tsukuyomi said indifferently.
Go if there's ever such a need.
Zhou got up and said,
I should return. Let's chat another time if fate allows it.
After Zhou used spatial teleportation to leave, Tsukuyomi licked her lips again and rubbed her stomach with her palm. She muttered to herself, I'm really hungry. I wonder how long I can last. After Zhou returned to Luoyang, he planned how to kill the Calamity Gunner and clinch first place on the cube. Ever since he spoke to Tsukuyomi, Zhou realized that a calamity-grade companion beast was good stuff. It could be used for fighting usually, and be eaten when one was hungry. It was a necessary divine artifact for traveling. After he advanced to the Calamity grade, he would definitely need to use them. There were many resources in the universe that required the strength of a Calamity grade to vie for them. Otherwise, entering the universe was equivalent to courting death. Zhou originally wanted the Venusian companion egg, but now he was even more eager to obtain it. I wonder if Ghost God Eyes can really find the location of the Calamity Gunner. If Soul Mirror isn't done before the countdown ends, I can only give it a try using Ghost God Eyes. Zhou looked at the time. There were still more than 50 hours left on the countdown. He could still afford to wait. The colorful light from the Soul Mirror weakened, but it didn't seem like it would completely converge anytime soon. Time ticked by. No other creature reached 6 stars. In fact, no other creature challenged the rankings. When there was only an hour left before the countdown ended, and the Soul Mirror still hadn't completed its evolution, Zhou decided not to wait any longer. Firstly, he couldn't wait any longer. Secondly, even if the Soul Mirror advanced to the Calamity grade, Zhou wasn't sure if it was effective against the Calamity Gunner. After making sufficient preparations, Zhou donned the Prison Dragon armor and held the Immortal Culling Sword. In the disguise of Human Sovereign, he arrived at the Venusian Dimensional Zone again. Seeing that the countdown was about to end, everyone stared at it. Now, most people felt that there was no suspense, and Xiao would retain first place. After all, it was very difficult to obtain 6 stars.
Professor Gu, there's less than an hour left on the countdown. Do you think there will be any surprises or suspense we should expect regarding the cube's rankings?
The host asked Professor Gu in the live broadcast.
There shouldn't be any surprises.
Before Professor Gu could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw the cube screen light up. A figure stood in the Venusian Dimensional Zone.
It's Human Sovereign. He finally appeared. There's something wrong with Professor Gu's mouth, right? Holy sh*T, he's finally here. I thought he didn't plan on appearing. So what if he's here? Although Human Sovereign is a little strong, I'm afraid he can't reach Xiao's level. What are you talking about? Our Human Sovereign is invincible. Xiao and whatever 6 stars are all trash in front of our Human Sovereign. Human Sovereign will definitely win.
Most humans supported Human Sovereign. Although humans were motivated by self-interest, humans were also sentimental creatures. Emotionally, most humans still hoped that Human Sovereign would obtain first place, not Saint Xiao, who represented the Holy Land.
Bro, do you think Human Sovereign has a chance of reaching first place?
Zhang Yuji looked at Zhang Chuanqiu.
It's difficult. Even if he's Human Sovereign, that Zhao's strength is too powerful and strange. I'm afraid it's very difficult to surpass him. Zhang Chuanqiu knew very well that although Human Sovereign was very strong, he relied on his sword. His body wasn't at the Calamity grade. It was impossible for him to reach Zhao's level.
Sai, I know it's very difficult, but I really don't want the Holy Land to get first.
Zhang Yuji said.
No one wishes so, but that's reality. It won't change because of our personal feelings.
Zhang Chuanqiu stared at Human Sovereign on the screen and said,
but that person. Perhaps a miracle will really happen. After all, he's Human Sovereign.
Jiang Yan led the core members of the League of Guardians to gather in front of the cube. Zhong Zia sat on the sofa, drinking and listening to the radio. Hui Haifeng was in the meeting hall of an office building, watching the live stream with a group of federal officials. His expression was rather solemn.
This should be the last hope for pure humans, right?
Xia Xianyu from the Xia family side.
We still don't know if he's pure human.
Although Xia Luchuan said that, he hoped that Human Sovereign could amount to something. At the very least, he wanted to take the wind out of the fellows from the Holy Land. Chapter 1422 Possibility of 6 stars. Zhou ignored the Metal Guard's attacks and walked towards the tunnel's door. The Metal Guard's bullets swept across Zhou's body, but they were blocked by the Prison Dragon armor, not even leaving a mark. Instead, the bullets ricocheted from the Prison Dragon armor and shattered the Metal Guard's energy source.
The Metal Guard wasn't afraid of the bullets, so it was useless even if the bullets riddled its body with holes. However, once the energy source exploded, the Metal Guard was dead. The 6 doors opened as hordes of Metal Guards rushed out. Bullets fired at Zhou crazily, but all of them ricocheted from the Prison Dragon armor. They all had their energy sources blasted apart. Zhou didn't attack. He only relied on the ricocheting to finish off the Metal Guards. Zhou wasn't as extravagant as the others. He stored the dimensional crystals and companion eggs that the Metal Guards dropped, regardless of whether they were good or bad. After all, he usually grinded in-game, and he couldn't take out the things he obtained in-game. If there was a chance to pick up something, he wouldn't miss it.
Look at Human Sovereign. He's already such an invincible powerhouse, yet he's still so diligent and thrifty. He's really a perfect man. He will definitely be a good husband in the future. I really want to marry him,
a girl said dreamily, as her eyes suffused hearts.
Cut it out. What thrifty? You just want his body.
The The girl beside her curled her lips. The golden battle god appeared and fired, but Zhou Wen still didn't dodge. He secretly circulated his strength and used the prison dragon armor's reflective force to increase the bullet's strength, causing the bullet to fly back even faster and blast apart the golden battle god's energy source.
Holy sh*T, that works. Even a terror-grade golden battle god can be ricocheted to death. What armor is that? This reflective ability seems to be even more domineering than the Calamity-grade dragon turtle from before. As expected of Human Sovereign, he's too domineering. It's just this and nothing more. He's only relying on the companion beast armor. Look at how Tsukuyami and Xiao obtained 6 stars. They didn't use any of these ricocheting parlor tricks. It's all useless.
The 6 golden battle gods were ricocheted to death one by one, but it wasn't all thanks to the prison dragon armor. The force Zhou Wen secretly used was also key. Otherwise, just the ricocheting bullets wouldn't deliver such a strong effect. The alarms on the 6 doors sounded at the same time. Everyone immediately focused as they stared intently at Zhou Wen's figure, hoping to see how he would deal with the Calamity-grade bullets. This was the true crux.
When Xiao cleared the level, the Calamity-grade gunner didn't fire. The Calamity-grade gunman didn't fire for Tsukuyami either. Only they obtained 6 stars. The other strong ones, like the Fallen, failed to obtain 6 stars. It's obvious that the key is to prevent the Calamity-grade gunner from firing. If Human Sovereign were to let the Calamity-grade gunman fire a shot, I'm afraid he wouldn't have a chance to obtain 6 stars,
Xiao Luchuan analyzed.
But from the looks of it, Human Sovereign shouldn't have such an ability. His ability is more reflected in his combat strength. He doesn't have the ability to make his opponent commit suicide, nor does he have Tsukuyami's Ghost Parade ability. It's probably very difficult to make the Calamity-grade gunner not shoot, right?
Xiao Xianyi said.
It's very difficult, but it has to be done. It's not that easy to obtain 6 stars,
Xiao Luchuan said. In fact, there were many people with the same thoughts as Xiao Luchuan. After watching so many attempts, most people had a certain understanding of how the Venusian Dimensional Zone scored the attempt. How the Calamity-grade gunner was dealt with was key. From the looks of it, preventing the Calamity-grade gunner from firing was the most effective way to get a high score. There likely wasn't a better way of obtaining 6 stars. Bang! Just as people were discussing if Human Sovereign could scare the Calamity-grade gunner into not firing, a gunshot sounded. Almost at the same time the gunshot sounded, the immortal culling sword in Zhou Wen's hand moved, but it didn't leave its scabbard. All he did was use the hilt of his sword to block the Calamity-grade bullet and change the direction of the bullet. After the Calamity-grade bullet changed direction and shot elsewhere, Zhou Wen walked over to the tunnel and ventured inside. Bullets shot over one after another, but Zhou Wen's arm only moved slightly as he struck the bullets with the hilt. It looked like he was easily changing the direction of the bullets, preventing any of them from hitting him. It looked easy, but in fact, it wasn't that easy. To do so, not only did he need to have good eyesight and timing, but he also needed to have sufficient strength and top-notch control over his force. Under the impact of the light-speed bullet, he would ingeniously strike the side of the bullet from a certain angle. By exerting a tiny bit of strength, he could change the direction of the bullet.
As expected of Human Sovereign, his eyesight, force control, and timing are all top-notch. From the looks of it, he likely has an advance to the Calamity grade. I'm afraid there aren't many humans other than Human Sovereign that can accomplish such a feat with Terror grade strength.
Zhang Chuanqiu sighed softly and continued.
Unfortunately, no matter how good his technique is, as long as that Calamity grade gunner fires, it will be difficult to get a rating of 6 stars. Is there no other way?
Zhang Yuji still hoped that Human Sovereign could obtain first place.
Not at the moment.
Zhang Chuanqiu sighed.
There shouldn't be any suspense. Although Human Sovereign is very strong, he has an advance to the Calamity grade after all. Without the effects of a domain, he can't stop the Calamity grade gunner from firing. It's impossible for him to reach 6 stars. If there aren't any other stronger creatures attempting the level, Xiao should end up in first place,
Professor Gu explained in the program.
Professor Gu, since a powerhouse like Human Sovereign has stood up to the challenge, he definitely has his own ideas. Could he have other tricks up his sleeve?
The host was a fan of Human Sovereign, so she still held onto a sliver of hope.
There's always a limit to human strength. It can't be done if it just can't be done. No matter how strange a move is, it has to be within a certain set of rules. The Calamity grade gunner has already fired. The rules governing the cube's ratings make it impossible for him to obtain 6 stars. It's useless no matter what move he has. Now, Human Sovereign can only vie for 3rd place. If he can surpass the Fallen and obtain 3rd place, he should be able to obtain a good companion beast. This isn't a bad choice. The reason Human Sovereign is here this time is likely to vie for 3rd place. As a Terror grade, it's already very impressive to be able to come in at 3rd place. Human Sovereign hasn't shamed our human pride,
Professor Gu answered with certainty.
What a pity. Even he can't shake Xiao's position,
Cave Era said in disappointment as she looked at the cube's screen.
He's not someone who does things randomly without confidence,
Jiang Yin said indifferently. In the room, Zhong Zia, who was hugging his sword and looking a little dazed from drinking, leaned on the sofa. After hearing Professor Gu's explanation, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up as he muttered to himself.
That fellow doesn't like something like third place.
Bang! The seventh gunshot rang. Chapter 1423 Only Chance. With Zhou Wen using the disqualified, and with the augmentation of Great Brahma and Truth Listener, it was difficult for the calamity-grade bullet trajectories to escape his notice. At the instant the seventh sure-kill bullet shot out, Zhou Wen unsheathed the immortal culling sword in his hand. Immortal slaying slashed at the tip of the sure-kill bullet with unparalleled sword aura. Sparks flew as the immortal culling sword cleaved through the sure-kill bullet. The two halves of the bullet flew past Zhou Wen's body and slammed into the wall before sinking in. It failed to return. What a powerful attack! Xiao, who was watching the cube, narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene.
It's because that sword is powerful. I heard from Lord Holy God that sword once killed countless calamity creatures in the mythical era. Even the invincible powerhouses at the apocalypse level are very afraid of it. Thankfully, Human Sovereign only has one. If it's as Lord Holy God said, with all four swords in his hand, I'm afraid no one on earth can match him.
A saint watching the battle said.
It's useless no matter how strong that sword is. No matter how strong he is, he can only obtain 5 stars even if he reaches the Golden Palace now. The cube's first place is already Zhao's.
Another saint said.
That's not necessarily true.
Xiao looked at the scene and whispered in a voice that only he could hear. This was the first time they had seen the sure-kill bullet being severed. It excited many humans.
Human Sovereign is indeed invincible. So what if it's at the calamity grade? So what if it's a sure-kill bullet? Isn't it still split in one strike? Your Excellency Human Sovereign, I want to have children with you. Uncle, stop fooling around.
The young man beside him flushed red as he pulled the man with the beard, the one clamoring to have children with Human Sovereign, out of the crowd. The immortal culling sword had already been sheathed. Zhou Wen continued walking forward. He wasn't walking very quickly because he needed to determine the gunner's general location before using Li Maobai's Ghost God Eyes to ensure the highest success rate. There was only one chance, so Zhou Wen couldn't fail. Just as everyone thought, even if Zhou Wen were to reach the Golden Palace, he would at most be rated 5 stars. If he couldn't kill the Calamity Gunner, it would be impossible for him to obtain a 6-star rating. Clang! 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 Zhou Wen constantly sent the Calamity-grade gunner's bullets flying as he searched for his location. Zhou Wen had already tried many times in game, but every time he felt that his judgment was right, the Calamity-grade gunner would be gone when he instant transmit over to where he should be. He couldn't sense the location of the Calamity-grade gunner at all. However, from the direction of the bullet, the Calamity-grade gunner was definitely there. Zhou Wen had also attempted to attack the spot he had determined regardless of whether he could see it or not, but it was useless. His attack didn't touch anything, and it only slammed into the wall.
What a pity! If such a human powerhouse can advance to the Calamity grade, people like Xiao and Tsukuyami might not be able to compete with him,
said Worm Dugu with a sigh.
I still don't know if he's pure human. If he advances to the Calamity grade, it might not be a good thing for humanity.
Dugu Ji's expression was ambivalent. Now, the various factions knew very well that if Human Sovereign was really pure human, it would undoubtedly be a potent stimulant for the Federation and humanity. It was very likely to make humans regain the confidence and pride they had long lost. However, if Human Sovereign wasn't pure human, it was very likely that the last bit of humanity's beliefs would be crushed. In the entire Federation, there were quite a number of human powerhouses, but there really weren't many pure humans. Only Zhou Wen could enter the rankings, but Zhou Wen virtually relied on companion beasts. Furthermore, there was the suspicion that he resorted to trickery. It made people feel that he wasn't very strong. Only Human Sovereign could fight all sorts of powerful creatures head-on. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he even had the advantage. It could be said that in the hearts of many people, Human Sovereign was their final bottom line and dignity as humans. If Human Sovereign was no longer pure human, that bottom line would be breached. When that happened, more and more people would choose to contract with Guardians. Those who could have taken their own paths might have chosen to become contractors because of this. Zhou Wen had already determined the location of the Calamity Gunner, but he knew very well that even if he instant transmitted over, it would be impossible for him to find him. With a slight movement of his fingers, 2 crystalline eyeballs appeared in his palm. Zhou Wen held a pair of Ghost God eyes tightly, and made them collide.
Quickly end it. The rating will only be lower if he wastes any more time. No matter how many times he uses the same move, No matter how many bullets he splits, it won't improve his rating. It will only lower it. If Human Sovereign has this intention, I'm afraid he's wrong.
Professor Gu continued analyzing, but he suddenly saw a strange change in the cube's screen. Human Sovereign's entire head was within a helmet, preventing anyone from seeing his appearance, much less his facial features. However, at that moment, one could see Human Sovereign's eyes glowing resplendently. The light from his eyes penetrated the steel-like face armor, like two searchlights emitting a red glow. Just a glance at it made one's heart turn cold, as though they had been targeted by the devil. Zhou Wen's eyes stared at the spot he had determined. The wall in front of him suddenly seemed to turn transparent. His gaze passed through several walls, and he realized that there was no sign of the Calamity Gunner. However, in the metal wall at the back, there was a humanoid creature. The creature's body was identical to the metal wall. He had perfectly fused with the metal wall, and was standing inside. Furthermore, he could move freely inside the wall. The extremely hard metal was like water for him. Zhou Wen could clearly see that the creature on the wall was holding a gun inside the wall and aiming it at him. So that's how it is. So this fellow can move freely in the metal, and even use the metal to escape. It's no wonder I couldn't find his location. Zhou Wen knew that he had to kill him in one strike. He could now see that fellow with the help of the Ghost God Eyes, but the power of the Ghost God Eyes couldn't last long. If he missed, he wouldn't have a second chance if the Calamity Gunner escaped with the help of the metal escape technique. For a potent force, like the 7 sure kill shot, it definitely needs some channeling time. At the moment before the bullet is shot, all his strength will probably be focused on the sniper gun. When that happens, it will definitely be difficult for him to use metal escape at the same time. This is the only chance. Zhou Wen was already prepared, but he didn't know if his plan would succeed. Everyone watched as Human Sovereign's eyes lit up. In the next instant, his figure suddenly vanished. Even the cube's camera paused for a moment, unable to immediately keep up with his movement. When Human Sovereign's figure appeared on the screen again, people saw him standing in front of a metal wall. He held the hilt of the Immortal Culling Sword in his hand, and its blade had already completely sunk into the metal wall. Chapter 1424 Reaching the Peak with 7 stars.
So that's how it is. Human Sovereign aimed to kill the Calamity Gunner. Unfortunately, he underestimates it too much. This is the home ground of the Calamity Gunner to begin with. Even existences like Tsukuyami Shao and the Fallen found it difficult to find the location of the Calamity Gunner. They could only choose to obtain as high a score as possible instead of killing it. The possibility of Human Sovereign successfully killing the Calamity Gunner is slim, so it's reasonable that the attack missed.
Professor Gu's analysis was as most people thought. However, before Professor Gu could finish his sentence, inch by inch, Human Sovereign pulled out the Immortal Culling Sword that was embedded in the wall. As the Immortal Culling Sword was pulled out, energy spewed out like flames from the gap between the sword and the wall, illuminating the entire tunnel.
No! No way!
In the Holy Land, the saints widened their eyes in disbelief. Professor Gu, who was commenting, had his mouth agape, but he couldn't finish his sentence. All he could do was watch as the light on the cube's screen intensified. The light reflected in his pupils nearly filled his entire eyes. Boom! When the Immortal Culling Sword was completely pulled out, the energy source that spewed out exploded, blasting apart the metal wall. A humanoid metal creature's chest exploded as the energy source shattered. It fell out of the blasted wall and collapsed in front of Zhou Wen. A metal crystal dropped from his blasted chest. Zhou Wen picked it up and turned to walk towards the Golden Palace. Without any calamity-grade bullets appearing again, Zhou Wen walked up to the Golden Palace under everyone's stunned gazes. However, before reaching the Golden Palace, Zhou Wen switched to his terror form. He had already experimented before. The Golden Palace relied on 2 aspects to rate the challenger. Firstly, it was bloodline. If he dripped his blood in before entering, judgment would be based on his bloodline. Another attempt would only raise his stars in ranking, and he wouldn't be given a metal ball. However, other than dripping blood to enter the Venusian dimensional zone, one could also enter using spatial powers. As creatures that entered like this didn't have any reference bloodline, the Venusian dimensional zone determined a rating using life providences, life souls, will of destiny, and terror transformation powers. Zhou Wen had dripped his blood the last time he came in. The terror transformation powers he used when he stepped up were the Disqualified, Singularity Universe, and Ga Fiend Era. This time, Zhou Wen had used spatial powers to enter. He had converted all his attributes to human sovereigns before ascending the Golden Palace. The Golden Palace's door opened again as a blinding light shone from within. A metal ball slowly flew out and landed in front of Zhou Wen. The cube scene changed and switched to the rankings. Everyone looked eagerly at the top of the rankings. When they saw the 2 words in their imagination, they felt an indescribable feeling in their hearts. It was as though it was only natural for it to appear, but it was also unbelievable. It was complicated and difficult to describe. Then, everyone quickly swept their gazes behind the name. 1, 2, 3. Someone counted silently in his heart. Someone directly counted out loud. Even if they were not physically in the same place, they were unbelievably in sync.
4, 5, 6, 7 stars.
Someone finally couldn't help but shout hoarsely.
7 stars. Human Sovereign has 7 stars. F***CK. It's 7 stars. Who the hell said that Human Sovereign can't get first place? Professor Goo, what are your thoughts?
The host couldn't help but ask the stunned Professor Goo. As a fan of Human Sovereign, she was very displeased with Professor Goo's previous analysis. If it wasn't because of her professional ethics, she would have long retorted.
This is indeed a little unexpected.
Professor Goo couldn't think of anything to say, so he coughed awkwardly.
Haha, as expected, our Human Sovereign is invincible. What's Saint Xiao? What's so awesome about him? If he has the ability, kill the Calamity Gunner. I knew it. I knew that Human Sovereign would definitely do it. As Human Sovereign, wouldn't killing a Calamity be child's play? That's not right. That wasn't what you said a moment ago. How did this happen? Didn't Lord Holy God say that it's virtually impossible for Calamity-grade creatures to kill the Calamity Gunner in the Venusian Dimensional Zone? How did he do it?
A saint was still in disbelief as he looked at the 7 golden stars behind Human Sovereign's name with a look of appalled surprise.
Lord Holy God only said that it's virtually impossible, but that's not an ordinary person,
Xiao said indifferently.
But what do we do now? Lord Holy God said that we have to obtain first place and obtain the Venusian Companion Beast. Now!
The saint said in a panic. Thinking of the consequences of Holy God's wrath, many saints trembled slightly.
What do you mean, what should we do? Can't I just snatch back first place? Since Lord Holy God chose me, I naturally have to do the deed well. If Human Sovereign can do it, I can also do it,
Xiao said as he walked towards the cube.
Well said. Just snatch it back.
A voice sounded from a distant palace. A holy deity walked over step by step. Wherever he passed, all the saints genuflected. No one dared to look at him.
Lord Holy God,
Xiao also genuflected.
Not only do I want you to snatch back first place, but I also want you to kill that human. Can you do it?
Holy God asked as he looked down at Xiao.
If there's a chance, I'll do my best,
Xiao said in a deep voice.
I can give you a chance, but failure is not an option,
said Holy God.
Only one of us will live,
Xiao answered firmly.
Remember your words. If Human Sovereign doesn't die, don't even bother returning.
Holy God walked towards the cube. When he stood on the cube, the entire cube lit up. Everyone looked at the ranking on the cube and discussed what companion beast Human Sovereign would obtain. The cube that had already switched to the ranking screen suddenly changed again. It returned to the scene in the Venusian Dimensional Zone. Furthermore, the scene didn't show the entrance to the Venusian Dimensional Zone. It was still the scene in front of the Golden Palace. Zhou Wen was still standing in front of the Golden Palace and hadn't been teleported out.
What's going on?
Everyone was somewhat puzzled. This was unprecedented. Furthermore, the countdown hadn't ended. There were still dozens of minutes left. It was still premature to say that Human Sovereign had obtained first place. Zhou Wen realized that he hadn't been teleported out of the Golden Palace and knew that something was amiss. He immediately wanted to use spatial teleportation to leave the Golden Palace, but he realized that the space in the Golden Palace was isolated from the outside world. He couldn't teleport out. At the same time, a figure entered the Venusian Dimensional Zone. It was none other than Xiao. Everyone immediately understood what had happened. The entire Federation broke into a furor.
F***CK again? Do you have any shame? It was DT on the last time. This time, it's the Holy Land. If you can't win, play dirty. Is everyone from the dimension so shameless?
Chapter 1425 Only one person can leave alive. When Zhou Wen saw Xiao, he immediately engraved the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder. Since Xiao could make the Terror Grade Golden Battle Gods commit suicide, and Zhou Wen was only at the Terror Grade, he had to mount a full defense to not succumb to Zhao's abilities. Even with the double protection of the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder and truth listener, Zhou Wen didn't dare be careless. He focused his gaze on Xiao and grabbed the hilt of the immortal culling sword again.
In our battle today, only one person can leave alive. Please do your best. Let Venus see who has the right to be the owner of the Venusian Companion Beast,
Xiao said as he walked over step by step. Zhou Wen never liked to waste his breath, much less talk nonsense with enemies. He immediately unsheathed the immortal culling sword in his hand and slashed down with immortal slaying. Zhou Wen's speed and strength were infinitely close to the Calamity grade. With immortal slaying combined with the immortal culling sword, he could produce the power to kill a Calamity grade creature. If it wasn't for the fact that the immortal culling sword couldn't be taken into the game, Zhou Wen would have long used it to kill the Kuei. He wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble using the Tyrant Behemoth boxing glove. Zhou Wen had previously seen Xiao. Back then, he was still very far from the Calamity grade. Now, it was certain that he had only recently advanced to the Calamity grade. Zhou Wen didn't believe that he could withstand the power of the immortal culling sword. However, Xiao didn't dodge. When the immortal culling sword reached him, he reached out to his waist. There was also a sword there, but it was different from the East District like immortal culling sword. The sword in his hand was a Western-styled rapier. The rapier was silver in color. Even the scabbard was the same. It looked like it was made of pure silver, and the patterns on it were exquisite. At the instant the rapier was unsheathed, Zhou Wen saw silver light collide with the immortal culling sword. Clang! When the two swords clashed, the shockwave produced forced Zhou Wen and Xiao to retreat. The shockwave constantly spread out and struck the metal wall with a boom. Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised as he looked at the silver rapier in Zhao's hand. According to what he knew, a West District weapon like the rapier wasn't steeped in history. It was unlikely to appear in myths and legends. However, the silver rapier didn't show any damage after clashing with the immortal culling sword. Clearly, it wasn't an ordinary item, but Zhou Wen couldn't figure out its origins.
Lord Holy God is right. The sword forged from holy metal can indeed block that immortal culling sword.
The saints watching were delighted when they saw the immortal culling sword blocked.
Of course. When has Lord Holy God ever been wrong? That's the holy sword that Lord Holy God personally bestowed to Xiao. The holy metal used to create the holy sword is the foundation of the holy temple. It was baptized by holy energy for countless years, and has long been a supreme holy item. It's virtually indestructible. How can it be easily damaged? Human Sovereign is only at the terror grade. All he relies on is the immortal culling sword. Now that the holy sword can withstand its blow, it will be a piece of cake for Xiao to defeat him.
The saints discussed spiritedly, but inside the Venusian dimensional zone, Xiao didn't immediately counterattack. He levitated in midair with his rapier casually held in front of his chest. He looked extremely elegant and natural, like an otherworldly swordsman.
You haven't reached the Calamity grade. If I defeat you with the Calamity Zone, I'm afraid you will die with a grievance,
Xiao said to Zhou Wen.
Why? Do you plan on not using the Calamity Zone?
Zhou Wen asked calmly.
Indeed. I'll let you see the true strength of a saint,
Xiao said, as he instantly stabbed out with his rapier. The blade vanished from Zhou Wen's vision, preventing him from seeing the trajectory of the strike. Zhou Wen's expression didn't change as he instantly moved horizontally. At the instant he moved, a silver beam flashed from his head, almost brushing past his hair. If Zhou Wen had been any slower, his head would have been penetrated by the sword. That was fast. Zhang Yuji's heart nearly popped out when she saw this. And Sheng, Li Xian, and Jing, and company were also watching the battle. They were so nervous that their palms were sweating. Xiao gracefully followed, as he stabbed out again and again. The rapier and his figure were unbelievably fast. His usual speed could reach the speed of light, but the instant he struck out, he was so fast that even Zhou Wen couldn't see the trajectory of the sword. Even Tsukuyomi's expression turned solemn. Clang! 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 Boom! Boom! The clashing sounds of the blades, and the impacts of the shockwave constantly echoed. Zhao's terrifying rapier had been completely blocked by Zhou Wen. None of the strikes could injure him.
Impossible. Although Human Sovereign is strong, it's all thanks to the power that the sword gives him. That's how he can kill a Calamity grade. However, his speed and reaction shouldn't reach the level of a Calamity grade. Furthermore, Zhao's stabbing speed probably can't even be seen by ordinary Calamity grade creatures. How did Human Sovereign block it?
The saints were alarmed. Li Xian and the others who were on good terms with Zhou Wen, as well as the ordinary humans, were pleasantly surprised. Wang Lu also heaved a sigh of relief as she held her hands in front of her chest. Unknowingly, she was already covered in a cold sweat.
I knew it. What kind of existence is Human Sovereign? A mere Calamity grade can't do anything to him.
The people who had held their breaths while watching were immediately overjoyed when they saw that Human Sovereign remained calm and composed under the unbelievable rapier. He had blocked all of Zhao's attacks.
I'm starting to doubt if Human Sovereign is really pure human. Such an ability really doesn't seem like what a pure human is capable of,
Zhang Junqiu said jokingly.
Indeed. He can actually see the trajectory of the sword. Such eyesight should have exceeded the limits of a terror grade,
Zhang Yuji said.
No, he didn't see it, nor can he see it. The ability I'm referring to isn't this,
Zhang Junqiu said.
He can't see it?
Zhang Yuji was taken aback as she asked in disbelief.
How does he block it if he can't see it? Furthermore, he looks to be at ease. It doesn't look like it was luck. Of course it isn't luck. True, You can't say that he can't see it. It can only be said that he can't see the rapier's trajectory, but he can see Zhao's movements.
Noticing Zhang Yuji's incomprehension, Zhang Chuanqiu continued explaining.
Zhao's rapier is unbelievably fast. It might also be a spatial ability. No matter what ability it is, it's impossible for the terror-grade human sovereign to see the trajectory of the rapier. Even if he can see it, it's impossible for him to react. Therefore, human sovereign isn't looking at the rapier at all. He fixes his eyes on Zhao's actions. Although Zhao's speed is very fast, he isn't as fast as the rapier. It's still within human sovereign's reaction speed. Human sovereign uses Zhao's actions to determine his target and block his attack.
After Zhang Chuanqiu explained, he couldn't help but praise.
It sounds simple, but a battle at that level is ever-changing. To be able to accurately block an almost invisible sword with just the other party's actions is truly shocking. Even if I had the same strength as him, I might not be able to do it to such an extent. This fellow doesn't look human at all.
Chapter 1426 Sword Combat. Zhou Wen's the disqualified had the ability to spy on the weakness of everything, so he naturally understood immediately that it was impossible to see Zhao's sword clearly, but he could determine the necessary actions he needed from Zhao's actions. To others, it was impossible to block all attacks with just judgment in such a fast battle. However, Zhou Wen was relaxed and at ease. All things had their strengths, but they definitely had their weaknesses. Unless the other party's overall standard was strong enough to crush Zhou Wen would ultimately grasp their weaknesses. Xiao naturally discovered the problem, as his sword art suddenly changed. Xiao wanted to use an ever-changing sword art to make Zhou Wen make a mistake. Just one mistake, even if it was just a millisecond slower, would be enough to deal a fatal blow.
Why is Zhao's sword art? Why is it a little strange?
Zhang Yuji's eyesight wasn't good enough, so she could only make out a blur. This allowed her to feel that Zhao's sword art was somewhat different, but she couldn't tell what was different. Zhang Chuanqiu said with a heavy expression.
It looks like an incorrectly done jigsaw puzzle, right? Yes, that's the feeling. What's going on? With the standard Xiao displayed, his sword art should have already entered a sublime realm. It's impossible for him to make such a mistake.
Zhang Yuji hurriedly said with a nod.
That wasn't a mistake, but a deliberate action on Zhao's part. The first move he's using now comes from different sword arts. The previous move is completely different from the next move style. It's even diametrically opposite. It's to make it difficult for human sovereign to determine the angle and position of his sword.
Zhang Chuanqiu paused for a moment before continuing with a frown.
This Xiao is really extraordinary. There aren't any flaws despite using all sorts of sword arts, yet it makes one feel as though there's something misaligned. What's even more terrifying is that the sword techniques he's proficient in almost encompass all the types of sword techniques I know. To be able to master all sorts of sword arts to such an extent is testament to this fellow's immense talent. Won't human sovereign be in grave danger? You previously said that human sovereign relied on determining his actions to withstand his attacks. Now, with the combination of such random swords, and with it being difficult to distinguish what's real, wouldn't human sovereign immediately be severely injured if he makes a mistake?
Zhang Yuji said worriedly.
In theory, it's indeed very difficult not to make any mistakes. However, human sovereign probably can't leave even if he wants to. He has to not make any mistakes or think of a way to counterattack. Otherwise, he's a sitting duck,
Zhang Chuanqiu said. And Sheng and Li Xian were already so nervous that they were mute. They naturally could tell that Zhou Wen was in a terrible situation. There were thousands of sword arts in the world. It was impossible for a person to have seen all the sword arts in the world even if he spent his entire life doing so. Furthermore, there was a technique of faking moves in sword arts. If Zhou Wen made a wrong judgment once, his outcome would be tragic. From their point of view, Zhou Wen was dancing on the tip of a blade. Any carelessness would immediately lead to a bloody calamity.
Where did the Holy Land find this Xiao? He's terrifying. To be able to cultivate his sword art to such a level, even without the help of the Holy Land and Guardians, he definitely won't be ordinary,
Xiao Luchuan said with a heavy expression. Xia Xian, you could also tell that Zhao's sword art had indeed reached a sublime realm. It was probably difficult to find humans in the world who could cultivate sword arts to such a level. Xiao was in no way inferior to the few most famous swordsmen. Furthermore, Xiao was better than them in one aspect. Ye from the Holy Spirit Association was also a sword expert. The female sword immortal from Luoyang and swordsman Tomorrow were all sword experts, but their sword art had been cultivated to the extreme in one particular style. However, Xiao seemed to have cultivated all the sword arts in the world to the limit. Even a slightly less talented swordsman could not match the sword moves he casually unleashed despite practicing his entire life. However, in Zhao's hands, such sword art seemed basic.
Lord Holy God, Xiao is indeed talented. He's probably the only saint who can cultivate sword arts to such a level.
The old saint by holy God side whispered.
His sword arts are indeed very good, but such sword arts can't kill human sovereign,
said holy God indifferently. The saint was immediately alarmed when he heard that.
Such a sword art, coupled with a trajectory technique that even a calamity grade might not be able to see clearly, still can't kill human sovereign.
Even a calamity grade creature would probably find it difficult to last long in a melee battle with Xiao. There would ultimately be times when they made miscalculations.
This human sovereign is indeed a hero among humans. It's a pity I didn't discover him in the past,
holy God said with interest. The old saint naturally understood that the pity the holy God mentioned was that human sovereign couldn't be nurtured into a saint.
If Lord Holy God is interested in him, you can let Xiao spare his life. It won't be difficult for him to join the Holy Temple and become a saint,
the old saint said. Holy God turned his head to look at the old saint. The old saint's body immediately trembled as he hurriedly knelt down and prostrated on the ground. With a trembling voice he said,
I spoke too much. Your Excellency, please mete out punishment. You are not allowed to say a word for 3 years. Commit suicide if you violate it,
holy God said indifferently. The old saint didn't dare say a word as he kowtowed. Holy God ignored him and continued.
All saints have to be nurtured from birth. There can be no exception.
Those who could truly tell what was happening were worried about human sovereign's ability to block Xiao's sword arts. Or perhaps human sovereign could reverse the situation by using internecine methods. However, they soon realized that human sovereign didn't do so. He relied on his sword arts to fight Xiao, and the battle continued. The harrowing scene they had imagined didn't happen. No matter how Xiao's sword arts changed, Zhou Wen didn't make any mistakes. He accurately blocked all the attacks. Furthermore, his attacks caused Xiao some trouble.
Can he really not see Xiao strike?
Xiao Luchuan, who was originally very worried, gradually wore a strange expression after watching for a while. Human sovereign didn't seem to be relying on judgment to fight Xiao. Otherwise, how could he do it without making any mistakes under Xiao's complicated sword arts? However, they knew very well that it was impossible to see Xiao strike. Even if they could see it, it would be too late. Action had to be taken before Xiao thrust his sword to block it. Therefore, human sovereign definitely didn't rely on sight.
This fellow is really a monster. He's definitely not a pure human.
Even the head of the Cape family couldn't help but say,
I really want to fight human sovereign. I'll be happy even if I die.
In the ultimate family clan in the North District, Lance stared at Zhou Wen with his eyes glowing. The heart-defying sword that Zhou Wen had comprehended from the 3,000 sword intents covered all kinds of sword arts. With the ability of the disqualified, no matter how Zhao's sword arts changed, it didn't affect Zhou Wen much. However, Zhou Wen couldn't help but be impressed by Zhao's strength. Up to now, he had never used 2 sword arts that were identical. It greatly weakened the ability of the disqualified. Chapter 1427 Worship. Since you aren't using the Calamity Zone, I'll kill you before you start using it. Zhou Wen was just about to take the opportunity to deal a ruthless blow when he suddenly felt the heaven-opening scripture of the Highest Elder react. In his consciousness, the heaven-opening scripture of the Highest Elder lit up. The book's surface automatically opened as golden runes appeared. Zhou Wen also felt immense mental pressure. Thankfully, his willpower was terrifyingly strong. The mental suppression didn't shake his willpower. What happened to not using the Calamity Zone? He didn't even say a word and directly used it. It's indeed the shameless Saint Xiao. Thankfully, Zhou Wen was prepared and wasn't affected. Just as he was about to curse, a thought flashed in his mind, but he immediately gave up on the idea. Zhou Wen stood there blankly as his expression turned livid. He held the immortal culling sword in his hand and swiped it at his neck.
No good. That bastard Xiao went back on his word. He used the Calamity Zone when old Zhou wasn't prepared.
Li Xian was alarmed as he jumped up, but there was nothing he could do. Wang Lu was also given a fright as she widened her eyes and covered her mouth, not daring to look any further. Everyone recalled the scene of the Metal Guards and Golden Battle Gods committing suicide when Xiao attempted the level. Human Sovereign was only at the Terror grade after all. It was definitely not impossible for him to commit suicide under Zhao's Calamity Zone. However, Human Sovereign still looked like he was struggling. He didn't directly swipe at his neck as though he wasn't completely controlled. He was still resisting. Xiao didn't hesitate as he stabbed at Zhou Wen quickly. His sword was unbelievably fast to begin with, and this strike was so fast that it almost vanished along with him. Almost at the same time, Zhou Wen's eyes regained clarity as his body suddenly spun. The immortal culling sword that was aimed at his neck spun with his body before slashing down into the void. She. The sound of silk being sliced through was heard. As it was too fast, no one saw what had happened. After a slight pause, people realized that Xiao had already returned to his original spot. A patch from his robe had been sliced off, and Zhou Wen was still standing there with the immortal culling sword in hand. His eyes were clear, and he didn't have any intention of committing suicide. Holy **T, he nearly frightened me to death. Li Xian immediately understood that Zhou Wen had lured Xiao into a trap. However, from the looks of it, he hadn't really injured Xiao.
How shameless! Didn't you say that you won't use the Calamity Zone? You want to have a fair battle with Human Sovereign? How long has it been, and you're already going back on your word? How is this going back on his word? It's a premeditated scheme to cause harm. Thankfully, my Human Sovereign is strong enough and wasn't harmed by him. Human Sovereign is amazing as ever. Unfortunately, he failed to kill him with one strike.
People like Zhang Chuanqiu had also been given a fright. They heaved a collective sigh of relief. Wang Lu was still nervously staring at the live broadcast, but she didn't relax.
You are despicable,
Xiao said as he looked at his sleeve. Thankfully, he hadn't used all his strength to kill Zhou Wen. Otherwise, he might not have been able to escape unscathed.
Takes one to know one,
Zhou Wen said as he stared at Xiao. At that moment, the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder in his body was crazily converting essence energy. Even Truth Listener was converting essence energy, indicating that the power of evil nullification was working. Even so, Zhou Wen could sense a powerful mental pressure. Zhao's Calamity Zone was rather complicated. It wasn't a lone power. Only Zhou Wen could withstand it. If it were any other ordinary terror-grade creature, they would probably have committed suicide.
I originally wanted you to die without pain. Since you don't appreciate my kindness, I can only let you die in pain,
Xiao said, as the Calamity Zone power from his body grew stronger. As the domain's power increased, Xiao became more and more holy. He was like a deity, as though taking another look at him was desecrating him. Many of the ordinary people watching the battle through the cube seemed to be possessed. They prostrated on the ground and worshipped Xiao. In front of the cube all over the world, there was a black mass of people kneeling. Even the people watching the broadcast through the television did the same. All of them prostrated in front of the television, before Xiao. In the beginning, this was only limited to ordinary people. Later on, humans at the legendary and epic stage began to succumb. They gradually knelt down uncontrollably.
What a powerful domain power! Its influence can actually spread to such a large area.
Zhang Chuanqiu realized that many members of the Zhang family nearby were beginning to worship things like phones and television. Even Zhang Chuanqiu felt a very strong mental influence. Li Xian and Ensheng were fine. Their mental fortitude was very strong. Just watching the live broadcast didn't affect them much. And Jing could also withstand it, but many soldiers and workers in Overseer Manor were already prostrating on the ground as long as they watched the battle. They were like pious believers. Even a mythical officer had a ferocious expression as though he was in a battle. His knees bent bit by bit, and he was close to kneeling on the ground.
Is that fellow's Calamity Zone that powerful? It can actually affect something so far away? They are on Venus, and this is Earth.
Li Xian could also sense the pressure. He looked at the soldiers and officers outside, and was secretly alarmed.
That should be a domain that focuses on mental strength. Therefore, it can be transmitted through videos without any distance restriction. There's no need to worry about this. Young Master's mental fortitude isn't something an ordinary person can compare with. If he wants to use this power to deal with Young Master, he's gravely mistaken,
Ensheng said coldly. However, Zhou Wen wasn't as relaxed as Ensheng imagined. Zhao's Calamity Zone had a very potent psyche power. The psyche power was also one of the strongest powers that could affect humans elsewhere. However, this wasn't the only power in Zhao's Calamity Zone. There was also a power that made the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder and Truth Listener react. Or perhaps there were other powers. In this complicated Calamity Zone, Zhou Wen realized that his body was still affected. Although it wasn't to the point of committing suicide or completely losing control of his body, it still had a negative effect. His actions deviated slightly. It was just like a patient with Parkinson's disease. There would be signs of fingers trembling uncontrollably, albeit very mild. However, Zhou Wen was fighting Xiao. Xiao's rapier didn't stop. Zhou Wen's fingers only needed to tremble a few times before he found himself in immediate danger. The tip of the rapier slashed across his shoulder. On the prison dragon armor, with absolute defense, there was a sword mark. Thankfully, it wasn't penetrated. However, Zhao's Calamity Zone powers were still strengthening. The effects on Zhou Wen became more and more intense. It wasn't just his hands, face, body, even his legs and feet would spasm from time to time. Although it only happened once in a while, and wasn't a constant influence, it already left Zhou Wen in a dire situation. Not good. Zhou Wen could still forcefully control his body, and not cause any major problems. However, as Zhao's Calamity Zone became stronger, it was only a matter of time before Xiao found an opportunity. Chapter 1428 God's Zone.
Things aren't good.
Hui Haifeng frowned. Anyone at a certain level could sense that Human Sovereign's rhythm had turned problematic. Originally, Human Sovereign could easily block Xiao's sword without making any unnecessary movements. But now, people could clearly sense that Human Sovereign's actions weren't as clean as before. Zhou Wen had no choice. In order to ensure that there was a backup plan when a part of his body encountered a problem, he had to make more preparations. Therefore, his actions weren't clean anymore. Although he could just withstand Xiao's attacks, Zhou Wen knew that this wasn't a long-term solution. He had to resolve the present situation before his body encountered an irreversible problem. Zhou Wen's mind raced as he thought about how he could crack the current situation. It wasn't impossible for a terror grade to fight a calamity grade, but he had to resolve the huge problem of the calamity zone. The calamity grade creatures that Zhou Wen had previously killed had calamity zones, which didn't affect him much, but Dao's calamity zone was somewhat different. It was a very complicated domain power. There were nomological powers, curses, psyche attacks, and other things. The nomological powers had already been restrained by the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder. The curses had been resolved by Truth Listener. Zhou Wen could withstand psyche attacks with his willpower. Now, there was still an unknown power that affected Zhou Wen's body. He had to resolve this power before he could truly fight Xiao fairly. Crack! Due to his fingers twitching uncontrollably, Zhou Wen failed to block Xiao's sword in time. Although he had retreated in time, Xiao had still stabbed him in the shoulder. The sword stabbed through the prison dragon armor, leaving a tiny hole. As Zhou Wen retreated, blood spewed out when the tip of the sword separated from his body. Thankfully, with the prison dragon armor in between him and the sword, Zhou Wen had the time to retreat. This strike only slightly injured him. It didn't pierce through his bones. Many people's hearts tightened. Human Sovereign being injured was a very bad sign. Zhou Wen was at a disadvantage, as Zhao's attacks became more and more ferocious. He was like an elegant swordsman, as he stabbed out repeatedly with his rapier. He was so fast that nobody could see the sword beam. Zhou Wen retreated as he fought, but due to his body being affected by the calamity zone, he kept making mistakes and getting injured. More and more bloody holes appeared on the prison dragon armor. Zhou Wen was constantly carving all sorts of essence energy arts to see if there was any power that could restrain the unknown power in the calamity zone. However, after trying all the essence energy arts he was good at, there was no power that could restrain that unknown power. If my guess is right, Zhao's calamity zone should be related to faith. As Zhou Wen fought, he constantly thought. Many times, brute force couldn't change the outcome. Instead, it might make the situation worse. Zhou Wen needed to find a better solution. Now, Zhou Wen determined that Zhao's calamity zone was a power that depended on something like faith. It had the nomological power of a deity, and the nature of a curse. It could also control one's mind. No matter how he thought about it, it was related to faith. If it's a faith zone, what kind of power can affect one's body? I'm not his believer, and my will won't be affected. With Truth Listener around, curses are useless against me. In theory, I should be able to withstand the power of faith. Zhao's attacks became more and more ferocious. More and more wounds appeared on Zhou Wen's body as blood constantly spewed out from the blade's thrusts. Furthermore, his injuries were getting closer and closer to his vital spots. This was because the calamity zone's power was affecting Zhou Wen more and more. Now, Zhou Wen's actions would sometimes result in serious mistakes. Once, one of his legs had nearly been sliced off by Xiao.
Save him!
Wang Lu held her hands in front of her chest. She didn't dare look any further as she closed her eyes and prayed.
Not good. Human Sovereign has been greatly affected by the calamity zone. His body is beginning to show signs of losing control,
Xiao Luchuan said worriedly. It wasn't just Xiao Luchuan. Even ordinary people could tell that Human Sovereign's situation wasn't good. Even if one didn't have the eyesight to see the battle, the blood that splattered made it obvious how terrible Human Sovereign's situation was. Furthermore, there was a slow-motion replay by the media. Under the slow-motion replay, one could vaguely see Human Sovereign being stabbed. This made one's heart ache even more. Silence prevailed in front of the cubes and televisions everywhere around the world. Some women and children couldn't help but clasp their hands together and pray for Human Sovereign. Most humans didn't wish for Human Sovereign to lose, much less die. Could it be the power of misfortune? In many myths and legends, not only can deities cast curses, but they can also inflict humans with misfortune. With a thought, Zhou Wen secretly summoned a few luck companion beasts in their equipment form and wore them within his armor. However, the lucky equipment didn't do a thing. Zhou Wen's lack of control over his body kept increasing in frequency. Zhou Wen immediately knew that he had been wrong. It wasn't the power of misfortune. If it was the power of misfortune, even if his luck wasn't good enough, it would still show a certain effect. However, as this lucky equipment was useless, it was definitely not because of the power of misfortune. If it's not misfortune, what could it be? Zhou Wen's mind raced. Although his injuries were constantly increasing, his mind was extremely calm. There weren't many fluctuations. The dense sword holes and blood that bloomed on his body didn't seem to be from him.
Human Sovereign is rather interesting.
Holy God sized up Human Sovereign with interest and muttered to himself.
I used my avatar to help Xiao advance to the Calamity grade. Although that avatar is only at the human realm, the God Zone formed by the power of Zhao's Guardian has an absolute suppressive effect on creatures below the Calamity grade. Even creatures at the human realm will be greatly affected. They might even become servants. Human Sovereign is only at the Terror grade, but he can actually last so long in the God Zone without completely losing control of himself. It's quite surprising. Lord Holy God, there's not much time left. Will Xiao be fine?
Saint looked at the time and realized that there were less than 20 minutes left before the cube's countdown ended.
It's enough. Under the God Zone, Human Sovereign no longer has the possibility of turning the tables.
Holy God said indifferently. He was very confident, because half of Zhao's Calamity great power came from his avatar. Chapter 1429 Huge Club. Zhou Wen was indeed in a terrible state. He had tried all sorts of powers, but he was ultimately unable to crack the influence Zhao's Calamity Zone had on him. Even if he wasn't afraid of his identity being exposed, using the minor heavenly cycle killing formation was still unable to change his present disadvantage. The minor heavenly cycle killing formation needed Zhou Wen's control. If Zhou Wen couldn't even control his body, how could he control the minor heavenly cycle killing formation? When that happened, the minor heavenly cycle killing formation would collapse on its own and be useless. If it's not the power of misfortune, what could it be? Zhou Wen was puzzled. He really couldn't figure out what kind of power eluded him. This made Zhou Wen suspect that his judgment was wrong. Zhao's domain power had nothing to do with faith. However, he quickly eliminated this possibility. No matter how he looked at it, the domain was definitely related to the power of faith. He's almost at his limit. He shouldn't be able to last much longer. Sweetie stood not far from Zhou Wen with a rather ambivalent expression. The wounds on Zhou Wen's body worsened. There were sword holes everywhere on the prison dragon armor. The armor was almost completely dyed blood red. Thankfully, it was the prison dragon armor. If it were any other armor, Zhou Wen would have long been stabbed to death. Even with the prison dragon armor's absolute defense, it was on the brink of collapse. If this continued, it would probably shatter. I can't break the rules. But, I can't let Zhou Wen die at the hands of others. Yes. I need to avenge Yana. I can't let others kill him. Sweetie seemed to convince herself as she thought to herself, besides, I'm not helping him. I'm just maintaining fairness. Mommy said that maintaining fairness is God's responsibility. It's not breaking the rules. That human using the Calamity Zone to deal with a person without a domain is unfair in itself. Furthermore, I'm not trying to crack his domain. I'm just wiping away the blessing power within. This isn't helping Zhou Wen at all. It's wrong to use blessing powers on the enemy to begin with. This isn't giving Zhou Wen an advantage. I'm just helping him get back on course. Yes, that's right. In fact, I'm helping that person defeat Zhou Wen and avenge Yana. Sweetie finally mentally steeled herself, and was about to eliminate the blessing power in the God's Zone. However, before Sweetie did anything, Zhou Wen suddenly did something unexpected. Zhou Wen extended his hand, and beckoned, as a white club appeared in his hand. Sweetie couldn't help but stop. For Zhou Wen to suddenly summon such a white club at such a time meant that he likely had some idea. Perhaps it was a secret weapon. That club looks a little big. Its offensive strength must be very powerful, right? It looks very strong. It's definitely Human Sovereign's secret weapon. Quickly kill that Xiao. It's too stifling. Everyone widened their eyes, as they wanted to see how Zhou Wen could turn the tables. Although the chances weren't high, Human Sovereign must have some special use for summoning such companion beast equipment. Bro, do you know what companion beast the huge club is? Zhang Yuji looked at Zhang Chuanqiu. She had a deep understanding of companion beasts, but she didn't know what companion beast it was. You are a companion beast expert yourself. If you don't know it, I wouldn't know either. Zhang Chuanqiu was being humble. His knowledge wasn't inferior to Zhang Yuji's, but he didn't recognize what companion beast it was. However, for Human Sovereign to take it out at this moment, and how it looks like a very domineering weapon, Human Sovereign is probably going to go all out. Zhang Chuanqiu said after some thought. Many people shared the same thoughts as Zhang Chuanqiu. They felt that at this stage, Human Sovereign was definitely going to risk his life. All eyes were focused on the white club. It looked like it was made of crystal jade. It was thick and huge, bigger than an extra-large baseball bat. In Human Sovereign's hand, it looked especially imposing. It looked even more ferocious than the immortal culling sword in his other hand. He's moving! Someone shouted. The club in Zhou Wen's hand finally moved. Everyone held their breaths as they waited for Human Sovereign's next shocking strike. Some people even wondered if the huge club would destroy Zhao's calamity zone. Although people knew that it was almost impossible, they couldn't help but fantasize. Bang! The club struck with all its might, but this strike left everyone dumbfounded. Their mouths gaped open as though they had swallowed a huge invisible duck egg. They stared blankly at the live broadcast. Human Sovereign's club wasn't directed at Xiao, but at himself.
What? What's going on? Human Sovereign knows that he can't win. Is he trying to commit suicide?
Xiao Liuchuan's mouth was agape for a long time before he finally said those words. His face was filled with disbelief. Zhou Wen naturally didn't wish to commit suicide. The huge club was actually transformed from Tai Sui. It looked rather domineering, but its offensive strength wasn't strong. To Zhou Wen, who was wearing armor, such an attack couldn't injure him at all. The reason Zhou Wen did so was that he had thought of another possibility. Zhao's domain power was definitely related to faith. Zhou Wen had gone through all the various powers related to faith, and he finally thought of blessing powers. The most direct one humans had when having faith in deities was naturally to obtain blessings. This was also the most basic power of deities. Previously, Zhou Wen hadn't thought of blessing because the power of blessing clearly had benefits. However, when he was stumped, he thought carefully about it. After all, he had seen the Thearchus power of wishes. Making wishes was beautiful, but the Thearchus power of wishes could also be used for evil. Then, blessing powers might not necessarily be absolutely positive. For example, words like,
"I wish your entire family XXX,"
often appeared on the internet. Clearly, they weren't very pleasant. The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. Only such a seemingly friendly, but actually very sinister power could bypass the evil nullification of the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder and truth listener and directly affect Zhou Wen's body. Furthermore, Zhou Wen's body had been affected by the calamity zone for so long without being injured at all. Instead, he could vaguely sense that his muscles had strengthened a little. With this in mind, Zhou Wen began considering how to crack the power of blessing. Luck definitely wouldn't work because a blessing was a seemingly pleasant power to begin with. Luck would only strengthen the power of blessing and not weaken him. The higher the value, the greater the influence of the power of blessing. Good things might not necessarily have a good outcome. In theory, he should use misfortune or some power to block blessing powers. Unfortunately, the bamboo blade had already shattered. Otherwise, it might have been of some use. Zhou Wen thought for a moment before looking at Tai Sui's terror form. He realized that Tai Sui's terror form was something he had already seen before. A negative symbol would drop his luck, causing nothing to drop. He immediately had a thought, and summoned Tai Sui after it turned into a huge club. He planned on giving it a try. Chapter 1430 Final Countdown. Tai Sui's attack needed to hit someone to produce effects. As the saying went, breaking ground where Tai Sui presided required touching Tai Sui. Although Zhou Wen didn't need to break ground, he had to touch Tai Sui. Zhou Wen had previously experimented. The stronger Tai Sui's attack was, and the more attacks it delivered, the greater the effects of the Tai Sui god symbol. Zhou Wen didn't feel any pain when he struck his head with Tai Sui, but the feeling of having lost control immediately weakened. The automatic strengthening of his muscles also decreased significantly. It works! He was immediately delighted as he smashed the club on his head again. The main reason was that Tai Sui's strength was too weak. Zhou Wen could use more strength if he did the smashing for it. On the other hand, holding Tai Sui would also affect him to a certain extent. Hence, everyone saw a shocking scene. Human Sovereign held a huge club in one hand and smashed it on his head. His other hand held the immortal culling sword as he fought Xiao. Xiao, who had the upper hand, gradually had Zhou Wen turn the tide. Soon, he found it difficult to gain the upper hand.
How? How do you explain this?
Xiao Liuchuan's eyes widened.
Is this the legendary meme of "you wouldn't like me when I'm angry, I'll beat myself"? Human Sovereign is freaking amazing. Is he giving Xiao a few club strikes as a handicap before beating him to the ground? Could this be the legendary great sadomasochistic technique? The more self-mutilation, the stronger one becomes?
Everyone was amused when they saw Human Sovereign smashing himself with a club with one hand and fighting Xiao crazily with the other. The more he fought, the more ferocious he became. He seemed to be about to suppress Xiao. Holy God looked at Zhou Wen in a daze and didn't say a word. The saints beside him were even more silent. They didn't even dare look up or watch the battle, much less speak. Without the power of blessing to cause trouble, Zhou Wen brought Xiao back to the beginning with the immortal culling sword. Xiao watched as Human Sovereign kept smashing himself while smashing him. He was clearly surprised. However, when he looked at the time, his expression immediately turned solemn. There were only 16 minutes left. How troublesome. Xiao frowned inwardly. At the same time, his figure flashed as he left the battlefield. He didn't continue attacking Zhou when as he raised the rapier in his hand. The blade was right in front of his eyes.
The reason calamity-grade creatures can be called calamity-grade creatures is definitely beyond your comprehension.
With Zhao's voice, a strange power rose from the rapier in his hand. Zhou stared at Xiao as he continued smashing himself with the Tai Sui club. However, he felt a little apprehensive. The rapier in Zhao's hand seemed to gradually fuse with his calamity zone. The feeling was indescribable, as though the entire domain was attached to the rapier. In the next moment, the rapier in Zhao's hand moved again. If Zhao's previous sword art only had a strange trajectory, then his present sword art was no longer as simple as its trajectory being difficult to understand. Many people could see the trajectory of the thrust clearly, but despite being able to see it clearly, it made them feel like slamming their heads into it. It was as though the rapier was a shimmering flame, while others were like the moths flying towards the fire. There seemed to be a devil's voice saying,
"How satisfying would it be to rush forward and let the blade pierce through your chest?"
This was an unreasonable matter, but even the people watching the battle through the live broadcast had the urge to charge at the rapier and let it pierce through their chests. If not for the fact that they couldn't rush over, many people would have already slammed into the rapier.
He has just advanced to the calamity grade and advanced with the help of external forces, yet he can actually comprehend the way to become one with the domain. Such talent is rare.
Holy God revealed a look of surprise. After an ordinary creature advanced to the calamity grade, it was already very difficult for them to stably use their domain powers. To use domain powers as freely as Xiao required a long period of comprehension and training. It was akin to a person who had never ridden a bicycle before managing to drive an F1 car at professional standards after recently getting an F1 car, or just knowing how to drive one. It was no wonder that Holy God was surprised. However, what surprised Holy God even more was that even though Xiao had already done so, Human Sovereign still managed to block all of Zhao's attacks. Furthermore, Human Sovereign was fighting with a sword in one hand and striking himself with a club in the other. Although Xiao was very strong, Zhou Wen was immune to his domain's power. With the effects of the disqualified, unless Xiao was so fast that Zhou Wen couldn't see his actions, no matter how powerful the rapier was, it would be blocked by the immortal culling sword. Time ticked by. Zhao's attacks became more and more ferocious, but he ultimately failed to injure Zhou Wen. As for the cube's countdown, there was less than a minute left. Zhao's eyes revealed a look of worry. His eyes shimmered as though he was secretly thinking about something.
Sigh. Xiao. What a pity. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have chosen you.
Holy God sighed as though he was feeling wistful, but it was unknown what he was feeling regretful about. Zhou Wen used all his strength to fight Xiao. To fight a calamity grade creature at the terror grade, especially such a calamity grade creature, Zhou Wen could only block Xiao's attack despite using all his strength. It was difficult to defeat him. In fact, Zhou Wen realized that Zhao's various techniques, be it his movement techniques or sword arts, weren't inferior to his. If not for the disqualified and various essence energy arts, it would be difficult for him to be Zhao's match even with the immortal culling sword. Furthermore, for some reason, after such a long battle, Zhou Wen felt a sense of familiarity, one which he couldn't explain. Suddenly, Zhou Wen realized that Zhao's attacks were happening faster again. This time, it wasn't just his sword speed. Even Zhao's speed had increased. It was much faster than before. This left Zhou Wen alarmed. If he couldn't even see Zhao's actions clearly, it would be impossible for him to block his subsequent strikes. Zhou Wen sized up Xiao, and realized that the armor on Zhao's body was emitting a holy light. The light was pure and flawless, like glass that purified all the impurities in the armor. It made the armor gradually turn transparent and crystalline. As the holy light intensified, Zhao's strength became stronger and stronger, likewise for his speed. It was so fast that Zhou Wen couldn't even see Zhao's actions clearly. Clang! 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 Zhou Wen blocked 3 strikes in a row. Even with the augmentation of the immortal culling sword's power, Zhou Wen was still forced to retreat. The hand holding the sword kept trembling as the flesh between his thumb and index finger ruptured with gushing blood.
If you want to survive, kill Human Sovereign before the countdown. Otherwise, descend into samsara with Human Sovereign.
Holy God watched the battle without any emotion in his eyes. Xiao was able to advance to the calamity grade because he had fused with Holy God's avatar. Holy God had already activated his avatar. If Xiao failed to kill Zhou Wen before the cube's countdown ended, Xiao, who had fused with his avatar, would self-destruct. The power of self-destruction was enough to destroy any creature below the calamity grade. Chapter 1431 Self-Destruction. Zhou Wen pushed Truth Listener and Great Brahma's powers to their limits. With the augmentation of the disqualified, he forcefully blocked and dodged Zhao's attack. However, Zhao's strength and speed had exceeded the limits of Zhou Wen's abilities. The light shimmering over his body illuminated the entire Venusian dimensional zone. The intense silver sword beams crisscrossed. The blinding light made it impossible to see what was happening inside. All one could see was the blinding sword beams on the screen intensify. Apart from that, nothing else could be seen. Zhou Wen kept retreating. He could only constantly move and position himself to deal with Gao's attacks by relying on his judgment and blind guesses. Crack! Crack! Zhou Wen's prison dragon armor was penetrated again and again. This time, not only did it penetrate the armor, but even his bones and flesh were penetrated. It nearly injured Zhou Wen's vital spots several times. Although the spectators couldn't see the battle inside, the powerful sword beam was enough to let everyone know what was happening.
Human Sovereign! Hold on!
Everyone found it difficult to speak. All they could do was pray inwardly. They clearly couldn't see anything, but they still stared intently at the screen. Their eyes were blinded by the light as they cried. They just couldn't bear to look away. The countdown ticked by, and Xiao had yet to kill Zhou Wen when there were less than 10 seconds left. 10, 9, 8, 7. Zhou Wen kept counting silently in his heart. He could also tell that Zhao's rampage would only result in one outcome, death. He was counting the time. As long as he waited for Xiao to self-destruct, he would activate the Chaos Egg to forcefully block the energy of the self-destruction. He would then clinch the final victory. In the Holy Land, Holy God also looked at the cube's countdown. At the same time, he stared at Xiao. If Xiao could kill Human Sovereign before the countdown ended, he could stop Xiao's self-destruction. Otherwise, he could only let Xiao die. However, it was probably impossible for Xiao to kill Human Sovereign before the cube's countdown based on the present situation. Forget it. It's his fate. With only 2 seconds left on the countdown, Holy God was unwilling to wait any longer. Furthermore, he didn't wish for any accidents to happen. He was just one thought short of detonating Xiao. In the Venusian dimensional zone, the light on Zhao's body had already materialized. Zhou Wen felt his strength instantly swell, and knew that it was time. Just as Zhou Wen was about to summon the Chaos Egg to withstand it, an unexpected change happened. Zhao's power came from his Guardian Armor. As for the Guardian Armor, it had advanced to the Calamity grade because it had fused with Holy God's avatar. In theory, Xiao was only at the epic stage. With the Guardian Armor being controlled by the Holy God, he couldn't escape the Guardian Armor. This was because his strength was too weak. The Guardian Armor was the foundation of his strength. However, just as the Guardian Armor was about to explode, the Guardian Armor on Zhao's body seemed to be teleported out and instantly vanished. As Zhou Wen had been paying attention to Xiao, the intense holy light was unable to affect his truth listener and great Brahma. Therefore, he could clearly see Zhao's true body appear after the Guardian Armor on his body vanished, but he didn't see his true appearance. Almost at the same time, a white armor enveloped his body. A red cape fluttered in the wind as he held a huge sword behind him, crossed with a gatling. Although it only took an instant for the figure to rush into the maze, Zhou Wen knew very well who the figure belonged to. How could it be him? Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. The figure was clearly in Tianzhua. Apart from him, no one had such strange armor or weapons. It looked like a soul or guardian, but it was neither. Zhao's guardian armor had already been detonated by Holy God, but when he saw the guardian armor and in Tianzhua's figure, Holy God immediately seemed to understand something. His expression changed drastically as his figure flashed. Zhao's guardian had fused with his avatar. The moment the guardian was teleported away, he had already sensed its location. It was actually in the Holy Land, where Xiao lived. It was also the residence of the saints. Boom! When Holy God arrived, the guardian armor had already exploded. Energy was blooming like fireworks. Holy God stood in Zhao's room and saw the imprisoned Xiao enveloped by the exploded guardian armor. His body was instantly destroyed by the immense energy impact of the guardian armor. The flesh and blood on his skin rapidly melted away in the explosion. Holy God's eyes narrowed as time seemed to freeze. The fragments on the ground and bed that had been blasted apart froze in midair. Holy God walked in front of Xiao, who was undergoing the explosion. He reached out and pressed his hand on the guardian armor that was exploding. Then, with a casual flick of his hand, the guardian armor, along with all the energy produced by the explosion, were thrown into the void. Boom! In the void, a terrifying explosion was like the final brilliance of a supernova destruction, illuminating the void for an instant. Holy God looked at Xiao, who was no longer in human shape. Instead, he looked like a bloody person that had been skinned. A trace of anger couldn't help but flash in his eyes. He hadn't discovered that Xiao was being impersonated by Tianzhua, and had been screwed over. Thankfully, he had rushed over in time at the final moment. Otherwise, not only would Xiao have died, but all the saints here would have died with him. Holy God knew very well that the guardian was Zhao's to begin with. The imprisoned Xiao had definitely been trying to summon his guardian back. Therefore, Tianzua could use Xiao to transfer the guardian back. Otherwise, no matter how capable he was, it would be impossible for him to teleport the guardian that was about to explode. The unskinned Xiao, who was covered in blood, squirmed like a worm. The strange sounds coming from his ruptured throat weren't just filled with pain, but also infinite hatred. And Tianzua sure taught me a lesson. Holy God glanced at Xiao, who was curled up on the ground like a worm, as he constantly convulsed in pain. His eyes gradually calmed down. Xiao, who had seemed to have a layer of himself shaved off, was like a skeleton that was covered in blood and chunks of flesh. The pain he felt was unimaginable to humans.
Do you want revenge?
Holy God asked as he looked at Xiao, who was enduring inhuman pain. Xiao's neck was also mangled. His throat had already ruptured, preventing him from making a sound. He desperately opened his mouth, but no sound came out.
Are you afraid of death?
Holy God asked again. Zhao's mangled and trembling body tried his best to shake his head. However, his head was trembling terribly. It was difficult to even shake it. Just moving made his entire body ache to the core. Even so, he shook his head with all his might. If not for Holy God's fast reaction and unimaginable abilities that were beyond human imagination, he would have been a dead person.
Then hand your life to me. Only then can you obtain the power to kill your enemy.
Holy God extended his hand in front of Xiao. Chapter 1432 Eternal Carving on Venus. The light on the screen suddenly vanished when the sword beam reached its maximum intensity. The humans watching the battle couldn't adapt to the sudden change in brightness. They took a second to recover their vision. The scene displayed on the cube's screen remained on the area in front of the Golden Palace. However, at that moment, only human sovereign stood in front of the Golden Palace with his sword in hand. Xiao was gone, his whereabouts unknown. Before people could figure out what had happened, whether human sovereign had won or not, and where Xiao had gone, the cube's countdown came to an end. The Golden Palace's door opened, as a golden beam instantly shot out almost at the same time. Boom! The power of the golden beam reached an unimaginable level, as the entire Golden Palace exploded from the golden beam in an instant, turning into countless flying fragments. It wasn't just the Golden Palace. All the dimensional zones on Venus exploded, as golden beams shot into the sky. Zhou wanted to teleport away, but before he could use his teleportation ability, the golden beam had already struck him. The cube screen was completely occupied by the golden light. Then, there was the sound of a terrifying explosion. The cube screen gradually pulled out from the Venusian dimensional zone. It slowly retreated all the way until the golden blast of light shrank to a point where it couldn't occupy the entire screen. Only then could people finally see something. Venus was emitting a terrifying glow, like a huge ball-shaped firework that was spewing energy. At the instant Zhou was struck by the beam, he believed that he was doomed. Such terrifying energy was even more terrifying than Zhao's Calamity Guardian's self-destruction. Even the Chaos Egg might not be able to withstand it, much less him who had yet to summon it. Yet, Zhou body wasn't injured despite being bathed in the golden beam. The beam's energy seemed to have its own consciousness as it drilled into the metal ball Zhou had just obtained. This is the prelude to Venusian companion beast's birth. Zhou immediately understood what had happened. From the looks of it, the Venusian companion beast had already chosen him as its master. It was now entering his metal ball. I wonder if the other metal ball still has any use? Zhou recalled that he still had another metal ball. He had obtained it with his identity, as Zhou before putting it into the chaos space. Zhou thought for a moment, and took out the metal ball. After all, he had heard that all metal balls could hatch companion beasts. It apparently needed energy infusion before it could become a true companion egg. Even if this metal ball couldn't become a true Venusian companion beast, it could still receive some remnant energy and hatch an ordinary companion beast. To his surprise, just as Zhou took out the metal ball, the golden energy that had surged into the other metal ball split into two and injected into the two metal balls. Everyone looked at the scene inside the cube as Venus constantly spewed out beams of light. There was a sudden boom after a while. The terrifying explosion made their eardrums seem to split open. Many people became deaf temporarily. As for the cube, it was completely occupied by the golden light produced by the explosion. No one could see anything. Even without looking at the cube screen, a golden beam of light appeared in the real sky, illuminating the night sky. After a while, the light in the sky vanished. The cube screen gradually returned to normal. Everyone looked at the screen and realized that Venus was still the same Venus. It didn't seem to have changed much. However, when the camera angle in the cube gradually spun, people saw an unbelievable scene. On the other side of Venus, half the planet had been blasted apart, only half of Venus was left. The other half was riddled with holes, like the scene of an apocalypse. That was all for the cube, as it returned to the ranking board. The last name lit up like golden flames. It then gradually vanished before returning to nothingness. The penultimate name lit up next. One after another, the names on the rankings constantly vanished. Finally, when St. Zhao's name vanished, only Human Sovereign was left in first place. The name of Human Sovereign lit up as well, but it didn't disappear like the other names. It instead grew brighter and bigger before finally occupying the entire screen. Human Sovereign's figure appeared on the screen amidst the light. After that, scenes of Human Sovereign clearing the level appeared. There was also the battle with Xiao. It was also a fast scroll through. The cube's camera gradually zoomed out as the various scenes of Human Sovereign played. The scenes became smaller and smaller until only Human Sovereign's 2 golden shimmering names were left. This name also gradually shrank. At that moment, people realized that the location of the word, Human Sovereign, was within a massive and complicated star chart. The shiny words, Human Sovereign, were placed where Venus was, the name permanently marked on Venus. The cube stopped showing any more scenes. The star chart vanished and the screen gradually returned to darkness. Finally, the cube turned completely black and no longer showed any reaction.
So Human Sovereign obtained first place after all? That's no other way about it. Xiao ultimately failed to stop Human Sovereign. My Human Sovereign is indeed invincible. Haha, I knew it. Human Sovereign won't be defeated. Could Xiao have been killed by Human Sovereign? Most likely. Otherwise, how could Human Sovereign obtain first place? Holy sh*t, will the name Human Sovereign forever represent Venus in the future? This is interesting. In that case, does every planet have something similar? Will we have a chance to mark our names on other stars and planets in the future? Dream on. Even if that's the case, it won't be your turn.
As people discussed, Zhou Wen's expression turned solemn. He floated in the void and looked at the remaining half of Venus. He thought that if Earth's companion beast were to appear in the future, no one on Earth would be spared. I definitely can't let Earth's companion beast appear. This was the only thought Zhou Wen had. If Earth was really like Venus, how many people on Earth could survive? It was probably less than 10 in a billion. Zhou Wen held 2 metal balls that had already transformed into companion eggs. Just as he was about to use his phone to see what attributes the 2 companion eggs had, he suddenly saw a galactic behemoth approaching from afar. The galactic behemoth's body was transparent as blue light shimmered within. It was the one Zhou Wen had seen with Tsukuyami. Chapter 1433 Venusian Companion Beast.
What are you waiting for? Leave quickly.
Tsukuyami's figure appeared beside Zhou Wen. Without any explanation, she grabbed Zhou Wen and left using spatial teleportation. In the blink of an eye, they returned to the asteroid belt.
What were you waiting for? If I were any later, and you ended up trapped by its calamity zone, you wouldn't even have the chance to escape. You could only wait for death when that happened,
Tsukuyami said, as she rolled her eyes at Zhou Wen.
Ahem, I just didn't expect it to appear there,
Zhou Wen said in embarrassment.
Didn't I tell you that a calamity creature needs immense energy to advance? It's naturally no exception. Were you even listening?
Tsukuyami said angrily.
Since it wants it, shouldn't it be challenging the Venusian dimensional zone itself? With its strength, it shouldn't be difficult to obtain first place, right?
Zhou Wen was somewhat puzzled.
It does, but it's a companion beast. Do you think a Venusian companion beast will give itself to companion beasts from other planets?
Tsukuyami looked at Zhou Wen as though she was looking at a nerd.
So there's such a restriction.
Only then did Zhou Wen realize that wild companion beasts couldn't obtain planetary companion beasts. Therefore, the galactic behemoth was camping near Venus, waiting for someone to take it out.
Go back. As long as you return to Earth, you will be safe. No calamity creature can enter Earth without being punished. The cosmos is too dangerous. It's not suitable for you,
Tsukuyami said.
How about you? Did you gain anything?
Zhou Wen asked after some thought.
I didn't gain much, but at least I won't starve to death,
Tsukuyami said casually.
That's good. This is for you.
Zhou Wen took out a companion egg and handed it to Tsukuyami.
Why are you giving me this?
Tsukuyami took the companion egg and curled her lips.
You are too insincere. If you really want to thank me, shouldn't you give me the Venusian companion egg you just obtained? What's the use of giving me a Metal Guard companion egg? Don't tell me you think this thing can fill my stomach? Take it with you,
Zhou Wen said before getting up to teleport back to Earth. He had exchanged his life for the Venusian companion egg, so how could he give it away so easily? Zhou Wen had left a spatial mark on the Metal Guard companion egg. If Tsukuyami needed him in the future, he could directly reach her. After returning to Luoyang, Zhou Wen got Sheng over. Before Zhou Wen could ask, Sheng said,
Young master, Overseer is back.
Zhou Wen thought to himself, no doubt about it. He was definitely the one impersonating Xiao. and Tianzue hadn't held back in the previous battle. Zhou Wen could sense that he had used all his strength. This made Zhou Wen suspect that Tianzue was taking the opportunity to finish him. As though he had seen through Zhou Wen's thoughts, and Sheng hurriedly whispered,
"Young master, Overseer said that if you hadn't fought with all your might, you wouldn't have been able to fool the person in the Holy Land. However, he believed that you would definitely be able to hold out. If I hadn't, would he have just slaughtered me?"
Zhou Wen said coldly.
"Definitely not. Overseer knows his limits."
And Sheng hurriedly said. Zhou Wen thought to himself, who knows what his limits are? Perhaps his limits are to kill me. However, Zhou Wen knew that if Tianzue had intended to eliminate him, he would have had plenty of opportunities when he first came to Luoyang to study. He wouldn't have waited until now. Just as Sheng was about to say something, Zhou Wen added,
"By the way, do you know the expert who forged the Essence Gold weapons? Our Ren family has many blacksmiths. A few of them have pretty good skills. Young master, do you want to forge an Essence Gold weapon?"
And Sheng asked curiously.
"My bamboo blade has shattered. I've brought back the fragments and scabbard. See if you can think of a way to recover or reforge them."
Zhou Wen handed the bamboo blade's fragments and scabbard to Sheng. Zhou Wen was used to using the bamboo blade. Furthermore, the bamboo blade had a Jinx's master effect. It should be of some use against powers, like blessing. Zhou Wen wanted to see if it could be restored.
"I'm afraid it can't be restored now that it's shattered to such a state. I can only try to reforge it."
And Sheng said, as he looked at the shards.
"Then reforge it."
Zhou Wen didn't know if the bamboo blade would still have any Jinx's master effect after reforging it. However, he still wanted to carry a weapon that he was used to.
"All right, I'll take all of these pieces back and let the master study them. I'm not sure yet, but it shouldn't take long."
And Sheng put away the fragments and scabbard.
"I'm not in a rush to use it. Do it slowly. It's best if it can be recovered to its original state,"
Zhou Wen said.
"All right, I'll get them to try their best to find the original blueprint of bamboo blade and reforge it according to it."
With that said, and Sheng left with the fragments. Zhou Wen returned to his room and had just taken out the Venusian companion egg when he saw the antelope and chick run over and stare intently at the Venusian companion egg in his hand.
"What are you doing?"
Zhou Wen hurriedly stored the companion egg away into the companion egg and looked warily at the antelope.
"Look at you. Isn't it just a Venusian companion egg? Who would snatch it from you?"
The antelope curled its lips and said disdainfully,
"I'm just here to see what the companion egg can hatch." "I see. That's easy. I'll show you when I hatch it."
Zhou Wen took out the Venusian companion egg again. Whoosh! The antelope charged over like a phantom and opened its mouth to bite the companion egg. Zhou Wen was already prepared as he retracted his palm and quickly retreated, causing the antelope to miss.
"What did you just say?"
Zhou Wen mocked the antelope. The antelope showed no embarrassment at all as it said without a blush,
"Give me the companion egg. I'll take you to Mount Lao Jun to retrieve the treasure. The treasures there are much better than this companion egg. Go get it yourself. I'm not interested."
Zhou Wen teleported to the moon with the Venusian companion egg without giving the antelope a chance. Without heading to Lady Supremian's place, he used his phone to scan the Venusian companion egg in an uninhabited spot. Golden WRM, Calamity Evolvable, Life Providence, Metal Life, Life Soul, Gold Essence, Wheel of Destiny, Love is Stronger Than Gold, Terror Form, Een Blade, S Grade, Calamity Zone, True Gold Fire Refinement, Human Realm, Strength, 100, Speed, 100, Constitution, 100, Essence Energy, 100, Talent Skill, Midas Touch, Strangle, Unstoppable, Dominance Body, Companion Form, Sheer Een. Zhou Wen was rather satisfied with these stats. It was born at the Calamity grade. Although it was only at the human realm, it was enough for him. Now that he had a Calamity grade companion beast, there was no need for him to risk his life the next time he encountered a Calamity grade opponent. The only surprise was that this thing's companion form wasn't a gun. From the creatures in the Venusian dimensional zone, Zhou Wen imagined that it would be a gun. He took out the other Venusian companion egg and was immediately alarmed. Chapter 1434 Een Yang WRMS, Golden WRM, Calamity Evolvable, Life Providence, Metal Life, Life Soul, Gold Essence, Wheel of Destiny, Love is Stronger Than Gold, Terror Form, Yang Blade, S Grade, Calamity Zone, True Gold Fire Refinement, Human Realm, Strength, 100, Speed, 100, Constitution, 100, Essence Energy, 100, Talent Skill, Midas Touch, Strangle, Unstoppable, Dominance Body, Companion Form, Sheer Yang. The stats and skills of the two companion beasts were the same. However, the first one's terror transformation was Een Blade. The companion form was also a Yin attribute, and this one's terror transformation was Yang Blade. The companion form was a Yang attribute. They were clearly companion beasts born from the same energy. One was of the Yin attribute, while the other was of the Yang attribute. Zhou Wen really didn't understand how it was split. In any case, Zhou Wen had the companion beasts on hand, so he couldn't be bothered to think through it. He hatched the companion eggs. Calamity-grade companion beasts were potent. Zhou Wen felt the essence energy in his body surge into the companion egg, as though a dam had been breached. If Zhou Wen didn't have Slaughterer's massive amounts of essence energy to support him, he would have been sucked dry if he were an ordinary terror-grade entity. Now, Zhou Wen suspected that if the energy in Venus hadn't split into two and injected into the two metal balls, he would have been sucked dry. Thankfully, nothing like that happened. The companion egg had its fill of essence energy after a while, and transformed into golden WYRM beams that condensed on Zhou Wen's right finger. Soon, a metal-colored WYRM tattoo appeared on Zhou Wen's middle finger on his right hand. After a moment of shimmering light, it gradually hid under his skin. Zhou Wen hatched the other Yin elemental golden WYRM companion egg. Before long, a metallic WYRM tattoo wrapped around his right hand's index finger. It shimmered for a while before gradually disappearing. With a thought, two golden WYRMs appeared over his fingers, transforming into gold, like WYRMs that tore out of his fingers and danced in the air. The two golden WYRMs weren't bodies of flesh and blood, but of gold. Their whiskers, scales, claws, and bodies were all golden in color, but they only looked like gold. It wasn't really gold. Their density far exceeded gold, and their hardness and toughness also far exceeded gold. Zhou Wen extended his hand and beckoned. The two golden WYRMs instantly transformed into two strange golden weapons that landed in Zhou Wen's hands. Zhou Wen held the weapons and carefully sized them up. The shears were really strange. They were 4 feet long and looked like a WYRM-shaped blade. It was wide at the front and narrow at the back. The WYRM's head was the blade's head, and its tail was curved into a bracer. From the looks of it, it was somewhat similar to a rapier, but there was a huge difference. After all, it was a saber, not a sword. Furthermore, the handle and blade were at a very strange angle. When Zhou Wen held the blade, he felt that the angle of the blade was a little wrong. Why does this look a little familiar? The more Zhou Wen looked at the two shears, the more familiar they looked. With a thought, he overlapped the two shears and immediately shouted, "Holy SH*T, isn't this a pair of scissors?" When the two shears were stacked together, they looked like scissors with long blades. However, because there was no fixed pivoting spot in the middle, they couldn't be used as real scissors. Although it looks a little ugly, it's fine as long as it's useful. Zhou Wen turned on his phone, having had the intention of testing the might of the golden WYRM scissors in a dungeon. However, before he could open the dungeon, a notification popped up on his phone. Discovered reproductive companion beast. Proceed with birth? Zhou Wen tapped it open and realized that the companion beasts that his phone had upgraded were the golden WYRMs. Their birth criterion was the other golden WYRM, and their Yin and Yang attributes matched perfectly. That works too. Zhou Wen was overjoyed as he clicked on birth without any hesitation. Back when Light Concealment and Night Immaculate gave birth to Shadow Concealment, it was a companion beast of the same level. Now that two golden WYRMs were reproducing, they would definitely give birth to a Calamity-grade companion beast. Wouldn't that mean he would have another Calamity-grade companion beast? Give birth. You must give birth. It's best if you produce a few more. Zhou Wen watched as the two golden WYRMs entered their birth states. Since the progress bar didn't show any movement, he temporarily ignored them. He just needed to wait for a Calamity companion beast to be born, and he could lead a group of Calamity companion beasts to crush the various dungeons. He might even have a chance of killing the 4 Mo family generals at Chess Mountain. The 4 Calamity-grade fellows were really difficult to deal with, especially the demonized general that Zhou Wen had once stolen the pearl from. The Chaos Umbrella was terrifyingly powerful. Even the minor Heavenly Cycle killing formation would be destroyed, so Zhou Wen had no chance. Now, Zhou Wen was waiting for the Soul Mirror and the Golden WYRM to be done before he killed the 4 demonized generals. Since he was here on the moon, Zhou Wen decided to visit Wang Chan. When Wang Chan saw him, she was covered in tears. She strongly requested Zhou Wen to take her back to the Wang family. Zhou Wen coaxed her repeatedly before she reluctantly agreed to stay longer. Lady Supreme Yin told Zhou Wen that Wang Chan's power of misfortune could only be effectively controlled after she reached the Calamity grade. However, it was almost impossible for humans to advance to the Calamity grade, so they had to make a choice. Lady Supreme Yin believed that it was best to use the mythical serum or spirit casting. Contracting a guardian was the worst choice. However, the mythical serum needed to be created using dimensional creatures with the attribute of misfortune. The guardians used for spirit casting also had the same requirements. It was really difficult to find one. Lady Supreme Yin couldn't leave the moon, so this task naturally landed on Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was momentarily unable to figure out where to find high-level dimensional creatures and guardians with the attributes of misfortune. According to Lady Supreme Yin, the creature of misfortune couldn't be too high or too low a level. It was best if it was at the mythical stage, but it had to have immense potential. Zhou Wen felt his head ache when he heard those requirements. In Luoyan's and family's weapon factory, and Sheng and a few essence gold forgers were looking at the blueprint of the bamboo blade and studying how to reforge it. Although the bamboo blade was also made of essence gold, the essence gold used by the bamboo blade wasn't ordinary essence gold, but a type of refined essence gold produced from a particular type of essence gold mine. It was impossible for ordinary essence gold to reach such hardness, nor could it be used in high-intensity battles. The biggest problem now was that it wasn't easy to melt the bamboo blade's fragments. It was said that when smelting the materials of the four gentleman blades in the past, the blacksmith had taken the risk to enter a dimensional zone and use the earth fire in the dimensional zone to melt the refined essence gold. As they couldn't find the blacksmith who forged bamboo blade, nor did they know where the earth fire he had used came from, they could only think of other ways to melt it. A few blacksmiths tried several methods, but they failed to completely melt the bamboo blade fragments. Ordinary essence gold forging methods were definitely impossible. They could only report the matter to Sheng and get him to think of a solution.
If the temperature of the flames isn't high enough, I have a solution.
And Sheng thought of Chick. That fellow was a descendant of a phoenix. When it came to fire, there weren't many fires in this world that were stronger than phoenix flames. Chapter 1435 Reforging Materials. After Sheng discussed with the blacksmiths, he planned on returning to Overseer Manor and borrow Chick. He wanted it to spew out some fire to melt the refined essence gold. However, before Sheng could find Chick, he was summoned by Tianzua.
There's been so much to deal with recently. Yet, you aren't focusing on work and instead spend all your time at the weapons factory?
Tianzua said with a frown. Sheng was afraid that Tianzua would be displeased if he knew that he had gotten a few blacksmiths with the best skills to help Zhou Wen forge the saber. Therefore, he said,
the effects of the essence gold bullets recently developed by the weapons factory can't keep up with the evolution speed of dimensional creatures. I just want to see if there's a way to modify the bullets to improve their effects. And what solution have you come up with?
Tianzua said, as he read some documents.
It's indeed a little difficult. Just pure essence gold bullets alone results in great expenditure. Our production of essence gold is far from enough. Since using essence gold bullets like now, while the effects aren't too good, I've been wondering if there are any other materials that are compatible with essence gold. Creating an essence alloy can reduce the quantity of essence gold used and guarantee the quality of the bullets.
Sheng had been considering this problem all this while. Using pure essence gold for the bullet had good effects, but the Yin family didn't have that much essence gold reserves. It was too extravagant. However, the laboratory in the weapons factory had tried many materials. The compatibility between ordinary metal and essence gold wasn't high. It wasn't even of any help. The only thing that worked was the essence gold plating. It seemed impossible to develop an alloy that had an effect equivalent to pure essence gold.
Then what material do you plan on using to make the alloy?
Tianzua continued asking without looking up.
We haven't found any suitable materials for the time being. The best candidates for the alloy are the bodies of metal-type dimensional creatures.
Sheng was somewhat helpless.
I have a material here. Study it, and see if it's compatible with essence gold.
Tianzua took out a long, flat box from beside his chair and casually placed it on the table. Then, he said casually,
there's a problem with the origins of this material. It mustn't be exposed to the public. See if we can make it into an alloy or forge it into a weapon. If it doesn't work, destroy it. Yes, Overseer.
Sheng was somewhat curious. He wanted to open the box to see what material it was.
Take it back before taking a look. Don't disturb me while I'm working here. You have to quickly settle the matter I instructed you to do. If you delay your work, scram to Chess Mountain to guard it.
Tianzua said coldly.
Yes, I will have it done.
Sheng didn't dare stare any further. He picked up the box and walked out. After leaving Tianzua's office, Sheng dashed into a meeting room and closed the door and windows. Only then did he open the box to see what material was inside. When the box opened, Sheng saw what was inside, and was immediately taken aback. Inside the box was a silver rapier. Isn't this the rapier that remained undamaged in the battle with the immortal culling sword? Sheng reacted and carefully sized up the rapier in surprise. The silver rapier looked narrow and thin, but it didn't feel light when he weighed it in his hand. It could even be said to be very heavy. It was a little cold to the touch, like silver made of ice. On the blade, there were many tiny holes. The small ones were like needles, while the big ones were the size of rice grains. There's no mistake about it. It's definitely that rapier. These holes should have been left behind from the battle with the immortal culling sword. Although it suffered some damage, to be able to resist an existence like the immortal culling sword, the material of this sword is unimaginable. It's a pity to destroy such a sword even if it can't be exposed, and Shung's eyes suddenly lit up as though he had understood something. He hurriedly stored the rapier back into the box, picked it up, and rushed to the weapon factory. The rapier was made of the Holy Temple's cornerstone, holy metal. Not any random Holy Temple cornerstone was called holy metal. In fact, the so-called holy metal was the bedrock of a holy temple, and also a core component. If the bedrock of the holy temple was destroyed, it would no longer have the foundation to be a holy temple again. The cornerstone holy metal was very strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been used as a bedrock. Furthermore, after being baptized by the power of the holy temple, the cornerstone holy metal was considered top-notch. Even calamity-grade creatures could hardly damage it. The immortal culling sword only left a few notches in it, a testament to how powerful this material was. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the material was, it was only a dead sword. It didn't have its own consciousness, nor did it have any energy augmentation effects. It was just that the material was stronger. Holy God gave the sword to Shao to fend off the sharpness of the immortal culling sword. The power used in combat was still thanks to the Guardian. Even so, the cornerstone holy metal was a top-notch material. How could he throw it away? And Shun was smart. After seeing the rapier, he understood what Tianzua meant. From the looks of it, Overseer already knows that I'm helping young Master Wen repair the bamboo blade. That's why he produced this rapier. I wonder how compatible this material is with Essence Gold Essence. If the combination of the two materials isn't suitable for forging a weapon, wouldn't I be letting down Overseer's intentions? No, I have to think of a way to forge it into a weapon. After Shun thought it through, he turned around and returned to Overseer Manor to find Chick. Refined Essence Gold Essence was difficult to melt without Chick. Needless to say, for this rapier, it was a material that even the immortal culling sword couldn't slice through. After Zhou Wen returned from the moon, he tried to figure out where he could obtain a misfortune dimensional creature, or find a misfortune-type guardian. It wasn't viable to keep Wang Chan on the moon the entire time. He had to resolve this problem sooner or later. As he could teleport, he could travel to Earth's 4 districts in a short period of time. Furthermore, Tianzua had already returned, so he didn't need to stay in Luoyang forever. Therefore, Zhou Wen studied the dungeons in the various districts and discovered dimensional creatures that were suspected to have powers of misfortune. However, there weren't many of such dimensional creatures to begin with. They needed to be at the mythical stage and have great potential. Zhou Wen searched around and studied them for a long time, but he still couldn't make any confirmation. He had a few targets, but he could only take a look to see if they met Lady Supreme Yin's requirements. Zhou Wen chose from among the few targets, and finally chose to head to the Pandora Palace Dimensional Zone in the West District. There were a few dimensional creatures there that were suspected to have the power of misfortune. As it wasn't too dangerous this time, Zhou Wen took her along as a vacation for her. Chapter 1436 Frustration. Inside the Holy Land, Holy God dragged Zhao's severely injured body with both hands, and walked down the stone steps towards the abyss. The abyss was bottomless, and there was only endless darkness. The more Holy God walked down, the more intense the darkness around him became. It was as though the stone steps would suck everything dry. All light would vanish without a trace. If not for the holy light emitted from Holy God's body, he probably wouldn't be able to see fingers even if he placed his hand in front of him. Even someone as powerful as Holy God could only illuminate an area 3 feet around him. As it was too dark, he couldn't see the surrounding mountain walls at all. He didn't know if there was anything else beside him. Only the steps beneath Holy God's feet could be seen. Due to the holy light, he could still make out some blurry shadows. Finally, even the holy light over Holy God's body was devoured by the darkness. The surroundings were as dark as the world of the dead. After an unknown period of time, Holy God arrived in front of a lake. The surroundings remained dark, but the water in the lake emitted a crystalline glow, like diamonds glowing in the darkness.
After walking into the lake, you might be reborn and have the power to defeat the enemy,
Holy God said calmly, as he placed Zhao's body by the lake. Zhao was still skinned and covered in blood. His injuries hadn't healed. Struggling to his feet, Zhao walked towards the lake without a word.
Don't you want to know what that lake is?
Holy God suddenly said.
I just need to know that this place has the strength I need to defeat Tianzua for revenge.
The wounds around Zhao's throat had healed significantly. Although his voice was still hoarse and ear-piercing, he could already speak.
Dimensional creatures are unable to gain a foothold on Earth. Any dimensional creature that comes to Earth will be suppressed by Earth's rules. Even invincible powerhouses at the Apocalypse grade are no exception. Therefore, Any dimensional creature that wishes to descend must use the bodies of Earth's native creatures to retain a portion of their combat strength.
Holy God paused for a moment before continuing.
However, a dimensional powerhouse later discovered a place. There, he was actually able to use his strength freely without being suppressed by the rules of Earth. Isn't that the Holy Land?
Xiao said.
In the beginning, there was no Holy Land, only a lake.
Holy God continued.
Within a certain range of the lake, the powers of dimensional creatures will no longer be suppressed. However, once they are far from the lake, the suppression of Earth's nomological powers will appear again. Therefore, that dimensional powerhouse did some research, hoping to use the water in the lake to help dimensional creatures completely escape the suppression of Earth's rules. However, any dimensional creature that came into contact with the lake, no matter how powerful they were, melted into the lake like snowflakes. After that, the powerhouse experimented on many dimensional creatures and Earth's native creatures. The outcome was surprising. None of the powerful dimensional creatures could withstand the power of the lake, but Earth's native creatures weren't affected. To you humans, this terrifying lake is no different from ordinary lake water. It doesn't cause any harm to your bodies. Xiao only listened quietly without interrupting Holy God. Holy God looked at the lake and continued.
However, the native creatures of Earth that entered the lake died one after another. None of them returned alive.
Why?
Didn't you say that there's a power here that can allow me to exact revenge?
Xiao turned around and questioned Holy God with an ear-piercing voice.
Later, that powerhouse checked many human historical resources and myths, and finally learned that this lake is called Frustration.
Said Holy God.
Frustration? I've never heard of such a lake in myths and legends in any district.
Xiao said after some thought.
You might not have heard of this lake, but you must have heard of the other side of the lake.
Holy God looked into the distance. Xiao couldn't see anything since his eyes were destroyed. All he could do was ask.
What's the other side? Promethaw.
Holy God's answer left Xiao alarmed.
This lake leads to the Promethaw?
Xiao was pleasantly surprised. He knew what the word
Promethaw
meant.
The Promethaw that treats life and death as one bank and nirvana as the other, the place to attain boundless merit and wisdom by abandoning all frustrations. This is just a guess. No one knows if the other side of the lake is Promethaw, because no one has ever reached it. Although this lake is small, even Apocalypse great powerhouses can't reach the other side. Only by swimming through the lake can one reach the other side. However, no creature that has entered the lake has returned alive. Then what's the point of me entering the lake?
Xiao asked.
I once saw a person who had absolutely no chance of living swim across Lake Frustration and reach the other bank alive. Furthermore, as a human, which makes it impossible for him to advance to the mythical stage, he actually broke the restrictions and advanced to the mythical stage with a pure human body.
Holy God said calmly.
Who is he? What happened in the end?
Xiao asked.
You don't need to know this. All you need to know is that it's very difficult for you to completely recover from your injuries. Even if you don't die, you will only be a cripple in the future. There are only two paths placed in front of you now. Swim to Promethaw across Lake Frustration and be reborn, or...
Before Holy God could finish his sentence, Xiao had already jumped into the lake. Strangely enough, the lake looked clear and transparent, like a flawless crystal. One could clearly see the bottom of the lake. It wasn't too deep. However, after Xiao jumped in, no matter how hard he struggled, his body couldn't float above the water surface as he kept sinking. It looked like the lake had no buoyancy at all. No, it should be said that not only was there no buoyancy, but it was also like an abyss with a terrifying suction force that constantly pulled Xiao down. Furthermore, no matter how Xiao struggled, the lake remained calm. There was no sound of water splashing. It was dead silent.
It's really not a good habit to not wait for someone to finish their sentence.
Holy God looked at Xiao, who was constantly sinking in the lake, and muttered to himself.
Even Calamity great earthlings will be entangled by countless invisible wraiths when they enter the lake. They will be pulled to the bottom of the lake and eventually perish to become a part of the lake. Over the years, only one person reached the opposite bank. There are no less than 100,000 creatures that drowned. Zhou Wen had planned on traveling with Ye in the West District, but after Li Xian learned of this, he offered to follow him.
Old Zhou, I heard that an extremely popular female host lives in this city.
Li Xian drooled as he looked around.
Which female host?
Zhou Wen asked.
The one that hosts the program with Professor Gu. Her name's Su Yi. She's crazy popular now.
Li Xian kept looking around as though he was looking for something. Chapter 1437 Rumors. There weren't many pedestrians on the streets. The mortality rate on Earth had been terrifyingly high in recent years, but the birth rate was pitifully low. Most human cities didn't have many people now. However, the population of this city was clearly abnormally low. Only 1 or 2 people would occasionally rush by such a large city. Li Xian was very disappointed.
I originally thought that with the Federation Freedom Investigation Bureau's headquarters here in New City, it should be a rather lively and prosperous city. I never expected it to be so desolate. It's indeed a little abnormal. Before coming, I read the news on the internet. There are still 3 to 4 million people in New City. It's impossible for there to be so few people. I wonder what happened.
Zhou Wen was somewhat puzzled.
Just ask.
Li Xian saw pedestrians passing by on the street in front of him. He flashed to a person and took out a large bill. He extended his hand and waved it in front of the person.
Why are there so few people in New City? Tell me what happened here, and this is yours.
The person was immediately delighted as he reached out to grab the money in Li Xian's hand.
Tell me first.
Li Xian retracted his hand, causing the person to miss.
Most people have moved to New Horse City. The remaining population in New City isn't even a tenth of what it originally was,
the person said as he stared at the money in Li Xian's hand.
Why are people moving?
Li Xian continued asking.
It's all because of the rumors.
The person said something that left Zhou Wen and Li Xian somewhat surprised. This matter was related to Pandora's magic palace. In the myths and legends of the West District, Pandora was a beautiful woman created by God and was given to humans as a gift. At the same time, the gods gave a magic box to her. Every god left a gift in the magic box. After she arrived in the human world, Pandora was driven by curiosity and opened the magic box. However, the magic box didn't have any real gifts. Instead, disasters, plagues, wars, and other curses flew out. Terrified, Pandora hurriedly closed the magic box, but she locked up hope that goddess Athena had left in the box. From then on, the human world was filled with all sorts of calamities. Disasters, plagues, and illnesses ran rampant. War constantly broke out, and there was no peace. It was said that Pandora's magic palace was the residence of Pandora. However, no one had seen her before. Someone had recently spread the news that Pandora had already appeared and would soon open the magic box. The nearby area would probably become a dead zone. Therefore, many people from New City moved to other human cities if they could do so. Most of them went to the nearby New Horse City and chose to watch the development from there. After saying that, the person reached out and snatched the money. He turned around and ran. As he ran, he said,
"You guys should leave quickly. There are only a few days left before Pandora opens the magic box. I want to see what that woman looks like. I heard that the mythical version of Pandora is an extremely beautiful woman,"
Li Xian said with a smile. However, Zhou Wen said with a bitter smile,
"Don't do anything rash. From the myths and legends, it's very likely that she's a calamity-grade existence. Otherwise, there wouldn't be legends of all sorts of disasters."
Zhou Wen was rather cautious in reality. Even if he already had the strength to fight a calamity still had the possibility of killing him. It wasn't worth risking his life. He originally wanted to enter Pandora's magic palace to take a look, but since there was such a development, Zhou Wen gave up on entering. After all, something would happen 9 times out of 10, he entered a dimensional zone in reality. The circumstances made Zhou Wen even more afraid of entering. Now, Zhou Wen planned on heading to the periphery of Pandora's magic palace to take a look. If he could find the tiny palm symbol, he would download the dungeon. If not, he didn't plan on entering. After all, there were dimensional creatures suspected to be of the misfortune attribute elsewhere. There was no need to be inflexible and stubborn. Li Xian was just saying. If Zhou Wen wasn't entering, he didn't really plan on taking the risk. Zhou Wen held Ye's hand. When the 3 of them arrived near Magic Palace, they saw a program team filming at the entrance.
"It's Sui!"
Li Xian's eyes lit up when he saw the host. Zhou Wen traced his gaze, and indeed, he saw the female host he often saw on television and on the internet. Zhou Wen recognized her, but he didn't know her name. She looked even more beautiful in real life than on television. She had long brown hair and fair skin. Her facial features were well defined, and she looked charming. She had a femme fatale style, and one could in no way describe her as quiet and demure. As the program team was at the entrance, Zhou Wen and company stood far away without heading over. They wanted to wait for them to leave before heading over to prevent any trouble. Free media like the Federation Freedom Investigation Bureau was very well informed. Zhou Wen had previously been in the limelight on the Cube's rankings. If they saw him, they would definitely come over to take pictures.
"It's not convenient for you to go over. I'll go take a look first. After all, I'm not a famous person,"
Li Xian informed Zhou Wen before walking towards the program team. Zhou Wen looked around and saw that Magic Palace was built between 2 mountains. Only one side of the door was exposed. The other part was in the valley. After observing from afar for a while, he discovered the tiny palm symbol on the stone wall beside the door. There really is one. Zhou was delighted. He planned on downloading the dungeon after the program team left. Then, he would figure out the situation in Magic Palace in-game before deciding if he should enter. Zhou turned to look at Li Xian, and saw that he was having a good chat with Su Yi. It was unknown how he managed to hit on her. After a while, Li Xian walked over with Su Yi.
Old Zhou, let me do the introductions. This is the most popular female host in the Federation, Su Yi. Su Yi, this is my best friend.
Before Li Xian could finish his sentence, Su Yi took the initiative to say,
There's probably no one in the Federation who doesn't know you, am I right, Mr. Zhou? What's more, we work in news. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Zhou, you are the pride of humanity. Just call me Zhou.
Zhou glanced at Li Xian and blamed him for this. Why did he bring Su Yi over for no reason?
Old Zhou, here's the situation. I heard from Su Yi that it's just a rumor that Pandora wants to open the magic box. They are now doing a program to dispel the rumors.
Li Xian said.
Rumors? Are you sure?
Zhou was somewhat surprised. If it was just a rumor, it was way too potent to make nearly the entire population in Nuda City leave. Su Yi said.
Although we can't be 100% sure, nor do we know who spread the rumors, there are clearly traces of a mastermind and hype. It's not news that came from the normal channels. Furthermore, we haven't found the source of the news yet. Previously, we had companions enter Magic Palace to film the area, but we didn't discover any abnormalities. That's odd. What's the benefit of creating such a rumor?
Zhou frowned in thought. Chapter 1438 Entering the Crew.
If the two of you wish to enter Magic Palace, will you be interested in joining our program team?
When Su Yi saw Zhou frown, she immediately said,
Don't worry. We are a professional media outlet. Without your permission, we won't release any news related to you, nor will we take pictures or recordings.
Li Xian looked at Zhou, and from the look in his eyes, he knew that he wanted to go.
Sorry, we just came by to take a look. We had no intention of entering.
Zhou still rejected Su Yi. Although the matter about the magic box's opening being close at hand might only be a rumor, Zhou still didn't wish to take the risk. Furthermore, from his past experience, there was a high chance that something would happen if he entered a dimensional zone. If he followed the program team in, he might end up harming them. Su Yi was deeply disappointed.
That's such a pity. We still have to do some filming outside. If the two of you change your minds and wish to enter, you are welcome to join us at any time. I can be your guide. I know the interior of Magic Palace well.
With that said, Su Yi bade farewell and returned to the program team. She didn't try to persuade him further.
We were planning on entering anyway. With such a beauty as a guide, why not? Why reject her?
Li Xian was puzzled.
I originally planned on entering, but now that there's the matter regarding the magic box, it's best to be careful. I'll not enter for the time being.
Zhou paused before smiling.
Besides, you can't touch women, right? No matter how beautiful Su Yi is, it has nothing to do with you, right? What do you mean I can't touch women? That's because I don't fancy them, and have no intention of touching them. If I really find someone suitable, I'm up to it in any way that's better than you.
Li Xian shouted as he jumped.
I don't know if you are up to it, but it's best we don't enter Magic Palace for the time being. Let's walk around its surroundings.
Zhou walked towards Magic Palace's door. Since Su Yi already knew of his presence, there was no need to hide. It was more important to download the dungeon. Su Yi had already informed the production team. Although they could clearly sense that the production team had recognized Zhou, no one came to disturb them. Zhou looked at the door and took many pictures. He took the opportunity to take a picture of the tiny palm symbol and successfully entered the download screen. Meanwhile, Li Xian watched their filming. As he watched, he said regretfully,
It's a pity not to join them, when such a beautiful chick is willing to be our tour guide.
Zhou put away his phone and ignored Li Xian. He looked at the filming crew. He was just taking a casual look when he realized that something was amiss. The videographer, who was filming Su Yi's frontal shot, seemed to be avoiding his gaze. Although it wasn't obvious, and it was normal for the videographer to have his face obstructed by the camera, Zhou felt that his actions were a little awkward. Furthermore, the videographer gave him a familiar feeling. After secretly using Truth Listener to observe for a while, Zhou immediately discovered the problem. The videographer was Lu Yun. Although he had changed his appearance, and even his figure was a little different from before, Zhou still recognized him. This was all thanks to his sharp senses. If not for his sharp senses, he wouldn't have been able to tell that it was Lu Yun. Lu Yun is a person who doesn't do things without benefits. He changed his appearance and sneaked into the program team, but he's deliberately hiding from me. What's he up to? Zhou suddenly thought. Could he be the one who spread the rumors of Magic Palace? The more Zhou thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. Lu Yun had sneaked into the program team because he wanted to enter Magic Palace. However, there was something Zhou Wen couldn't figure out. The Magic Palace wasn't controlled by a large faction, so anyone could enter. If Lu Yun wanted to enter, he could have entered himself. Why did he have to sneak into the program team? Could it be that there's something in the program team that's helpful to him? There were more than 10 people in the program team. Apart from the host, director, camera crew, there were a few human experts who were in charge of clearing dimensional creatures. The few human experts were at the mythical stage. It was obvious that 3 of them had advanced using mythical serums. They had obvious dimensional creature characteristics, and 1 had likely contracted a guardian. Apart from that, there was also a special guest. In fact, he was Su Yi's host partner. Zhou Wen wasn't unfamiliar with this person. He was Professor Gu, who often partnered with Su Yi. Zhou Wen watched for a while, but didn't discover any problems. What is Lu Yun plotting? Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and suddenly said to Li Xian,
"Don't you want to go in and take a look? Then tell Su Yi that we want to follow their program team in to take a look." Holy sh*t, old Zhou, it sure wasn't easy. You finally thought it through.
Li Xian was overjoyed as he patted Zhou Wen on the shoulder and said,
"That's right. Life is only a short few decades. It's only right to enjoy it in a timely fashion. It's pointless thinking about all kinds of nonsense all day. Are you going? If not, I'll tell them myself,"
Zhou Wen said.
"Don't let me do it. It's not like you like dealing with people. Leave such troublesome matters to me."
Li Xian ran to the program team. After a while, Li Xian walked over with Su Yi and another middle-aged man wearing a hat. Zhou Wen learned from Li Xian's introductions that the middle-aged man's name was Evan, the director of this production team. He had agreed to let Zhou Wen and Li Xian join the production team, but because they had filming work, they could only follow their designated path. They sometimes had to stop to film, making it impossible for them to have the freedom to constantly wander around. After agreeing to these conditions, Zhou Wen, Li Xian, and Ye officially joined the program team.
"Is this little girl going in too? Although the matter regarding the magic box is just a rumor, Magic Palace is rather dangerous. She's still so young,"
Su Yi said as she looked at Ye.
"It's fine. I'll watch over her,"
Zhou Wen said.
"I was just overthinking things. With your strength, Mr. Zhou, it's naturally impossible for the dimensional creatures in Magic Palace to injure you and this little girl,"
Su Yi said with a smile. After the filming at the entrance was completed, the group officially entered Magic Palace. Past the door was a large square. The dimensional creatures inside hadn't been completely wiped out due to the drop in humans entering Magic Palace recently. There were many strange dimensional creatures wandering around the square. Upon seeing Zhou Wen and company enter Magic Palace, the dimensional creatures immediately rushed over. One of the mythical humans didn't spend much effort to finish off the dimensional creatures that rushed over. Zhou Wen secretly observed Lu Yun the entire time. He didn't pull off any tricks. He was akin to a professional videographer who was always loyal to his work. He captured all the scenes the director needed. Chapter 1439 A Gift for Pandora. It was rather normal inside Pandora's Magic Palace. At the very least, Zhou Wen didn't discover any problems. The dimensional creatures that appeared were things Zhou Wen had read about on the internet. There was nothing abnormal about them. The program team recorded and compared some places where humans often went. They wanted to prove that nothing abnormal had happened to Magic Palace. Zhou Wen and Li Xian followed them as they filmed. At noon, they finished filming about 4 places that people often went. When the program team was having lunch, Lu Yun, who was disguised as a videographer, found an opportunity to come to Zhou Wen's side. He said with a smile,
"Mr. Zhou, the scenery over there is pretty good. Do you want me to take a picture for you?"
When he came close to Zhou Wen, he whispered,
"Follow me." "All right."
Zhou Wen pulled Ye to the side. After leaving the production team, Lu Yun gritted his teeth and said,
"Why are you following me? What do you mean, why am I following you? Didn't you ask me to take a picture?"
Zhou Wen feigned surprise.
"Cut the act. Leave quickly. Don't cause trouble here."
Lu Yun was a sharp person. He knew that Zhou Wen had definitely recognized him.
"Why should I leave? This isn't your house,"
Zhou Wen said calmly. Lu Yun was helpless against Zhou Wen. All he could do was restrain his temper and say,
"I'll tell you the truth. It's now very dangerous in Pandora's Magic Palace. Pandora's box can open at any time. When that happens, the whole of Magic Palace will be breached. A terrifying calamity creature will appear. If something goes wrong, there won't even be a chance to escape. Were you the one who spread the rumors?"
Zhou Wen asked casually.
"It's not a rumor. It's the truth."
Lu Yun wore a sincere expression.
"I can see for myself if it's a rumor. After observing the area for so long, why haven't I discovered any signs of the magic box opening?"
Zhou Wen said calmly. Lu Yun tried his best to explain.
Pandora's box is sealed. There will naturally be no warning signs when it isn't opened. After it opens, it will be too late to leave. I spread the news ahead of time to give ordinary people a chance to escape. Otherwise, anyone in Nudist City would die. Ordinary people won't have a chance of escaping. Why are you here since it's so dangerous?
Zhou remained unmoved as he asked with a smile.
I'm just trying to get rid of the scourge from the people. I plan on investigating the situation first. If the conditions allow it, I'll think of a way to permanently seal the magic box before it opens.
Lu Yun looked like he was bearing his heart.
Junior brother, listen to me. Take the child and leave quickly. It'd be fine if you were alone. I can't watch you take the child to such a dangerous place. Eldest senior brother, you actually have such noble thoughts. You are virtually a hero who acts in the interest of the country and its citizens. It's really impressive. Forget it. As your junior brother, I can't hold you back. I'll do as you say,
Zhou said.
That's more like it. Take Li Xian with you and quickly return to Luoyang.
Lu Yun was immediately overjoyed when he saw how easy it was to convince Zhou.
No, what I mean is to do as you say. I'll go with you and see if we can seal the magic box before it opens,
Zhou said. Lu Yun's smile gradually froze. In the end, his face turned livid. He pointed at Zhou and said fiercely,
Do you have to make things difficult for me? Yes,
Zhou answered with certainty. Lu Yun pointed at Zhou with a ferocious expression. He wagged his finger a few times and looked like he was about to kill him when he suddenly retracted his hand. He forced a smile and said,
Junior brother, we are all fellow disciples. Why make things difficult for one of your own? Go back now. I'll treat you to a feast when I'm in Luoyang. I want half,
Zhou said directly, ignoring him.
Half what?
Lu Yun said blankly.
60%,
Zhou said directly.
Junior brother, I really...
Before Lu Yun could finish his sentence, Zhou opened his mouth, prepared to raise the price again. When Lu Yun saw the shape of Zhou's mouth, he knew that he was about to say 70. He hurriedly interrupted.
Half it is, but you have to work for it. How do I work for it?
Zhou asked. Lu Yun looked at the production crew and saw that no one was paying attention to them. Therefore, he lowered his voice and said,
The opening of the magic box is true. I'm not lying. I spread the news because I really want to help them. I don't want them to die without knowing why.
Seeing Zhou look at him in disbelief, Lu Yun said helplessly,
All right, I admit that part of the reason I sent them away was for this operation, but I also want to save their lives. This is an undeniable fact. Get to the point,
Zhou said impatiently.
Have you heard of the legend of Pandora?
Lu Yun asked.
Isn't that obvious? Has anyone not heard of it? Even a 3-year-old knows the legend of the magic box,
Zhou said.
Pandora's box was something that happened later. Before Pandora's box, the gods gave some gifts to her. Do you know what they were?
Lu Yun whispered.
I don't know.
Zhou only knew of such a myth, but he didn't know the exact details.
Prometheus stole fire from the sun and gave it to humans, bringing light to humans. In order to punish humans, the gods used a goddess as a blueprint to create a beautiful woman, Pandora. The goddess of love and beauty gave her a mesmerizing perfume. Athena gave her a silvery gown, the fire god gave her a sash, necklaces, rings, and other divine items. Hermes gave her the gift of language, making her the most perfect woman in the world.
As Lu Yun spoke, his drool was about to drip out. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Lu Yun continued.
Think about it. Those divine clothes, ribbons, necklaces, rings, and so on are all true divine items. They aren't the calamity in the magic box. According to my speculation, I'm certain that Pandora is at the calamity grade. Then, the things on her must be good things at the calamity grade. If I can get them all. That's not right. You want to kill a calamity grade creature?
Zhou felt that there was something wrong with Lu Yun's words.
Not kill, steal,
Lu Yun corrected.
The things on a calamity creature are one with her. How can you steal them?
Zhou found it unreliable.
That might not be the case. If it were an ordinary calamity creature, it might be the case. However, it's different for Pandora. She's just a tool that was created. Those things were given to her by the gods. They aren't things that she comes with. I should be able to steal them,
Lu Yun said. Zhou frowned inwardly. He had a nagging feeling that things weren't as simple as Lu Yun had said.
If you want to steal something, do it yourself. Why did you sneak into the program team?
Zhou stared at Lu Yun and asked. Chapter 1440 The Door Opener.
If you want to reach the shrine where Pandora lives, you have to be with the program team,
Lu Yun said.
Why?
Zhou looked at Lu Yun in surprise. Lu Yun's spatial teleportation skill wasn't inferior to his. Zhou didn't believe that the program team could do something Lu Yun couldn't. Lu Yun explained.
There's a special defensive mechanism in Pandora's shrine. Not anyone can enter. Even Calamity-grade powerhouses will find it difficult to enter. There's only one way of entry. Find someone suitable to open the door to Pandora's shrine. Someone suitable?
Zhou had a guess. Lu Yun glanced in the direction of the program team before explaining under his breath.
Based on my research, entry to the shrine requires a woman with a special life providence to open the door. I searched for a long time before I finally found a woman with that special life providence. It's the female host, Sui. Only she can open the door to the shrine. When the time comes, we can enter and steal what's on Pandora. Your words are too contradictory. Since you haven't entered before, how do you know that Sui's life providence can open the door? Even if Sui can open the door, how do you know that you can steal the items from Pandora?
Zhou still felt that there were many loopholes in this matter.
Why are you asking so many questions? Just tell me if you want a part in this or not. If not, I'll do it myself. Just don't be in my way to wealth,
Lu Yun said impatiently.
Since it's a partnership, it's best we make things clear. It's fine if you don't wish to cooperate. After all, Li Xian is rather interested in Sui. If he knows, he probably won't let Sui take the risk, right?
Zhou said with a smile.
You want to kick me to the curb when I've outlived my usefulness?
Lu Yun glared at Zhou angrily.
Explain clearly if you want cooperation,
Zhou said. Lu Yun pondered for a moment before saying with a bitter smile.
It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I'm afraid that you won't believe me if I told you the truth. It will be even more troublesome when the time comes. How do you know I won't believe you if you don't tell me?
Zhou asked.
I obtained the information from Jing Daoxian,
Lu Yun said directly.
Jing Daoxian?
Disbelief immediately rose in Zhou.
See? I knew you wouldn't believe me.
Zhou's expression was too obvious. Lu Yun shrugged. Zhou fell silent. Jing Daoxian might have really been to Pandora's palace and might really know about the situation there, but why was he telling Lu Yun this? Jing Daoxian couldn't do much in the past due to his injuries. However, Jing Daoxian's injuries should have healed by now. Furthermore, he had a companion beast like the Yin Yang Mirror. Why didn't he take the treasure from Pandora, but instead told Lu Yun?
It's not that I don't believe you, but Jing Daoxian is just too difficult to figure out. Why would he give you that information?
Zhou said to Lu Yun.
I made a deal with him. As for what deal it is, I can't tell you. What I can tell you is that this information is very trustworthy. If you believe me, cooperate with me. If you don't believe me, don't be in my way. After this matter is over, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I'll treat you to a feast.
Lu Yun seemed very confident that the information Jing Daoxian had given him was real. Since Lu Yun had already said so, Zhou naturally couldn't ask further.
Alright, let's give it a try. How do you plan on getting Sui there? Don't tell me you plan on kidnapping her.
Zhou thought for a moment and decided to take a look. Lu Yun was a careful person. If he wasn't completely confident, he wouldn't show that much confidence. Furthermore, Zhou did eye the stuff on Pandora. However, he was different from Lu Yun. Lu Yun wanted the treasures on her, but Zhou was interested in Pandora's magic box. When it came to misfortune-type items, Pandora's magic box was definitely ranked first. If the magic box was a dimensional creature, using it to create a mythical serum might be of great help to Wang Chan.
There's obviously no need. They were going to the shrine to begin with. However, no one has opened the shrine's door in the past. Sui doesn't know that she can open it either. When the time comes, we just need to create some chaos and nudge Sui in the right direction. Once the door opens, we will enter without causing any trouble for the program team,
Lu Yun explained. Zhou felt that it was feasible, but he felt that if only Sui could open the door, she probably wouldn't be able to escape so easily. The two of them discussed for a while before Lu Yun pretended to take a few photos of Zhou and Yer before returning to the program team. Li Xian was still chatting with Sui and company. Li Xian was talented. In just a short period of time, he had already become very familiar with the production team as though he was a staff member. After resting for a while, the production team began filming again. Zhou didn't find the two-dimensional creatures he wanted along the way, so he didn't take action. Zhou found an opportunity to inform Li Xian about his partnership with Lu Yun.
How can you do that?
Li Xian immediately shouted.
Stop shouting. Do you want everyone to hear you?
Zhou tugged at Li Xian. When Li Xian saw that the production team was looking at him, he hurriedly smiled apologetically, indicating that he was fine. Then, he squatted down and whispered to Zhou.
Old Zhou, that Lu Yun isn't reliable. If only Sui could open the door, would Sui be able to escape after opening it?
Zhou also whispered.
Of course I know that it won't be easy for Sui to escape, but think about it. The source is Jing Daoxian. Even if we stop Lu Yun today, and don't get Sui to open the door, what will happen in the future? What if Jing Daoxian wants to enter the shrine himself?
Li Xian was taken aback when he heard that. He said gloomily,
Then what should we do? Instead of thinking of a solution when the matter isn't under our control, why don't we figure things out while we still have the situation under control? If something really happens to Su Yi, we can help her. It's better than letting her open the door only when she's threatened, right?
Zhou Wen said.
That's true, but isn't it too risky?
Li Xian was still hesitant.
Then marry her and protect her 24/7. Furthermore, you have to be certain that you can defeat Jing Daoxian,
Zhou Wen said.
What do you plan on doing?
Li Xian felt that this wasn't a viable solution. He didn't have any ideas, and could only ask for Zhou Wen's opinion.
There's no other way. Let's escort Su Yi in and figure out what's going on inside. We'll completely resolve this matter.
On the way, Zhou Wen had already attempted to enter Pandora's Magic Palace dungeon, but strangely, the blood-colored avatar couldn't enter Pandora's final shrine. It was likely as Lu Yun had said. One had to have a special life providence to be able to open Pandora's Magic Palace. Chapter 1441 Pandora's Shrine. Pandora's Magic Palace was a large maze, but to people who were familiar with it, as long as they could clear the dimensional creatures in Magic Palace, it wouldn't be difficult to traverse it. The only place that humans stepped into in the entire Magic Palace was Pandora's Shrine. The glorious palace that resembled a miracle stood in a corner of Magic Palace. There were many carvings regarding divine miracles engraved on its walls. Basically, they were scenes of gods carrying out miracles and receiving human worship. On the murals, Zhou Wen discovered carvings suspected to be the sun god, the goddess of love and beauty, the god of metalworking, the goddess of wisdom, and even Hades. These murals were extremely beautiful. Zhou Wen couldn't help but wonder. If the gods really exist, do they really look like this?
Good afternoon, I'm your host, Su Yi. It's 4:12 p.m. June 2nd. I'm now in front of Pandora's Shrine. This is the legendary place where Pandora sleeps. Recently, there have been rumors that Pandora will open the magic box and cause Nuda City to suffer.
Su Yi stood in front of the shrine's door and introduced the situation. As a videographer, Lu Yun was the closest to Su Yi. When Zhou Wen saw that Su Yi was about to reach Pandora's Shrine's door, they exchanged looks and hurriedly approached. They naturally couldn't stand in front of the camera, but at that moment, a powerful beam of light suddenly exploded, causing everyone to lose their vision. The bright light had zero effect on Zhou Wen. Li Xian was already prepared. After his terror transformation, light was useless for his eyes. The two of them saw that Lu Yun had already rushed in front of Su Yi and pushed her towards the door of the shrine. Su Yi's strength was considered pretty good among ordinary people. She had reached the peak of the epic stage, but against an expert like Lu Yun, she was nothing. She didn't even see Lu Yun as she involuntarily lunged towards the shrine's door. Lu Yun controlled his strength very well. When Su Yi pressed her hands against the door, she touched two unicorn symbols. Her palm was pierced by the protruding horn, and blood immediately dyed the horn red. Boom! The door emitted a dull rumble as it slowly opened. Li Xian rushed over to pull Su Yi away. Since the door had already been opened, she was useless to them now. Lu Yun and Jing Daoxian wouldn't cause trouble for her again. Lu Yun rushed towards Su Yi at the same time Li Xian rushed over. Zhou Wen seemed to sense something as he flashed to Su Yi's side with you. The three of them grabbed onto Su Yi's body within a second of each other. In the next second, a beam shot out from the open door, instantly causing Su Yi, Zhou Wen, and company to vanish. The shrine door closed with a boom. Bam! 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 The four of them fell to the ground one after another. Li Xian got up and grabbed Lu Yun by the collar and said angrily,
Scoundrel, how dare you lie to us?
Lu Yun had only said that Su Yi could open the door, but he didn't say that the door would close itself. Furthermore, it was obvious that they could only enter together with Su Yi. If they hadn't wanted to save Su Yi and arrive by her side in time, they would have been left behind by Lu Yun.
Calm down. I didn't know that this would happen.
Lu Yun explained without any sincerity.
What? What do you want?
Su Yi looked at them in panic. Blood was still flowing from her palm, and her face was pale. She was clearly frightened.
Su Yi, old Zhou, and I don't have any ill intentions.
Just as Li Xian was about to say something, they heard a boom. The few of them jumped in fright, and couldn't help but look in the direction of the rumbling. They were alarmed by what they saw. The place they landed in was actually a huge garden. The garden was circular, and in the middle was a small circular patio. The garden had paths that went horizontally, vertically, and diagonally that demarcated different flower beds. However, the flowers in the flower beds looked terrifying. There were sparse flower trees planted in the flower bed, but they didn't have a single leaf. Their branches were twisted like venomous snakes in a withered gray color. Each flower tree only had one flower. It was different from ordinary flowers. The flowers didn't face the sky, but towards the ground. Furthermore, The petals were closed. What was even stranger was that the flowers looked like people hanging off the trees from afar. The rumbling sound came from the top of the garden. It was the palace's dome. It was a standard dome with layers of statues. A gorgeous crystal chandelier hung down from the middle of the dome. There were many lamps of various sizes on the crystal chandelier, like blobs of flowers, and its diameter exceeded 10 meters. The flower-like lamps were all lit up. The sound should have come from the crystal chandelier, but they didn't see anything that could make such a loud sound.
Those crystal lamps seem a little odd.
Lu Yun looked up for a while, and suddenly frowned.
Don't pull any of your tricks.
Li Xian still refused to let go of Lu Yun.
Oldly let him go. Protect Sui.
Zhou Wen knew that with Lu Yun's spatial teleportation ability, it was useless for Li Xian to grab him. Li Xian glared at Lu Yun before letting go and retreating to Su Yi's side. However, Su Yi retreated and maintained a certain distance from Li Xian. She no longer trusted anyone. No matter how she looked at it, Li Xian, Zhou Wen, and Lu Yun were in cahoots. Li Xian was somewhat helpless. It was useless explaining anything now. All he could do was stand beside Su Yi without a word.
Look at the crystal chandelier's flames.
Lu Yun straightened his clothes and pointed.
What's wrong with the flames?
Li Xian asked coldly.
Don't you feel that the flames seem to be alive?
Lu Yun said with a strange expression.
Alive?
Li Xian and Zhou Wen carefully looked at the flames. Li Xian's eyesight was average, so he didn't discover any problems. However, Zhou Wen's eyesight was extraordinary. After taking a closer look, he realized that there was indeed something wrong with the flames. The flames came from a small crystal ball inside the lamps. There was nothing wrong with the small crystal ball at first glance. It was a transparent, colorless crystal ball the size of a fist. However, after Zhou Wen carefully scanned it, he realized that it wasn't a crystal ball, but a huddled crystal creature. As their bodies were flawless, transparent crystals without any impurities or colors, it was almost impossible to tell when they curled up. Zhou Wen was still watching when he heard a boom. The huge crystal chandelier moved as though wooden blocks were being reorganized, causing the crystal chandelier's shape to undergo a huge change. In the blink of an eye, it completely changed into another shape. Chapter 1442 Su Yi's Guess.
9!
Li Xian protected Su Yi as he muttered in puzzlement. After the crystal chandelier transformed, it turned into the shape of a number 9, still hanging under the dome.
It might also be 6,
Lu Yun said. Zhou Wen didn't care if it was 9 or 6. He looked around and didn't discover the door he had come from. He attempted to teleport out, but realized that the space in the temple was isolated. Unless he found the door that he had entered, it was impossible for him to leave. However, there was only one garden in the palace. There was no path that led elsewhere.
Eldest senior brother, where's Pandora?
Zhou Wen asked Lu Yun. Lu Yun scratched his head and said gloomily.
Jing Daoxian only said that Pandora is in the temple, but he didn't say exactly where. I'm not too sure either.
As he spoke, Lu Yun's gaze landed on the hanging flowers.
Do you think it's possible that Pandora is inside those flowers? Those flowers aren't small, and their shapes are human-like. It shouldn't be a problem to hide a person inside, right? I've only heard of Pandora being made of mud by the gods, but I've never heard of her being born from flowers,
Li Xian said.
It's best not to touch those flowers.
Zhou Wen had already scanned the flowers with Truth Listener, but he couldn't see the situation inside. Furthermore, the hanging flowers gave him a sense of danger.
Why did you bring me in?
Sui couldn't help but ask.
Miss Su, Zhou Wen and I definitely don't have any ill intentions towards you. As for whether he has any ill intentions towards you, we don't know,
Li Xian said as he glanced at Lu Yun.
What are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who will hurt women?
Lu Yun shouted unhappily.
Yes.
Zhou Wen and Li Xian answered simultaneously with great certainty. Lu Yun said angrily.
You can't blame me for this. After all, we are fellow disciples in the same school, right? Zhou Wen, the two of us were taught by the same teacher. I'm your eldest senior brother after all. Why are you always glaring at me? It's only right for me to shake you off, right? I'm used to it. There are benefits following you,
Zhou Wen said calmly. Lu Yun nearly blew a gasket when he heard Zhou Wen's answer. He said hatefully.
You were the one who insisted on coming. Don't blame anyone if anything happens. As for Miss Su, I really don't have any ill intentions towards you. Only you can open this door. Only you can enter. After we obtain the item, I'll have to trouble you to take us out. Don't worry. Even if I kill those two fellows, I won't let you suffer any harm. Instead, it's those two shameless fellows whom you have to be careful about. Don't be foolishly exploited by them. Miss Su, the two of us don't have any ill intentions towards you. We were afraid that you would be harmed by him, so we followed you in,
Li Xian hurriedly said.
What do you mean by afraid of being harmed by me? If you really want to be a goody two-shoes, shouldn't you have stopped me outside? Alright, cut it out. Let's figure out the situation.
Zhou Wen interrupted their argument. Zhou Wen had carefully scanned the area in the garden. There was no door and no way out, only the flower bed and crystal chandelier.
Do any of you know the origins of these flower trees and the crystal chandelier? Or are they related to myths?
Zhou Wen asked as he sized up the flower trees. There were only a limited number of objects in the garden. Whether it was to find the way out or to find Pandora and the magic box, he had to start with them. Lu Yun scratched his head and said,
Before I came, I did a lot of research on Pandora. The gods did reward her with many things, but nothing seemed related to flowers, nor were there any legends about a crystal chandelier.
Li Xian also said,
I only know that there's another name for Pandora. It means the woman who offers a gift. I'm wondering if there's any connection with flowers, since part of her name in Chinese means flowers. Could it be that Pandora is actually one of those flowers, and the magic box is inside a flower? Cut it out. That's transliterated. It has nothing to do with flowers,
Lu Yun said with a pout. Just as the two of them were about to fight again, Su Yi suddenly said,
Do you know who Pandora's daughter is?
The few of them were taken aback as they looked at Su Yi. Su Yi was indeed a little afraid in the beginning, but now, she didn't seem to be that afraid. She was holding her phone and filming from every angle in the garden. At this moment, she didn't forget her job. Her professionalism was perfect.
I don't know.
Seeing Su Yi look over, the few of them shook their heads. They were here to find Pandora. Who cared who her daughter was? They had never cared. Su Yi smiled and said,
According to what I know, Pandora's daughter is named Pyrrha. She later married Deucalion.
The few of them were at a loss. These names were unfamiliar, names that they had never heard of before. They didn't know what Su Yi's sudden mention of this had to do with their current situation. Su Yi felt pleased seeing their blank expressions. She smiled and said,
You might not have heard of these two names, but you should have heard of Noah's Ark, right? I've heard of this before. It's the person who survived the flood, right? However, Noah should be a legend of another pantheon, right? What has he got to do with Pandora?
Lu Yun said. Su Yi said,
Myths of a great flood appear in many pantheons. Pyrrha and Deucalion are Noah in Pandora's pantheon. After Pandora opened the magic box, humans suffered all sorts of disasters. The final flood nearly drowned the entire world. Only Pyrrha and Deucalion created the Ark and avoided the disaster of the flood. In order to revive humanity, Pyrrha and Deucalion had to find the bones of Mother Earth. And in the end, they realized that the so-called bones of Mother Earth are actually a type of crystal.
Upon hearing that, Zhou Wen and company couldn't help but cast their gazes at the crystal chandelier hanging above them. The crystal chandelier was made of crystals. Furthermore, Zhou Wen had already discovered that the crystal chandelier was actually a living creature. Therefore, the crystal chandelier was likely the bones of Mother Earth which Su Yi had mentioned. Su Yi continued,
After Deucalion threw out the Mother Earth bone, it transformed into a man, and the Mother Earth bone that Pyrrha threw out became a woman. These people became the ancestors of the ancient Greeks.
Boom! A loud boom sounded as Su Yi spoke. The crystal chandelier above their heads changed again, its form rapidly changing. Zhou Wen and company clearly saw that it was in the shape of the number 8. This way, they could confirm that the previous shape was 9, not 6. Zhou Wen's expression was somewhat odd. According to what he knew, anything related to a flood wasn't simple. Chapter 1443 The Object in the Flower.
Could this thing be a countdown? If this thing reaches 0, what will happen?
Li Xian said, as he looked at the 8-shaped crystal chandelier.
Are there any records of these numbers in the myths and legends of Deucalion?
Lu Yun asked Su Yi. Su Yi was also at a loss as she shook her head and said,
I've never heard of that.
She felt convinced that the crystal chandelier was the legendary bones of Mother Earth, but she had never heard of all these variations. She vaguely felt that something was amiss.
Regardless of whether the crystal chandelier is made of the bones of Mother Earth, we have to quickly figure out this place. The change in the crystal chandelier numbers gives me a bad feeling,
Zhou Wen said.
Then let me give it a try. Perhaps that crystal chandelier is the key.
As Li Xian spoke, he wanted to transform into his terror form and rush towards the crystal chandelier.
Now isn't the time to risk your life.
Zhou Wen stopped Li Xian and summoned a golden battle god. Zhou Wen now had 2 golden battle gods. He had given Ensheng 5 golden battle gods that had dropped previously. These 2 had dropped recently. Furthermore, the types were the same as before. He hadn't managed to collect all 6 different types of golden battle gods.
Eldest senior brother, is there anything you'd like to say?
Zhou Wen asked Lu Yun before ordering the golden battle god to fire.
I'm out of solutions at the moment. We can only give it a try,
Lu Yun said through gritted teeth.
Alright.
Zhou Wen didn't hesitate any further, as he ordered the golden battle gods to fire. The target wasn't the crystal chandelier, but the flower on the flower tree. Explosive bullets struck the hanging flower. There was only a dull thud, like the sound of leather being penetrated, but there were no explosions. The bullets seemed to vanish upon entering the flower. If not for the bullet holes on the petals, Zhou Wen would have wondered if he had scored a hit. Terror-grade explosive bullets had a destructive power capable of blowing up a building. After a few consecutive shots, they failed to blast apart the flower that was as tall as a person. It was truly shocking. The few of them stared nervously at the flower. Li Xian shielded Su Yi behind him, as Zhou Wen picked up Yer and summoned the Death Harbinger Crow. Although this fellow's level was very low, it might be useful. Caw! Caw! Death Harbinger Crow landed on Zhou Wen's head the moment it appeared and let out an ear-piercing call.
Why did you summon this out? It's so noisy!
Lu Yun jumped in fright and said unhappily. Before Zhou Wen could explain, he heard a splattering sound from the flower. White smoke spewed out from the bullet holes, as though water had boiled inside.
Be careful of the gas. Don't be poisoned,
Lu Yun said as he retreated. He even stuffed a few pills into his mouth. Zhou Wen also summoned a few antidote pill essences and gave them to Li Xian and Su Yi. Although they were only epic pill essences, they might be of some use. However, the white smoke wasn't poisonous. Zhou Wen confirmed it by summoning a companion beast to probe. As the white gas spewed out, the flower gradually withered like a deflated balloon. However, the flower wasn't empty. After the petals collapsed, they stuck to something. Soon, all the petals stuck to the object tightly. If it looked like a hanging corpse before, it looked like a mummy now. The thing inside the petal was a shriveled humanoid.
There's really someone inside the flower. Could it be Pandora?
Li Xian said.
Even if it's really Pandora, there can only be one. There must be more than 10 flowers in this garden. What a coincidence. A random shot and we hit Pandora?
Lu Yun clearly didn't agree with Li Xian's guess. Bang! Amidst their conversation, the flower stalk snapped. The object that was wrapped in petals, like a mummy, fell and landed in the garden. What was even more terrifying was that the thing was really like a mummy. It twisted its body and tottered as it walked towards them. Bang! 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 The golden battle gods fired again. No explosions ensued after the bullets penetrated the petals and shot into its body. It was still that dull sound of defeat. The golden battle gods' bullets failed to stop it. The thing withstood the explosive bullets and staggered out of the flower bed, walking towards the golden battle gods. Li Xian and Lu Yun were secretly alarmed. They had seen the power of the golden battle god many times. Although it wasn't top-notch at the terror grade, the destructive power of the explosive bullets was definitely the cream of the crop. That thing could withstand the explosive bullets as though nothing had happened. Its strength was at least at the top terror grade. The few of them subconsciously retreated because they didn't know what kind of power that thing possessed. No one dared to take the risk. Realizing that the golden battle gods were basically useless, Zhou Wen decided to turn the golden battle god into a revolver and let it land in his hand. Bang! Zhou Wen held the golden revolver and shot at it. Zhou Wen's shot was augmented with his essence energy, so the bullet's strength increased significantly. When it struck the thing, it immediately retreated a few steps. But that was all. After the bullet lost its forward momentum, the mummy walked towards Zhou Wen again.
Watch me!
Li Xian saw that the thing was only walking forward without retaliating. He summoned an ice silkworm. The ice silkworm produced 2 pairs of transparent wings and flapped them to fly above the thing. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of icy gas that enveloped the thing. Li Xian wanted to use the ice silkworm's freezing power to freeze it. Even if he failed, he could slow it down. However, the scene he imagined didn't happen. The thing actually walked out of the ice fog. Although there was frost on the petals, it failed to be frozen. Lu Yun also secretly released a few poison needles that silently pierced through the petals, but they still failed to affect its actions.
What the hell is that? Could it really be an immortal body?
Lu Yun's expression changed when he saw that the poison needles were useless. He retreated even faster. The 3 of them used many methods to attack the thing, but they didn't have much of an effect. It was as though it really had an immortal body.
Junior brother, you are the strongest here. I'll leave this thing to you. I'll come up with something.
Lu Yun retreated quickly. However, Zhou Wen had no intention of retreating. He stood there and sized up the thing in puzzlement. Chapter 1444 Way to use the Death Harbinger Crow. Harbinger crows only spelled sorrow, never anything good. They were diametrically opposite to magpies. However, the Death Harbinger crow's ability was very useful. Zhou Wen had been thinking of a way to raise its level. Unfortunately, it didn't have an evolvable attribute. Zhou Wen thought of many ways, but he couldn't raise its level even by 1. He probably had to rely on a Samsara stone to advance it to a higher level in the future. The drop rate of Samsara stones was unfortunately just too low. Zhou had only had one drop up to now, but he had already used it. However, even if it hadn't advanced, it still looked useful. Zhou had summoned it to see if its abilities were useful. Zhou knew that this fellow was of some use when he heard its call. What puzzled Zhou was that the Death Harbinger crow wasn't cawing at the thing that was charging at him. It was clearly cawing in the direction of the other flower trees. Strange, by calling it a Death Harbinger crow, it's clearly telling me that this thing shouldn't be a threat. However, from the way it looks, it doesn't look like it poses zero threat. Zhou shot a few more times and riddled the petals around the thing with holes, but he still failed to stop it. Zhou was considering whether he should retreat just as the thing arrived in front of him. It suddenly plopped down and lunged over in front of him. After it fell, the petals outside automatically fell off, revealing what was inside. The fiery red glow nearly blinded them. They widened their eyes. Inside was a gorgeous golden red robe, and it was feminine.
Could this be the robe that the gods gave to Pandora according to legends? There are legends that the robe was given to Pandora by the goddess of wisdom, and there are also legends that the fire god gave it to her. From the looks of this robe, the possibility of it being the fire god is higher.
Sui was indeed a news reporter. She immediately thought of what it was. Just as Zhou was feeling puzzled, the robe automatically flew up and floated towards him. Zhou reached out and caught it. The robe landed on his arm before transforming into thousands of fire threads that fused into his body. They formed a flaming golden tattoo on his body before gradually disappearing.
Old Zhou, are you alright?
Li Xian hurriedly asked.
I'm fine. This thing seems to be a companion beast.
Zhou sensed the information and nearly laughed out loud. That thing was called the Fire God Golden Silk Robe. It was actually a calamity-grade companion beast. Li Xian wanted to ask what level it was, but when he glanced at Lu Yun and Sui, he swallowed the words he was about to say. Lu Yun's mind raced, as he immediately rushed towards one of the flower trees without any hesitation. Now, anyone could tell that the flowers on the flower trees were likely treasures that the gods had given to Pandora. Whatever he grabbed was profit.
Lu Yun, don't do anything rash.
Li Xian reacted and wanted to stop Lu Yun, but it was too late. Although Li Xian's movement technique wasn't bad, it was much weaker than Lu Yun's instant transmission. Lu Yun had already arrived in front of a flower tree while Li Xian shouted. As he reached out to grab the flower, he said,
"The items have been found. It's up to your own abilities. Finders keepers."
Lu Yun was afraid that Zhou would not distribute it fairly. He was alone, and Zhou and Li Xian were two people. Wouldn't that mean that 2/3 of the goods would be taken? He might as well strike first to gain the upper hand, and take as much as he could. With his godly thieving skills, even Zhou might not be able to outsnatch him.
Old Zhou, quickly stop him. This fellow is very fast. He'll snatch everything,
Li Xian said anxiously.
There's no rush. Let's wait and see.
Zhou had no intention of stopping him. This was because the flower that Lu Yun touched was one of the flowers that the Death Harbinger crow caught at. Zhou wanted to know if the Death Harbinger crow's calling was accurate. However, Zhou secretly condensed the power of human sovereign. If Lu Yun really encountered danger, he had to help him. Lu Yun's face was filled with excitement as he reached into the flower to grab the treasure. However, just as his palm reached in, he suddenly let out a strange cry and retracted his palm. Lu Yun's retracted hand had completely turned black. It was as though it was dyed with ink. Black gas was still emitting from it. No matter how Lu Yun shook it, the black gas couldn't be shaken off. The black gas over Lu Yun's hand rapidly decreased, but it wasn't eliminated. Instead, it seeped into Lu Yun's body. The black gas in Lu Yun's hand vanished in moments, but his forehead darkened, as though it was enveloped by dark clouds.
Eldest senior brother, are you alright?
Zhou looked at Lu Yun's forehead and found it familiar.
Holy sh*T, this is a curse. That's not right. Why did you get a fire god robe while I got a curse?
Lu Yun looked at his face in the mirror and immediately, his face turned livid as he screamed.
Eldest senior brother, everything is fated in life. Don't force it. This item isn't destined to be yours,
Zhou said as he shot at another flower. After the flower was hit, it spewed out white gas and quickly shriveled. However, it didn't take human form this time. After it dried up, it turned into a ribbon. The flower fell from the tree and automatically flew in front of Zhou. The withered petals on it dropped as a headband floated towards Zhou. Zhou reached out and grabbed the headband. It automatically landed in his hand before transforming into threads of light that fused into Zhou's body, forming a new tattoo. Another calamity-grade companion beast. Don't tell me this place is filled with calamity-grade companion beasts, Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised when he sensed the information from the headband. If they were all calamity-grade companion beasts, he would really be rich. I see. It cannot be taken by hand. I understand. Lu Yun's nose bled from the curse. He summoned a dart and shot it at one of the flowers. Zhou Wen originally thought that since he had agreed to split it 50-50, he couldn't let Elda's senior brother return empty-handed. He would let him take whatever he could. It was unknown if it was because of the previous curse or if Lu Yun's luck wasn't good. His dart actually hit a flower tree that the Death Harbinger Crow had called out to. The flower was penetrated by the dart. Indeed, just like Zhou Wen's 2 attempts, the flower withered and automatically fell, flying towards Lu Yun. Just as Lu Yun was about to grab the treasure, he saw a gray gas fly out and envelop his head. It was so fast that he couldn't dodge in time. Lu Yun's forehead was black to begin with, but now his entire face turned gray. He looked almost no different from a corpse that was about to be buried. Chapter 1445 Gifts from the Gods.
My head is spinning.
Lu Yun felt dizzy. His legs seemed to go limp, and he couldn't stand properly. Just as Zhou Wen was about to say something, he heard a boom. The crystal chandelier above him turned into a 7. Zhou Wen and Li Xian exchanged looks as their expressions turned solemn. It was difficult to come up with a countermeasure in advance without knowing what the countdown meant. I'll deal with those flower trees first. Zhou Wen held a golden revolver and shot at the flowers that the Death Harbinger Crow didn't caw at. A few bullets penetrated them. Lu Yun was a little dizzy from the curse. His nose was still bleeding, so he couldn't afford to snatch the items. The flowers fell and transformed into different shapes that headed for Zhou Wen. One of them looked like a necklace, while another looked like a ring. He couldn't tell what the other 4 were, but their shapes were rather strange. The first petal to fall was a flower that Zhou Wen couldn't identify. After the petal fell, there was a stream of water inside. The water immediately drilled into Zhou Wen's body upon contact and spread throughout his body. Zhou Wen felt as though all his cells had been cleansed by holy water as they emitted shocking vitality. Does this enhance my physique? Zhou Wen immediately realized that this wasn't a companion beast, but something that strengthened his physique. Even without looking at the game's data, he could sense that his physique had greatly improved. Following that, the necklace and ring flew out of the petal, turning into streams of light that left a tattoo on Zhou Wen's body. Another 2 calamity-grade companion beasts. Zhou Wen nearly cried out in happiness. These were calamity-grade companion beasts, not run-of-the-mill items. Having obtained 4 calamity-grade companion beasts at once, the number of calamity-grade companion beasts on Earth combined probably wasn't as many as his alone. Just as Zhou Wen was feeling excited, the remaining 3 flowers opened one by one. The items inside flew towards him. The 3 items were a blob of white gas, a crystal slice, and a water droplet. Could those things enhance Essence energy, speed, and strength? Previously, the water had strengthened his physique. Now, there were 3 things he couldn't identify. Zhou Wen felt that it was very likely to enhance the other 3 attributes. As Zhou Wen was pondering over it, the 3 items had already landed on him and fused into his body. However, to Zhou Wen's surprise, after the 3 items fused into his body, his essence energy, strength, and speed didn't increase, nor did he obtain any companion beasts. Instead, he felt some strange characteristics appear on his body. After the water droplet fused into his body, Zhou Wen immediately produced a strange fragrance. Zhou Wen only found the fragrance nice. It was fragrant, but not overwhelming. It was thick and not cloying, but he didn't know what use it had. After the crystal slice entered his body, it immediately transformed into 2 strange energy streams that flowed to his eyes. Zhou Wen felt his eyes turn cool, but his vision didn't improve. The white gas was the strangest. After entering Zhou Wen's body, it quickly fused into him and vanished without a trace. Zhou Wen didn't sense any changes in his body.
Holy sh*T. Old Zhou. Amazing.
Just as Zhou Wen was wondering what the effects of the 3 items were, he heard Li Xian shout.
What's amazing?
Zhou Wen looked at Li Xian.
Old Zhou, why do you look so beautiful all of a sudden? Your eyes look like they can hook people. If you were a woman, I might have married you,
Li Xian said as he swallowed.
What the hell are you talking about?
Zhou Wen suddenly realized that something was amiss. This was because Su Yi and the cursed Lu Yun were staring intently at him. Their eyes were like lechers who had seen a beauty, giving Zhou Wen a fright.
No good,
Zhou Wen exclaimed. He immediately took out a mirror from the chaos space and looked at himself. At a glance, Zhou Wen nearly failed to recognize himself in the mirror. The first impression the person in the mirror gave him was that he was fair and beautiful. In particular, his eyes had an indescribable charm that made one take a second glance. Those with poor self-restraint would find it difficult to move their gaze away from him. Zhou Wen immediately understood what the 3 items were for. The gifts the gods had given Pandora were for her to seduce Prometheus's younger brother. Therefore, other than the precious divine artifacts, the gifts given to her by the gods were also gifts like temptation, fragrance, wisdom, curiosity, and so on. Zhou Wen had already guessed that the drop of water was definitely the aphrodisiac perfume from the goddess of love and beauty. The crystal slice likely gave his eyes some special charm. Although he couldn't figure out what the white gas was, it definitely had some special effects. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have been greedy. Zhou Wen regretted it. It was impossible to get those things out now. On the other side, the way Su Yi and Lu Yun looked at Zhou Wen made him shudder. Thankfully, Li Xian was rather special to begin with. The essence energy arc he cultivated was also rather special, so he wasn't too affected. All he felt was that Zhou Wen had become better looking. Boom! The crystal chandelier changed again, turning into a number 6.
Lu Yun, do you know what this crystal chandelier is?
Zhou Wen never believed Lu Yun's words. Zhou Wen didn't believe that he would solely trust Jing Daoxian's words, resulting in him spending so much effort and using so many means to enter the Pandora Temple without knowing anything. Lu Yun was already a little confused due to the curse. Now, he was affected by Zhou Wen's fragrance and charm. He stared intently at Zhou Wen and said in a daze,
I'm guessing that it's the countdown to the opening of the magic box. If we can't stop it before the countdown ends, the magic box might open. When that happens, everyone will die. Why didn't you say so earlier?
Zhou Wen thought for a moment and felt that there was no need to ask why. Therefore, he hurriedly asked,
Do you know how to stop the countdown? I don't know.
Lu Yun shook his head and looked at Zhou Wen with an even more infatuated look. Then he added,
Junior brother, don't worry. Even if I die, I'll protect you.
Zhou Wen had goosebumps all over his body when he heard that. He had the urge to give him a headshot.
It's the same for me. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I'll protect you.
Su Yi also looked at Zhou Wen in a daze.
Holy sh*t, old Zhou, when did you learn the art of seduction? Even men are mesmerized?
Li Xian was dumbfounded as he realized the problem with Zhou Wen.
It's all because of those things. Let's not talk about this now. We have to quickly think of a way to stop the countdown.
Zhou Wen's heart raced. Chapter 1446 Pandora.
Why don't we try and see if we can blast this crystal chandelier apart?
Li Xian suggested.
Don't touch the crystal chandelier for now. I'll think of another way.
Zhou Wen's intuition told him that the crystal chandelier was too dangerous. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wasn't willing to touch it. However, Zhou Wen had removed all the flowers on the tree. He originally wondered if the crystal chandelier would stop the countdown if he took everything. That was now apparently not the case. At the very least, him grabbing the benefits was useless. In theory, the gifts given to Pandora by the gods actually include those curses, right? If I don't make any distinction and remove all the flowers, will I stop the countdown of the crystal chandelier? Zhou Wen thought to himself. He wasn't afraid of curses thanks to Truth Listener. Even if he opened a cursed flower, there shouldn't be much of a problem. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Wen didn't hesitate and shot down a flower that the Death Harbinger crow had caught it. The flower fell and flew towards Zhou Wen. Inside it was a red mist. After it came out, it immediately landed on Zhou Wen, preventing him from dodging. As expected, it's still a curse. Zhou Wen felt Truth Listener on his ear constantly heat up as it crazily converted large amounts of essence energy. It was obvious that the curse was very high level. Although Truth Listener had resolved the curse, Zhou Wen didn't dare be careless. He didn't dare strike down the remaining flowers at once. If the flowers weren't filled with curses, but a few terrifying dimensional creatures, it would be troublesome. Now that they couldn't leave, and there was a haunting countdown, any mistake could kill them. Zhou Wen was already used to it. After all, every time he entered an unknown dimensional zone, it was highly unlikely that it would be easy. It was more important to resolve the problem. I can only hope that there aren't any hell-grade calamity creatures in Pandora's shrine. Zhou Wen had considered it before entering. The legendary Pandora wasn't strong in combat. She was just a tool created by the gods, so there shouldn't be any powerful dimensional creatures here. The flowers were blasted apart by Zhou Wen one after another, producing all sorts of curses. No matter how fast he was, or how fast he instant transmitted, as long as he was in the garden, he would definitely be hit. Therefore, Zhou Wen didn't dodge when he saw that it was a curse. He allowed the curse to land on him, before resolving it with Truth Listener's powers. Bang! Another flower dropped, but this time, the falling flower was different from the previous ones. After the petals contracted, it actually took on a human form. Zhou Wen's heart palpitated as he hurriedly said to Li Xian and company,
Be careful. The item this time is somewhat different. I'll protect you.
Lu Yun and Sui jumped out almost at the same time. They jumped in front of Zhou Wen from both sides, as though they wanted to risk their lives for him, and fight to the last drop of blood.
Protect my ass!
Zhou Wen chopped at them, knocking Sui and Lu Yun unconscious and throwing them into the chaos space. Sui was bewitched because her cultivation level was too low, while Lu Yun was affected by the curses. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily bewitched. After resolving the two problems, Zhou Wen sent her into the chaos space to prevent her from being injured. He summoned Banana Fairy and Demonic Neonate. The Death Harbinger Crow was still standing above Zhou Wen's head as it cawed at the flower that had contracted into a human form, as though it wanted to scream out its trachea. Zhou Wen unsummoned it. He already knew that there was danger, so it was useless keeping it outside. It was irritating. Banana Fairy floated beside Zhou Wen as Demonic Neonate ran to a corner of the garden without standing with him. Li Xian had already entered his terror form. His body looked like it was made of data streams. He summoned Planet Devourer and summoned it in its glove form. Zhou Wen didn't dare call Tai Sui out at such a time. If it imbued any negative effects on him, he would die a grievous death. He activated the minor heavenly cycle killing formation just in case. The human-shaped flower walked over step by step. The petals on its body gradually withered and peeled off, gradually revealing a woman's figure. The woman was wearing a gorgeous fire god golden silk robe and had a headband that resembled silk made from clouds. The necklace on her neck and the ring on her hand shimmered. Her entire body emitted a soul-stealing charm. There was a heart-wrenching fragrance lingering over her body. Before he could see her face clearly, he already felt that she was warm and intoxicating. When the petals that covered her face fell, even Zhou Wen couldn't help but be attracted to her. He couldn't move his gaze away from her. He really couldn't believe that there was a woman in the world who was so beautiful. Zhou Wen hated that he didn't have enough words to describe her beauty. If he had to describe her, Zhou Wen felt that this woman's beauty was enough to make a chain smoker quit smoking. As long as he could see her, he wouldn't smoke again.
Holy sh*t, old Zhou, when did you have a twin sister?
Li Xian looked at the woman, and then at Zhou Wen as his mouth gaped in surprise. It wasn't that Zhou Wen looked like the woman, but that their scents and charms were very similar.
F***ck, you're the one who's twins with her.
Zhou Wen cursed, but he was secretly surprised. Unless something went terribly wrong, this woman was very likely the legendary Pandora. However, even if she was really Pandora, Zhou Wen had already taken the gift that the gods had given her. Why did she have another set? Could it be that the gods are so generous to give 2 sets of gifts? I reckon the gods aren't that generous. Could one of them be fake? Zhou Wen suspected. He wanted to summon the 4 calamity companion beasts he had and see if there was a problem. But with this attempt, Zhou Wen's expression changed. He couldn't summon the companion beasts that he had clearly contracted. Could it be that they are really fake? Zhou Wen was immediately depressed. The thought just came to him, but he didn't really believe so. After all, he was unlikely to be able to contract fake ones. Furthermore, after the contract, the information the companion beasts gave him was undoubtedly at the calamity grade. Even now, the feedback from the 4 companion beasts was still at the calamity grade, but for some reason, he couldn't summon them. Boom! The crystal chandelier changed again, turning into a 5. As for the woman suspected to be Pandora, the petals on her body had completely fallen off. Her eyes opened, and the moment Zhou Wen saw them, he felt as though the entire world had been smitten by her. Zhou Wen now seemed to understand why Epimetheus would fall out with his brother for her in the myths and legends. Chapter 1447 Rubik's Cube. Zhou Wen had the urge to sacrifice everything for the woman, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Thankfully, his willpower was strong to begin with. He immediately sensed that something was amiss and focused his mind to sever his thoughts, preventing himself from succumbing to temptation. Zhou Wen could clearly sense that Pandora's allure came from her fragrance, eyes, and beauty. It was also a special skill. Even with Zhou Wen's willpower, he felt immense pressure. He had to focus to control his mind. Thinking of Li Xian still beside him, Zhou Wen thought to himself, Li Xian is such a lecher. I hope he doesn't get attracted to Pandora. Zhou Wen was somewhat worried as he turned to look at Li Xian, but was greatly surprised. Li Xian didn't seem to be affected much despite being a lecher. Although he was also looking at Pandora, his eyes were still clear. He didn't look like he had been mesmerized.
Are you alright?
Zhou Wen asked, afraid that he had made a mistake. With Li Xian's personality, he couldn't believe that he hadn't pounced at Pandora.
She hasn't rushed over yet. What can happen to me?
Li Xian said in puzzlement.
You don't find her beautiful?
Zhou Wen looked at Li Xian and knew that he wasn't affected by Pandora's seduction. That only served to surprise him even more.
She's beautiful, but no matter how beautiful she is, she's not as important as one's life. I can't just bet her now, right?
Li Xian found Zhou Wen's words odd. No matter how beautiful a dimensional creature was, it couldn't be eaten or married. What was there to say? Zhou Wen thought to himself, could it be that a virgin's essence energy art makes him invulnerable to such skills? After confirming that Li Xian wasn't affected, Zhou Wen felt a lot more at ease. Since they were going to fight, he had to strike first to gain the upper hand. He summoned his 2 golden guns and shot at Pandora. Zhou Wen's 2 golden guns fired explosive bullets and frost bullets. Their destructive power was considered pretty good at the terror grade. Pandora did not dodge. When the bullet hit her fire god golden silk robe, layers of flames immediately appeared. Before the bullets touched her, they melted into a liquid and vaporized. The freezing power of the frost bullets was useless against the fire god robe. What a powerful fire god robe. As expected of a calamity grade companion beast. Why can't I summon mine? None of the bullets show when shot out injured Pandora. Li Xian flashed behind Pandora and struck the back of her head with Devourer's palm. Pandora's headband moved by itself and wrapped around Li Xian's arm like a snake. Then, it swam up and bound Li Xian up tightly. Furthermore, the headband was automatically shrinking, trying to snap Li Xian's body. Thankfully, after Li Xian's body underwent terror transformation, he was almost immortal. Li Xian's damaged body automatically healed the moment the headband tightened. Li Xian, who should have been sliced into several pieces by the headband, remained intact when the headband passed through his body. Die! Zhou Wen saw that the crystal lamp was counting down to 4. He didn't dare waste any more time as he pulled out the immortal culling sword and slashed at Pandora. Pandora waved her sleeve, and the flaming cloud-like sleeve met the immortal culling sword. The powerful defense of the fire god cloak was ultimately sliced apart by the immortal culling sword. After the blade touched the golden silk robe, it tore through the sleeve. Pandora retreated like a ghost, preventing herself from being hit by the immortal culling sword. Pandora smiled and Zhou Wen immediately felt the terrifying temptation greatly increase. However, it was still useless to Zhou Wen. It couldn't shake his willpower. Li Xian wasn't affected. The 2 of them attacked Pandora one after another. Pandora was a calamity-grade existence after all. Her movement speed was above the 2 of them. With the help of the fire god robe, headband, necklace, and ring, Zhou Wen and Li Xian were able to gain the upper hand. Pandora danced in the air like a fairy, as her beautiful leg flicked out from under her dress, and kicked Li Xian in the abdomen, sending him flying. Bang! Li Xian slammed into the wall like a cannonball. His flesh and bones were severely deformed, as he almost turned into a pancake. However, when Li Xian broke free from the wall, his body rapidly recovered. His body completely recovered by the time he landed on the ground. He charged at Pandora again. Zhou Wen pushed his sword art to its limits, and used instant transmission to constantly blink around to hold back Pandora. In fact, Zhou Wen and Li Xian had the upper hand. Pandora's strongest strength wasn't her combat strength, and her calamity zone wasn't a combat-type domain, but the power of temptation. However, Zhou Wen and Li Xian didn't buy it. Pandora's calamity zone was basically useless to the 2 of them. Thus, she could only rely on her own strength and divine artifacts to fight them. If not for the 4 divine artifacts protecting her, Zhou Wen would have long slain her. The fire god robe focused on defense, while the hairband focused on offense. The necklace had the ability to produce a sun-like flash that blinded her opponents, but this ability didn't have much effect on Zhou Wen. As for the ring, it seemed to have some kind of augmentation effect on Pandora. It wasn't a weapon that attacked proactively. Zhou Wen soon became familiar with Pandora's various techniques. He struck out more ruthlessly with the immortal culling sword in hand. Boom! The crystal chandelier's countdown was already at 3. However, Zhou Wen was confident that Pandora wouldn't be able to last until the countdown ended. After being held back by Li Xian, Pandora's figure came to a momentary halt. The immortal culling sword in Zhou Wen's hand had already stabbed at her chest in a bid to instantly execute her. Clang! The immortal culling sword had already pierced through the fire god robe and was about to pierce through Pandora's body, but a metallic clang sounded. Something blocked the immortal culling sword, preventing it from piercing through. Zhou Wen retracted his sword and instant transmitted, dodging Pandora's counterattack. He saw something appear from the spot where the sword blade pierced. It was a black square box that looked similar to a Rubik's Cube. Furthermore, it was pure black. It was very similar to the huge Rubik's Cubes that had appeared all over the world, but it was much smaller. Could that be Pandora's magic box? Zhou Wen stared at the box and thought. Without any time to think, the countdown continued. Zhou Wen slashed at Pandora at an even faster speed with his sword art. However, what happened next left Zhou Wen somewhat alarmed. The magic box seemed to have a life of its own as it floated around Pandora. No matter where Zhou Wen's immortal culling sword slashed, the magic box would instantly appear and block it. Zhou Wen had several sure-kill immortal slaying moves, but they were all blocked by the Rubik's Cube. Chapter 1448 Don't Crowd Around. The Rubik's Cube appeared and disappeared unpredictably. No matter what angle Zhou Wen attacked from, the Rubik's Cube could appear in time to block the Immortal Culling Sword. Although the Immortal Culling Sword could leave some sword marks on the Rubik's Cube, it seemed difficult to slice it open. Boom! Time passed without them realizing it. The Crystal Chandelier's countdown had already reached 2. There wasn't much time left for Zhou Wen and Li Xian. Zhou Wen secretly used Time Bandit's ability to delay the Immortal Culling Sword from stabbing at Pandora. The outcome was the same. The Rubik's Cube still appeared accurately and blocked the Immortal Culling Sword. Banana Fairy and the Golden Battle God also attacked from afar, but their attacks were useless against the Calamity Grade Pandora in the Fire God robe. Now, the only threat to Pandora was the Immortal Culling Sword in Zhou Wen's hand.
Li Xian!
Zhou Wen kept attacking Pandora as he suddenly shouted. Li Xian was very familiar with Zhou Wen. When he saw Zhou Wen's eyes, he knew what he was up to. He immediately gathered his strength and struck the back of Pandora's head while she was restrained by Zhou Wen. As Pandora's attention was completely focused on Zhou Wen, she no longer had the time to block Li Xian's palm. Li Xian wore the Planet Devourer glove on his palm. When he struck Pandora's head, the Devourer glove forcefully sucked away a lot of her flames, forming a breakthrough point. Clang! Li Xian's palm struck down, but it failed to hit Pandora's head. The magic box strangely appeared and blocked Li Xian's palm.
Perfectly timed!
Li Xian was waiting for this moment. Strength erupted from his body as the suction force of the Planet Devourer glove increased. He grabbed the magic box and prevented it from budging. Zhou Wen took advantage of the moment when the magic box was grabbed by Li Xian. He slashed down with Immortal Slaying, producing a rainbow-like beam. The sword beam instantly tore through the Fire God gold silk robe on Pandora.
Hum!
The magic box erupted with terrifying power, hoping to escape Li Xian's palm. However, Li Xian desperately held the magic box as the Planet Devourer sucked at it, trying to pull the magic box into the black hole. Crack! Crack! Li Xian's fingers snapped as the Planet Devourer glove was damaged. The magic box moved to block Zhou Wen's sword again, while stained with blood. However, it was too slow this time. When the magic box moved over, the Immortal Culling Sword had already slashed into Pandora's head. It slashed down from above like a bolt of lightning. Zhou Wen retracted his sword and retreated. Li Xian's injured palm automatically healed. On the other side, Pandora levitated in midair with the magic box floating in front of her. Both of them were motionless. A moment later, a bloody gash appeared on Pandora's forehead. Then, the blood trail quickly spread downwards. Pandora's body suddenly split into two and fell from the sky. Pandora left nothing, unfortunately. There wasn't even a dimensional crystal. The divine artifacts on her body quickly shattered after she died, leaving only fragments on the ground. After Pandora died, the magic box seemed to lose its life. It fell from the sky and rolled to the ground.
It's finally done!
Li Xian heaved a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to pick up the magic box on the ground, he heard a boom. The crystal chandelier changed again. 1.
What's going on? Pandora is already dead. Why is the crystal chandelier still counting down?
Li Xian was alarmed. Some countdowns would already activate certain mechanisms when the countdown reached 1. Even if it did so at 0, there wasn't much time left. With a thought, Zhou Wen realized that there were 2 flowers that hadn't been shot down. He hurriedly summoned the 2 golden guns again and shot at the 2 flowers at the same time, striking them down. After the 2 flowers fell to the ground, Zhou Wen didn't wait for them to float over as he charged forward and shot at them. When he arrived in front of the flowers, he reached both hands into them. Thankfully, there were no dimensional creatures inside. It was still a curse. When it crept up Zhou Wen's arm, it immediately triggered Truth Listener's power, and was directly converted into essence energy that nourished Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen and Li Xian looked up and nervously stared at the crystal chandelier to see if it would continue counting down. Time ticked by. When it was about time for the crystal chandelier to change again, it moved. Zhou Wen and Li Xian's faces darkened as their hearts nearly stopped. Who knew what would happen after the countdown? Just as the 2 of them were about to go all out, they saw the crystal lamp shape change from 1 to 2. It didn't turn into 0, as they had imagined. Their eyes nearly popped out. It was so thrilling as though they had been on a roller coaster.
Holy sh*T, what the hell? It nearly scared me to death.
Li Xian cursed.
From the looks of it, we have stopped the crystal chandelier's countdown. If nothing goes wrong, we should be able to leave when the crystal chandelier returns to its original state.
Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief.
Those 2 shots weren't bad. When did you start training?
Not bad, Li Xian joked.
Please call me a marksman.
Zhou Wen pretended to blow at the muzzle, and spun the two golden guns a few times before holstering them. He lowered his head and picked up the Rubik's Cube on the ground.
Old Joe, be careful. That's the legendary Pandora's box. Opening it might bring a calamity to the world.
Li Xian was immediately given a fright when he saw Zhou Wen casually grab the magic box.
Don't worry. It won't be opened so easily. I struck it with the immortal culling sword so many times without splitting it open. It's even harder to open with just my hand.
Zhou Wen held the magic box and sized it up. On careful look, the magic box really looked like a three-dimensional cube. Although its color was the same, every face was divided into 9 parts. There were almost indiscernible gaps between each part.
This magic box looks like a Rubik's Cube no matter how I look at it. Zhou Wen twisted his hand, and the magic box really moved. Just like a Rubik's Cube, Zhou Wen spun at 90 degrees.
Holy sh*t, don't do anything rash.
Li Xian jumped up in fright. Zhou Wen never expected that this thing could really be twisted. He had struck so many times without moving it at all, so he never expected it to be twistable. Zhou Wen held the Rubik's Cube and didn't dare move. Cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. If this thing was really like the legends, he would really be a sinner if all sorts of disasters, plagues, and diseases ravaged the world after it was opened. Thankfully, the Rubik's Cube had only been twisted a little and showed no signs of opening. It still quietly rested in Zhou Wen's palm.
Thank God.
Zhou Wen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and realized his body had broken out into a cold sweat. His clothes were drenched. Chapter 1449 New Bamboo Blade. Zhou Wen held the magic box and didn't dare move as he waited for the crystal chandelier's time to change. The number on the crystal chandelier gradually changed, and it soon returned to 9 before finally returning to its original state. Then, he saw the door to the shrine appear on one side of the garden. Zhou Wen went up to push the door, but he couldn't budge it. Knowing that this thing could only be opened by Sui, he released Sui and Lu Yun. Sui was still attracted by Zhou Wen's fragrance and other powers. Lu Yun was much better. The curses inflicted on him had clearly weakened. He also had a certain resistance against Zhou Wen's attractiveness. At the very least, he no longer had hearts in his eyes. However, he was clearly a little exhausted.
Eldest senior brother, how can we open the door?
Zhou Wen got the obedient Sui to give it a try, but she failed to push the door open.
You have to get her to press both hands on the unicorn horn on the door and have it pierce through her skin. Only her blood can open the door,
said Lu Yun. Zhou Wen got Sui to give it a try. Indeed, when she pressed her hands on the unicorn symbol's horn at the same time, her palms were pierced by the horn and they stained it with blood. The door immediately opened a crack. Zhou Wen and company hurriedly grabbed Sui and teleported out of the shrine. After exiting the shrine, Zhou Wen directly took on his terror form, preventing the program team, who were searching outside, from seeing him.
I'll leave the matters here to you. I'll deal with the magic box first,
Zhou Wen said to Li Xian, before heading for the exit of the Magic Palace. After instant transmitting out of the Magic Palace, Zhou Wen teleported to the moon. Lady Supreme Yin, do you know what this is?
Zhou Wen brought the magic box to Lady Supreme Yin's temple. Lady Supreme Yin's voice drifted out of the temple.
It looks like a spatial item.
Zhou Wen recounted the origins of the magic box to her. After listening, she pondered for a moment before saying,
according to myths and legends, there are 2 possibilities for the magic box. One is that the magic box is a calamity-grade creature, but it doesn't look like one. The second possibility is that there's a calamity creature trapped in the magic box. Once the magic box is opened, the calamity creature inside will escape and cause a huge disaster. The latter possibility is very likely in my opinion. In that case, there's a high chance that there's a dimensional creature with the attribute of misfortune inside. Is it possible to use the calamity creature in the Rubik's Cube to make a mythical serum and give it to Little Chan?
Zhou Wen asked after some thought.
Unless you have the ability to suppress the unknown numbers of calamity creatures inside, you can abandon that thought. From the vantage point of myths, the calamity creatures in the magic box are probably not ordinary calamity-grade creatures. Furthermore, it's very unlikely that there's more than one. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to cause such a huge disaster.
Lady Supreme Yin paused before saying,
besides, I've already said it before. It's best to use mythical creatures to create mythical serum. Otherwise, Wang Chan's body might not be able to withstand it.
Zhou Wen was immediately depressed. He held the magic box and asked,
any ideas on how we should deal with this thing? What else can you do? If you don't have the ability to destroy the things inside, seal it forever and never attempt to open it,
said Lady Supreme Yin. Zhou Wen knew that it was best not to open the magic box. He sent it into the chaos bead and sealed it in a corner. After leaving the moon, he took her back to Luoyang. Zhou Wen finally had the time to look at the 4 newly obtained calamity-grade companion beasts, when he returned to his room. Fire God Golden Silk Cloak. Calamity, limited to Lady of Misfortune Life Providence. War Headband. Calamity, limited to Lady of Misfortune Life Providence. Helios Necklace. Calamity, limited to Lady of Misfortune Life Providence. Hades Ring. Calamity, limited to Lady of Misfortune Life Providence. After Zhou Wen saw the stats of the 4 Calamity Grade Companion Eggs, he immediately felt so depressed that he nearly blew a gasket. These 4 companion beasts were limited in their usage. Even if he obtained them, he wouldn't be able to summon them without a special life providence. What a pity! Zhou Wen carefully studied the stats of the 4 Calamity Grade Companion Eggs. They were indeed pretty good, but unfortunately, he couldn't use them. Wang Chan's Life Providence has the attribute of misfortune, but it doesn't seem to be the Lady of Misfortune. I wonder if she can summon these 4 companion beasts. Zhou Wen thought that he could give it a try if he had the opportunity in the future. However, Zhou Wen didn't plan on trying. Firstly, Wang Chan's level was too low. It wasn't a good thing for her to have these Calamity Grade companion beasts. Secondly, Zhou Wen had a very serious problem to resolve. After being augmented inside Pandora's Shrine, no matter where Zhou Wen went, anyone who saw him would be like a beast in heat. The look in their eyes left Zhou Wen shuddering. Creatures at the Terra grade and above had a slight resistance to his powers. I have to resolve this problem. Zhou Wen didn't dare leave the house. He had to come up with a solution. Even Truth Listener and the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder were unable to resolve his problem. After all, these powers were beneficial to Zhou Wen. They weren't malicious powers like curses. Evil nullification and the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder weren't of much use. Despite racking his brains, Zhou Wen couldn't think of any way to completely eliminate the strange powers in him.
Young Master One, your bamboo blade has been reforged.
And Sheng brought a rectangular box to Zhou Wen's yard. Thankfully, the powers didn't affect Sheng at all. Sheng had been delivering meals over the past few days, and he didn't dare let anyone enter the yard.
Leave it there.
Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to care about the bamboo blade.
It's best you take a look. If there's anything that's unsuitable and needs modification, I can take it back and get them to modify it.
And Sheng said, as he placed the box in front of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen thought that it made sense and opened the box. He took a look and didn't pick it up. However, Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement.
Was the bamboo blade scabbard also reforged? Yes, the blade and scabbard are one. A reforged blade will be somewhat incompatible with the previous scabbard, so we decided to reforge them together.
And Sheng said. Zhou Wen reached out for the bamboo blade and couldn't help but be alarmed. The former bamboo blade was already heavy enough, but now, it was heavier than before. Zhou Wen found it very heavy. This was despite his strength. It was obvious that the bamboo blade's weight was extremely terrifying. The bamboo blade's size appeared to have enlarged. It was about 4 feet long together with the scabbard. Its entire body was gray, unlike the former bamboo blade which was closer to black. It looked very strange, but the quality was excellent. Chapter 1450 Influence. The blade was inserted into the scabbard without any gaps. It was like a piece of gray bamboo. Zhou Wen held the hilt and slowly pulled out the bamboo blade from its scabbard. He saw that the blade inside was the same as the scabbard. It was grayish-white in color and looked heavy. However, a careful look indicated that the blade wasn't as thick as it looked. The heaviness came from the material itself. The blade was very thin, but one could only sense its sharpness when facing the blade. Just looking at the blade made one find it excessively heavy.
Were other materials added to the bamboo blade?
Zhou Wen pulled out the bamboo blade and brandished it twice. He could clearly sense that the bamboo blade's characteristics were somewhat different from before.
As there are limited amounts of essence gold, we've been researching alloys recently. It happened to bear fruit, so we used it on bamboo blade.
And Sheng explained.
Be it hardness or toughness, this new alloy has experienced a qualitative leap compared to the former bamboo blade. Chick's help and many technological methods were used during the forging. Only then could we heat the alloy to a state where it could be forged. This shouldn't be an ordinary alloy, right? Zhou Wen reached out and flicked the blade.
The blade trembled, but it didn't make any sound. It was rather strange. Zhou Wen knew very well that if there was really such a brilliant alloy technology, the Sunset Soldiers would have one in each hand, or the technology would be used to create bullets. The dimensional zones near Luoyang would have long been wiped out, making the situation different.
There isn't much of the material used to make this alloy. There's no way to scale up production for the time being. Using it on the bamboo blade can be considered an attempt. The outcome isn't bad.
And Sheng was telling the truth. It was indeed an attempt. During this period of time, they had also used many methods to fuse the refined essence gold and holy metal together. They hadn't completely relied on Chick's Phoenix Flames. Pure Phoenix Flames couldn't completely melt the two.
How much did you spend on the materials?
Zhou unsheathed the bamboo blade. Now that there was no suitable dimensional creature to test the saber, he could only test it in the future.
They are all materials from our own research. They aren't worth much, so you don't have to think about it. However, there's something you have to be careful about.
And Sheng changed the topic.
What is it?
Although Zhou knew that Sheng was changing the topic, he was somewhat curious.
There's news from the Li family that Xiao isn't dead. Furthermore, he has advanced to the Calamity grade. There's a high chance that he will come to seek revenge on you and Overseer.
And Sheng said with a solemn expression.
Even that explosion didn't kill him?
Zhou was somewhat surprised. Zhou felt that he might not have been able to survive the Guardian's final explosion. It was indeed surprising that Xiao hadn't been blasted to death.
In short, be careful. Even Overseer said that Xiao is very terrifying. If you aren't careful, he might grab onto your weakness.
And Sheng repeatedly exhorted Zhou to be careful. He couldn't afford to be careless. Zhou had fought Xiao before, and knew that Xiao was indeed terrifying. And Tianzhua had actually managed to finish Xiao off, without anyone noticing in such a dangerous place, like the Holy Land. He had even pulled off such a beautiful ruse, leaving Zhou very surprised. In fact, even Zhou couldn't guarantee that he could do better than Tianzhua. Furthermore, Zhou still hadn't figured out how Tianzhua had done it. Even if he had subdued Xiao, it was unimaginable to be able to control his guardian, and use it like it was his. Furthermore, he had to make the dimensional powerhouses in the Holy Land not notice any flaws.
Got it.
Zhou knew that even if he offered to pay for the bamboo blade, Sheng probably wouldn't accept it. Furthermore, it wasn't easy to estimate the value of such precious materials. He planned on returning the favor when Luoyang encountered a problem in the future. What can I do to eliminate these strange powers? Zhou was still fretting over what had happened. Beep! Beep! His phone suddenly rang. Zhou picked up his phone and realized that it was a message from the Dharch.
Have you considered the previous suggestion?
The Thearka's message puzzled Zhou. Previously, the Dharch wanted him to pull out the stone saber on Fire God platform, but the Dharch had offered him help in clearing the Venusian dimensional zone back then. However, he had already obtained the companion beast in the Venusian dimensional zone. Furthermore, the Venusian dimensional zone and half of Venus had already shattered. The Thearka's message now was puzzling.
The Dharch, how long has it been since you read the news? Don't you know that the Venusian dimensional zone has been cleared?
Zhou sent a message.
Of course I do. Not only do I know that Venus has been destroyed, but I also know that the Venusian companion beast is with you.
The Dharch quickly sent a message.
You must be joking. I do want it, but unfortunately, I don't have the standards.
Zhou replied.
Don't think you can rest easy just because you have the Venusian companion beast. Don't forget that Venus isn't the only planet in the solar system.
The Dharch had clearly determined that Zhou was human sovereign.
That has nothing to do with me. Even if another companion beast from another planet appears, a powerhouse like human sovereign will naturally snatch it.
Zhou said.
Your abilities have increased significantly, but unfortunately, you're still too short-sighted.
The Dharch said.
Any advice then? Let me see further.
Zhou didn't mind, and took the opportunity to get some information.
Do you think you will be fine after snatching the Venusian companion beast? I suggest you take a look at the recent news in the Federation.
The Dharch quickly sent another message.
What news?
Zhou was puzzled. However, the Dharch didn't reply. Zhou had no choice but to go online to take a look. Soon, he knew what news the Dharch wanted him to read. Although the matter of human sovereign obtaining the Venusian companion beast plastered the headlines of all the major media outlets, one could still see many news reports of large-scale breakouts in particular dimensional zones. Zhou searched and realized that ever since Venus had shattered, breakouts happened across dimensional zones at a large scale. Although there had been such cases in the past, it hadn't happened so frequently. In particular, the frequency at which calamity creatures appeared increased significantly.
Are the recent breakout creatures related to Venus?
Zhou sent another message to the Dharch.
What else could it be? The shattering of any planet in the solar system will have a huge impact on Earth. If the companion beasts in the sun appear, it won't be as simple as an influence. If the sun also shatters, it will be a question if Earth is still suitable for human survival.
The Dharch finally replied.